Chapter 1193. How terrifying. In front of a fulfillment realm expert, it's hard to pass even if you cheat. Yi Xian's heart sank, but he still stepped forward and walked in. He had already copied the meditation record. Although he couldn't memorize it, he could sneak a peek. Of course, there was a second way to cheat, and that was to have Luo Luo recite it from afar. Luo Luo could communicate with him mentally. As long as Luo Luo recited the meditation record during his test, Yi Xian would pass. However, this method was too troublesome. It was easier to just cheat. Yi Xian entered the test palace. There was a white-haired old man behind a desk in front of him. The white-haired old man didn't even raise his head. The killing intent on your body is too thick. You should go back and improve your mental state. Otherwise, you'll just be wasting time. Don't try to cheat. Teacher, I've already memorized it. Yi Xian said to the white-haired old man. You want to cheat again? The white-haired old man snorted coldly. He raised his head and looked at Yi Xian. All right, then I'll see what you've got. Originally, the test palace was supposed to be a teacher at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, but after Mo Shui's example, a fulfillment realm scholar was sent. The white-haired old man had Mo Shui test again, but he still didn't find any clues. Now that he saw Yi Xian come to the test so confidently, he wanted to see what Yi Xian had up his sleeve. For the advancement test, you just need to recite the meditation record word for word, right? Yi Xian asked. That's right. Just recite it. The white-haired old man was only a few dozen meters away from Yi Xian. However, there was no one else in the palace, and there was no one outside, so the white-haired old man didn't have to worry about someone sending a message to Yi Xian. All right, then I'll begin. Yi Xian nodded and then began to recite the meditation record. His slaughter chi was so strong that he could only memorize one paragraph of the tranquility record. However, with the help of the tranquility record, it wouldn't be a problem for him to memorize 100 books. According to the white-haired elder's estimation, Yi Xian would only recite 1 or 2 paragraphs. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already finished reciting an entire page. Impossible. This is impossible. The white-haired old man couldn't believe it and hurriedly shouted. Yi Xian stopped and looked at the white-haired old man. How can you carry so many? This doesn't make sense. The white-haired old man asked in disbelief. In teacher's eyes, is it impossible for someone with a strong murderous aura to recite the meditation record? Yi Xian asked in return. Hearing this, the white-haired old man didn't reply. Instead, he quickly approached the young man and began to carefully size him up. Could it be that someone outside is using some kind of voice transmission method to help you cheat? The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and asked. No. Yi Xian shook his head. The white-haired old man also thought that it was unlikely because he was a fulfillment realm expert. If someone had sent a sound transmission to Yi Xian, there was no way he wouldn't have discovered it. Too fake. He looked at Yi Xian's expression and knew that he was cheating. However, he couldn't find any clues. How did you do it? The white-haired old man asked curiously. I didn't cheat. I really memorized it, Yi Xian slowly replied. Impossible. The white-haired old man immediately denied it. Teacher, why don't you set up a formation yourself? Yi Xian suggested. The white-haired old man hesitated, but still used his true energy and manifestation strength to set up a layer of defense. Without another word, Yi Xian began to recite the meditation record. In the blink of an eye, another page had passed. I can't believe it. There was already Mo Shui, and now there's another one. I don't believe that I can't find a clue. The white-haired old man's emotions were stirred. He had to find a way to cheat Yi Xian. Yi Xian was very helpless. He continued to recite the meditation record. Soon, he had memorized the entire meditation record word for word. After hearing it, the white-haired old man was so shocked that he was speechless. With his strength, he couldn't find a clue. This was too fake. How did you do it? The white-haired old man asked again. Teacher, I have a photographic memory, so this isn't difficult for me at all, Yi Xian lied. Impossible. Even if you have a photographic memory, as long as you've killed someone, you can't memorize the meditation record in one go. The white-haired old man was still skeptical. How about this? Teacher, take out another book and I'll memorize it for you, Yi Xian suggested. Hearing this, the white-haired old man's eyes lit up. He immediately took out a new book from his universe ring. The Compassionate Record? Yi Xian took the book and began to flip through it. The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xian and watched him quickly flip through the Compassionate Record. He thought of something and said, "If you can really memorize this book, I'll give you 500,000 inner demon pills." The Compassionate Record was something that inner court students studied. He estimated that Yi Xian could barely memorize the first sentence. He didn't believe that Yi Xian could recite the more difficult Compassionate Record in front of him. 500,000 inner demon pills? Hearing this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. No one could resist a gift from the heavens. All right. When the white-haired old man finished speaking, Yi Xian closed the Compassionate Record. All right, you memorize it. The white-haired old man quietly looked at Yi Xian, trying to find a clue from Yi Xian. Yi Xian directly ignored his gaze and began to recite the Compassionate Record. He had only recited a paragraph when the white-haired old man's expression became very ugly. This kid actually memorized it. This is impossible. The Compassionate Record is more difficult and longer than the Meditation Record. Even an inner court scholar might not be able to memorize it all. The white-haired old man couldn't believe it. This was even more unbelievable than Mo Shui passing the test. However, Yi Xian did it flawlessly. He cheated perfectly. The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xian and listened to Yi Xian recite the Compassionate Record. After a while, Yi Xian stopped because he had finished reciting it. "I can't believe that you actually did it. Could it be that you have some special constitution?" The white-haired old man muttered. "I'm not sure." Yi Xian shook his head. "Please help me pass the test, teacher." The white-haired old man paused for a moment, but still took out a bag of inner demon pills from his yin and yang ring. At the same time, he also took out a proof of passing the test. "You're quite capable, kid. Let's go." The white-haired old man decided to give up. He couldn't help it. He couldn't see anything wrong. Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, and he was at the Fulfillment realm. The difference was too big, and he couldn't see anything wrong. Maybe Yi Xian really didn't cheat, and it was just his constitution. "Thank you, teacher. This student will take his leave." Chapter 1194. "Wait, what's your name?" The white-haired old man suddenly called out to Yi Xian. "Yi Xian." After Yi Xian reported his name, he immediately left. Now that he had passed the exam, he had to enter the inner courtyard to investigate Mo Shui. However, just as he was about to leave, the old scholar from Soothing Heart Lake suddenly paid him a visit. "Teacher, this student wishes to see you." The old scholar shouted from outside the palace. "I'm free right now, come in." The white-haired old man's voice came from inside. The old scholar walked in and got straight to the point. "Teacher, I just received a poem. Please take a look." The white-haired old man took the paper from the old scholar and read it. "Quiet night thoughts, bright moonlight before the autumn leaves, suspected of frost on the ground, looking up at the bright moon, looking down at home. And not bad, not bad. Was it written by you?" No, it wasn't written by this student. It was written by a junior brother named Yi Xian. Moreover, this poem has the effect of improving one's state of mind. Just now, when the junior brothers listened to it, the effect was no worse than junior sister Naelin's calm heart song. The old scholar shook his head. "What? Improve one's state of mind?" The white-haired old man felt that it was inconceivable. Currently, there were no more than 10 disciples in the Northern Heavens Academy who could create poems that could improve one's state of mind. How could an outer courtyard student do it? Wait, Yi Xian? At this time, the white-haired old man suddenly thought of something. Wasn't the person who passed the exam called Yi Xian? "Teacher, you know him?" The old scholar asked in astonishment. "Not only do I know him, the person who passed the exam was called Yi Xian." The white-haired old man frowned and asked, "Let me ask you, is the person who wrote this poem, Yi Xian's killing intent, second only to Mo Shui?" "That's right." The old scholar nodded. "I never thought that it would really be him. A person with such killing intent could actually write such a poem. Could it be that he wants to walk the path of the slaughtering scholar?" The white-haired old man muttered. Slaughtering scholar. Upon hearing this name, the old scholar shuddered violently. The 4 words slaughtering scholar were widely known within the Northern Heavens Academy. He was an anomaly within the Northern Heavens Academy, and at the same time, a legend. That was because he was the founder of the Northern Heavens Academy and also the first dean. It was also because of this that the Northern Heavens Academy's advancement test was conducted according to the recitation of the meditation scripture and not according to the slaughter aura on one's body. After all, there were still some unusual creatures who could ignore the effects of the tranquil record. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left the examination palace and arrived at the mountain gate of the Northern Heavens Academy. Junior brother, why are you here again? The few old scholars from before said with some surprise. Senior brothers, I have passed the advancement test. This is the proof. As Yi Xian spoke, he approached and took out the proof of passing the test. How is that possible? The few old scholars looked at each other in disbelief. How long had Yi Xian been gone? Not even 3 minutes had passed, yet he was able to obtain a certificate for the advancement examination. Could this examination certificate be fake? The few old scholars carefully sized it up and were even more shocked. This proof of examination is indeed real. Junior brother, you actually passed? One of the old scholars said in surprise. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. With Emo Shui as a precedent, there shouldn't be any problems for him. At this moment, he was thinking of getting these old scholars to move aside and let him enter the inner courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy to investigate. The few old scholars looked at each other and returned the examination certificate to Yi Xian. Junior brother, you can go in. Hearing this, Yi Xian cupped his hands towards the few people and passed through the mountain gate and went up the mountain. However, to be safe, one of the scholars hurried to the examination palace and asked the examiner. It didn't matter, since Yi Xian had really passed the examination. I never thought that Emo Shui would pass the advancement test so quickly and enter the inner courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy. Yi Xian thought as he ran up the mountain. Just now, he had wasted a few minutes to go to the examination, and in those few minutes, Emo Shui had long disappeared. For convenience, Yi Xian hurriedly went to the inner courtyard to report, and changed into the inner courtyard scholar's attire. This way, he wouldn't be stopped during the investigation. After seeing the examination certificate for Yi Xian, the inner courtyard scholar who registered for him was stunned for a long time. Previously, when he registered for Emo Shui, he was also shocked. Now, after seeing Yi Xian, he was shocked. However, since Yi Xian had obtained the teacher's approval, he had the qualifications to enter the inner courtyard. Soon, Yi Xian finished his registration and left. Along the way, he attracted a lot of attention, because the old scholars could feel the murderous aura on his body. Yi Xian could also feel the wary gazes of the people around him. This person, could he be a spy from the moon-worship demonic sect or the underworld? Many people thought so in their hearts. The moon-worship demonic sect was the Northern Heavens Academy's archenemy. Previously, the Northern Heavens Academy had gone into hiding after eliminating the moon-worship demonic sect. Now that the moon-worship demonic sect had revived, the Northern Heavens Academy opened up again. Although Yi Xian had only been in the Northern Heavens Academy for less than a day, with his outstanding perception, he had heard many things. Anyway, I'm only here to investigate, and my identity is clean. What are you afraid of? Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. The Northern Heavens Academy had the best atmosphere amongst all the influences that he had joined. The disciples of the Northern Heavens Academy were all very harmonious, with very few conflicts occurring between them. Under normal circumstances, they would all be cultivating, studying, or interacting. Yi Xian had joined the Northern Heavens Academy with a purpose, and that was to investigate the brother and sister's case. Previously, he had heard from the frivolous scholar Tang Yuanlong that the Northern Heavens Academy had destroyed the underworld in Zhou Huaqing and captured many people. This was a clue. Of course, there was another clue. The underworld and Emo Shui seemed to be looking for people. Coincidentally, Emo Shui had also infiltrated the Northern Heavens Academy, so Yi Xian felt that it would be better to ask Emo Shui directly. However, he didn't know where Emo Shui had run off to. At this time, A group of people attracted Yi Xian's attention. This group of people gathered in front of a stone wall and talked enthusiastically. Originally, this wouldn't have attracted Yi Xian's attention, but he heard some interesting things. I never thought that there would be someone with such literary talent in the outer court. Truly unexpected. This silent night thought is indeed amazing. I feel that my state of mind has improved a little. I reckon that if a scholar in the fulfillment realm copied this silent night thought and made it into a heavenly artifact, it might have the effect of exorcism. I wonder which family this Li Bai was born in. Chapter 1195. A group of old scholars from the inner courtyard were discussing a new poem. However, without exception, all of them were positive comments. The students of the Northern Heavens Academy were all very humble, which made Yi Xian very surprised. Famous works ranking? When Yi Xian approached, he discovered that the silent night thoughts that he had revealed before had already been engraved on a stone wall. It was actually ranked 5th. It's actually not 1st? Yi Xian felt that it was inconceivable. After all, this silent night thoughts was the work of the poetry immortal, Li Bai. He only felt that this group of people didn't know what was good for them. Such an awesome poem should at least be ranked 1st. However, he also heard that the top 4 of the famous works ranking had great backgrounds. Any one of the first 3 could easily kill a demonic cultivator below the fulfillment realm. First on the famous works ranking, Kill Word Formula, written by the Slaughtering Scholar. Second on the famous works ranking, Mountain River Treasure Map, drawn by the 4th Dean. Third on the famous works ranking, Devil Suppressing Stone Engraving, carved by the 8th Dean. Fourth on the famous works ranking, Righteous Yang Scripture, created by academician Nailan Kun. Yi Xian took a look and discovered that the origins of these authors were not small. The 4th Dean of the Northern Heavens Academy was a painter. His works were majestic and grand. When the original Mountain River Treasure Map appeared, even demonic cultivators in the fulfillment realm could be suppressed. The Mountain River Treasure Map used by the 3 scholars was a copy, but it also had the effect of suppressing demons. The 8th Dean of the Northern Heavens Academy was a sculptor. His devil-suppressing stone engraving also had the effect of suppressing demons. At the same time, many people copied and carved it and used it in battle. As for the Righteous Yang Scripture, it was the divine ability cultivated by the frivolous scholar, Tang Yuanlong. It was specially used to deal with demonic cultivators. As for that Nailan Kun, he was the grandfather of the current dean. As for the kill word formula, it had the greatest origin, because it was created by the 1st Dean of the Northern Heavens Academy, the Slaughtering Scholar. This kill word formula was a painting, and there was only one word on it, kill. However, no one had seen the original. The top 4 looks very powerful, Yi Xian thought to himself. After listening to Li Bai's explanation, he could understand the ranking. After all, Li Bai was just a normal person, and the top 4 on the author ranking were all fulfillment realm experts. Forget the fulfillment realm, even a void god realm great emperor would be able to reign supreme on earth. The fulfillment realm, on the other hand, was a super expert who could easily destroy all continents. At this time, what Yi Xian didn't know was that after the appearance of his silent night thoughts, it set off a huge wave among the upper echelons of the inner court. After the upper echelons found out, they had already sent many people to the outer court to look for Yi Xian. Coincidentally, Yi Xian entered the inner courtyard from the outer courtyard. Whatever, let's find Mo Shui first. Yi Xian was too lazy to care so much. He turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly stopped him. Hey, you're here? A familiar voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian focused his eyes and found that the person who stopped him was actually the white-clothed woman from the outer court. Senior sister, is something the matter? Yi Xian asked with a frown. Why were you in such a hurry just now? The white-clothed woman asked curiously. I just joined the Northern Heavens Academy and saw a friend, so I went over to say hello. Yi Xian said truthfully. Of course, the person he saw just now wasn't a friend, but an enemy. So it was like that. Then forget it. The white-clothed woman nodded slightly and said, My young miss wants to see you. Come with me. Your young Mrs. Yi Xian subconsciously asked. This white-clothed woman was an expert at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, and the person she called young Miss definitely had a big background. My young Miss is Nailin Bing, the daughter of the Dean. She saw that you were brimming with talent, so she wants to see you. What, you're not willing? The white-clothed woman said slowly. The daughter of the Dean, Nailin Bing? After hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. This background had scared him. Yi Xian was a little hesitant. This wasn't because he was afraid, but because he had little talent and knowledge. He was a genuine underachiever. What if the other party asked him to compose a few more poems? Forget it. When the time comes, I'll just take it as I heard it. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. After all, quiet night thoughts wasn't his work. If he confessed, he would be lenient. If he resisted, he would be strict. Furthermore, quiet night thoughts was beneficial to the Northern Heavens Academy. Therefore, he wouldn't have any problems. Okay, let's go. Yi Xian nodded slightly and decided to see Nailin Bing. Let's go. The white-clothed woman also turned around and left. After they left, the group of old scholars revealed envious expressions. The talented Nailin Bing was the goddess in their hearts. How could Yi Xian be received by Nailin Bing? However, if they were to find out that the 5th-ranked song, Quiet Night, was personally written by Yi Xian, they would probably be extremely shocked. After leaving, the white-clothed woman brought Yi Xian to the mountainside. I'm called by Su, the maid by the miss side. The one who played the zither in the calm heart lake was my miss. The white-clothed woman said as she walked. Yi Xian had already guessed the identity of the zither player in the lake. This wasn't a big deal to him. He was just curious about how strong Nailin Bing was. Was she at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, or was she at the Fulfillment realm? Just when he was deep in thought, Bai Su said, "The killing intent on your body is a little dense. I'm afraid that your mental state hasn't reached the standard. Otherwise, the miss might have given you to the Dean and let him accept you as his disciple." Yi Xian nodded and pretended to be a little regretful. The Dean's disciple was very tempting. However, he was different from the others. Cultivation depended on devouring, so it didn't matter who his master was. Of course, the benefit of having a master was that he would have a large amount of natural treasures. Let me remind you that the miss is the Dean's daughter. If you dare to have any improper thoughts about her, I'm afraid you won't live to see tomorrow, Bai Su reminded him again. Improper thoughts? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow in disdain. However, he immediately reacted. If he did, he would definitely be torn apart by the group of old scholars below. However, what he didn't know was that Bai Su didn't mean that. Soon, Yi Xian arrived in front of a pavilion under Bai Su's lead. "Miss, I've brought him," Bai Su shouted from outside the pavilion. "Come in." A clear and pleasant voice came from the 3rd floor of the pavilion. When Yi Xian heard it, he couldn't help but guess that Nailin Bing was around 20 years old. A 20-year-old at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. She's a genius, Yi Xian thought to himself. Chapter 1196. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that there was a person hiding next to the waterfall. Mo Shui, why is he here? Yi Xian was surprised. If he didn't sense carefully, he wouldn't have found Mo Shui. With his peripheral vision, he saw a figure through the eye of revelation. Why is this kid here? Mo Shui, who was hiding next to the waterfall, thought in shock. At the same time, he could feel that Yi Xian had found him. I just hope this kid doesn't disturb me, Mo Shui thought to himself. At this time, Bai Su saw that Yi Xian didn't move and said, "Go up quickly, don't let the miss wait too long. Remember my words." Yi Xian nodded thoughtfully and entered the building. He didn't expect that Mo Shui, who he was trying to find, would be hiding here. Mo Shui entered the Northern Heavens Academy to investigate. Could it be that Nailin Bing was the person he was looking for? Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked up the building. Soon he arrived in front of a room. "Junior brother, come in." A woman's voice came from inside. Yi Xian pushed the door and entered. The room wasn't big, but it was decorated beautifully. This was Nailin Bing's room. At the end of the room, a woman in white sat on the bed. She had a beautiful face and was dignified and elegant. When she saw Yi Xian come in, she stood up and said, "Junior brother, you really made me wait." "Sorry, senior sister, I saw a friend earlier, so I came late." Yi Xian cupped his hands in shame. "It's okay." Nailin Bing smiled. "When I saw junior brother's quiet night thoughts, I knew junior brother was talented." "Where did junior brother come from?" "I was born in a poor family, not worth mentioning," Yi Xian said slowly. Not to mention the Holy Land, even the size of the Blood Rock continent was not comparable to Earth. "So," Nailin Bing nodded slightly and recited Li Bai's silent night thoughts as she walked. "Junior brother's literary talent really makes me feel inferior. Can junior brother compose another poem on the spot?" Nailin Bing asked curiously. "This?" Yi Xian was stunned. He was afraid of being asked this question. If he was asked to compose another poem on the spot, wouldn't that be asking for his life? Just as he was about to open his mouth, a voice suddenly entered his ears. "Brat, let's work together again. Help me see if this Nailin Bing has a birthmark on her left breast." This voice was very familiar to Yi Xian because it belonged to Emo Shui. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He knew that Emo Shui had a sound transmission technique, but he didn't expect that Emo Shui would actually seek him out for cooperation. This Emo Shui is indeed here to investigate. Is Nailin Bing his target? Yi Xian thought to himself. Otherwise, why would Emo Shui ask him to see if there was a birthmark on Nailin Bing's left breast? Moreover, what the hell was he looking at? He was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Nailin Bing was at the 8th level. Moreover, there was Bai Su outside who was also at the 8th level. Most importantly, he was in the inner courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy. If he dared to do so, not to mention the higher-ups of the Northern Heavens Academy, just the group of scholars would be able to kill him. "Brat, as long as you help me confirm, I'll teach you my secret technique," Emo Shui said again. Yi Xian wanted to refuse, but after hearing this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Emo Shui's secret technique? Could it be the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash? Damn it, I don't know how to send a sound transmission to Emo Shui. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Even if it was a secret technique, he couldn't compromise. After all, he couldn't joke around with his life. He was 2 meters away from Nailin Bing. If he launched a sneak attack, he should be able to do it. However, once he did so, he would have to break through the void and leave. What's more, the target of cooperation was Emo Shui. After seeing Yi Xian's sluggish expression, Nailin Bing suddenly smiled. She walked in front of Yi Xian and said, "Junior brother, are you not inspired? Come, senior sister will give you." After she finished speaking, she began to take off her clothes. Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly took a step back. What the hell is going on? "Junior brother, why are you so nervous?" Senior sister just felt a little hot. Nailin Bing smiled again and directly took off her clothes. Suddenly, a pair of white shoulders entered Yi Xian's eyes. Damn! Yi Xian was completely shocked. What was Nailin Bing doing? Was she seducing him? Could it be that because his literary talent was too good, and he was handsome, Nailin Bing fell in love with him at first sight? No, that's impossible. Yi Xian immediately dispelled this idea. This was because he saw a trace of craftiness in Nailin Bing's smile. He could also use this opportunity to see if Nailin Bing was the person Emo Shui was looking for. Immediately, he shifted his gaze downwards. He saw that there was indeed a pink birthmark on Nailin Bing's white underwear. This position was just above the left side of her chest. It's really her? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He didn't expect Nailin Bing to be the person Emo Shui was looking for. However, in the next moment, his expression changed greatly. This was because he heard the sound of a system notification. Ding! The host is immune to this poison. This system notification came out of nowhere and caught Yi Xian off guard. Poison? Yi Xian's body trembled. He quickly scanned the panel and found that he had inhaled a poison called the Bone of Charm. This poison was an aphrodisiac. In an instant, Yi Xian reacted. He was afraid that he had fallen into a trap. Not good, this is a trap. Let's go. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. Junior brother, are you feeling hot too? Come, let me help you. When Nalan Bing saw Yi Xian's expression, she stepped forward and prepared to help Yi Xian take off his clothes. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly burst out at full speed. He crashed into the wall and broke out of the building. Senior sister, I still have important matters to attend to today. I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian broke out of the building and rushed out. He cupped his fists at Nalan Bing and then quickly left. When Nalan Bing saw this, her face turned pale. She hurriedly put on her clothes and cleaned the bone of charm poison around her. Miss Bai Su, who was guarding outside, quickly rushed up to the third floor and looked carefully. I'm fine. I was sparring with junior brother just now and accidentally knocked him out, Nalan Bing explained. However, she was puzzled. Why wasn't Yi Xian poisoned? If Yi Xian was poisoned, Nalan Bing could use an excuse to kill Yi Xian. This excuse would be that Yi Xian coveted her beauty and wanted to poison her. Chapter 1197. Yi Xian's face was gloomy as he left the building. He didn't expect that he would almost be in big trouble. This Nalan Bing actually set a trap for me. She wanted me to be poisoned by the aphrodisiac so that I could violate her. Then she would be able to kill me naturally? Yi Xian thought to himself. He was also very scared. If he was one step slower, Nalan Bing would have attacked. At that time, the bone of charm poison in the room would be the evidence, and he would die an unjust death. He just didn't know why Nalan Bing wanted to kill him. But, Brat, what did you do? Just as Yi Xian returned to the outer court, Emo Shui's voice rang in his ears. Yi Xian turned around and found that Emo Shui had followed him. Why did you show me that? Yi Xian asked. Just tell me, do you have it or not? No matter what the answer is, I will teach you the peerless flame dragon slash. Emo Shui said coldly. However, even though it was passed down, not everyone could learn his ultimate skill. Give it to me first, then I will tell you. Yi Xian wasn't stupid enough to tell Emo Shui that Nalan Bing did indeed have a pink birthmark on her chest. Okay, take it. Emo Shui was also very decisive. He directly threw the secret skill of the peerless flame dragon slash to Yi Xian. What the heck? Yi Xian was shocked again. Emo Shui had a strange personality. Before, he wanted to kill him, but now he wanted to cooperate with him. What the heck? Ding, copy of the peerless flame dragon slash successful. The system notified. However, it wasn't over yet. Ding, the god art is a growth-type god art. Another system notification sounded. Growth-type god art? Yi Xian was stunned. He looked at the description and knew that after learning the growth-type god art, he only needed to spend a super devour crystal to increase its level. Even if he was in the fulfillment realm or fragmentation realm, he could use it. Simply put, he could use it for a very long time. Waha, this Emo Shui is going to suffer a huge loss. Does he think that I can't learn this peerless fire dragon slash? The heavens are helping me. Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. Emo Shui didn't know that he had it, so he had taken advantage of him. Since Emo Shui had kept his promise, Yi Xian decided to be a good person and tell him the truth. Alright, she does have the birthmark you mentioned. Yi Xian nodded. Really? Hearing this, Emo Shui shuddered and said, What is it? Emo Shui was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Naturally, he wouldn't trust Yi Xian so easily. It's like this. Yi Xian used his fingers to draw a symbol on the ground. It was the birthmark he saw on Nalan Bing's body. After seeing this, Emo Shui's killing intent surged as his eyes widened. As expected, it's this F***er. Emo Shui looked like he was about to eat someone. Originally, he wasn't too sure, but now he was sure. This Nalan Bing was the person he was looking for. Emo Shui is really looking for Nalan Bing? But Yi Xian didn't understand. However, he could feel Emo Shui's killing intent. It seemed that Emo Shui wanted to kill Nalan Bing. Nalan Bing wanted to kill him. As long as Emo Shui killed Nalan Bing, the hidden danger would be solved. Emo Shui snorted and disappeared. Next, he had to plan how to kill Nalan Bing, who was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart as he watched him leave. He also wanted to kill Emo Shui for the revenge mission, but he didn't dare to do it with Emo Shui in front of him. After all, he was in the Northern Heavens Academy. According to the Northern Heavens Academy's rules, if he attacked, he would be killed. At that time, how could he continue his investigation? The underworld and Mo Shui seem to be looking for the same person. Does this mean that the underworld also wants to capture Nailin Bing? Yi Xian organized his thoughts. His purpose of coming here was to see if this matter was related to the Yin Yang ancestor. However, Mo Shui left so quickly that he didn't have time to ask. However, he had to be careful because Nailin Bing wanted to kill him for some unknown reason. Moreover, he wanted to do it cleanly. This bitch, she actually poisoned me. If I catch her, I'll definitely strip her naked and hang her outside. Yi Xian said angrily in his heart. However, at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound entered his ears. He turned his head and saw a cloud of dust rising to his left. Could it be that someone didn't get along and started a fight? However, in the next moment, another loud sound came from another place. Rumble. 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 Loud sounds rang out one after another. The entire outer court was filled with smoke and screams. What's going on? Yi Xian was very surprised. He turned his head and saw a burly scholar charging at him. Kid, don't blame me. This tall and sturdy scholar held a long sword in his hand as he struck towards Yi Xian's head. You want to kill me? You're only at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. You're not qualified. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. He gripped the Sky Quake sword tightly in his hand and stabbed at the intruder. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. He had just learned this move, and it was Mo Shui's ultimate move. Its power was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, the burly scholar was swallowed by the flame dragon and turned into ashes. Such power! Yi Xian swallowed. However, in order to use this move, he had used more than half of his true qi. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Otherwise, he could only use it once in a short period of time. After the burly scholar died, Yi Xian rushed over and took his interspatial ring. Then he found a clue. Oh no, it's a spy from the Moon Worship Demonic Sect and the Underworld. Someone shouted. The Moon Worship Demonic Sect. The Underworld. Yi Xian was naturally familiar with these two forces. So that's how it is. Yi Xian immediately understood. This time, the Northern Heavens Academy was recruiting students. Naturally, there were many spies who joined. However, what were these spies trying to do? However, this group of spies from the Moon Worship Demonic Sect and the Underworld was only the vanguard. The real appetizer was yet to come. Bookworms of the Northern Heavens Academy, come out and die. A group of people suddenly rushed over from the horizon. The leader, a middle-aged man, shouted. Immediately after, a person from the outer court flew into the sky. It was the white-haired elder from the examination hall. Moon Worship Demonic Sect, how dare you? The white-haired old man shouted as he took out a treasure map. Then he used the power of all creations to reveal the treasure map. Mountain River treasure map? It's a pity that this treasure map is only a fake. Unless it's the real thing, it has no effect on me. Chapter 1198. This time, the Moon Worship Demonic Sect had sent quite a few people, and they had even joined forces with the assassins from the underworld. Although they were strong, they couldn't shake the Northern Heavens Academy. However, they weren't here to cause trouble. The outer courtyard was in a mess because everyone was wearing scholars' attire. The only ones who could distinguish them were the students of the Northern Heavens Academy. However, they couldn't tell who were from the Moon Worship Demonic Sect and the Underworld, and who were the real scholars. However, the people from the Moon Worship Demonic Sect cultivated demonic arts. When the white-haired old man's Mountain River treasure map appeared, many of them showed signs of discomfort. Yi Xian felt it for a moment, then attacked again. This time, the Northern Heavens Academy was in danger, but what did it have to do with him? He could use this opportunity to increase his strength. He was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm and wasn't considered outstanding in the outer courtyard. Therefore, he attracted the attention of many people. Die, brat! Another person who didn't care about his life charged at Yi Xian. Heavenly Thunder Halberd. Yi Xian threw the heavenly thunder halberd in his hand, and it instantly sank into the assassin's chest, electrocuting him into a charred corpse. Although Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, he wasn't weak. A mere 6th level of the Nether Passage realm dared to find trouble with him. He was truly courting death. At the same time, he also thought about the underworld and the moon worship demonic sect's actions. Could it be that they wanted to rescue those who were captured by the Northern Heavens Academy? Or could it be that they had other motives? Just as he was thinking, a few figures rushed out of the inner courtyard. These people were the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy, and all of them were in the fulfillment realm. Moon worship demonic sect, underworld, today, you won't return. A battle broke out in the sky, but it was in the fulfillment realm. This time, the moon worship demonic sect and the underworld had sent nearly 10 fulfillment realm experts. However, the Northern Heavens Academy wasn't weak. After all, this was their headquarters. In the blink of an eye, the two sides started to fight. Yi Xian killed those who were eyeing him covetously while observing the battle in the sky. The people above him were all fulfillment realm experts. If he could pick up a corpse, he would definitely be able to break through continuously. However, he felt that this mission was not that simple. Emo Shui? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly discovered Emo Shui's aura. The latter was rushing towards the inner court. This Emo Shui was also an assassin of the underworld, but this time he was not on the same side as the underworld. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately followed him. Was Emo Shui going to kill Nailin Bing this time? In that case, he might be able to join forces with Nailin Bing to kill Emo Shui, complete the revenge mission, and obtain 3 devour points as a reward. Tisk, today is the day you die. Yi Xian snickered as he followed him. Many old scholars came out of the Northern Heavens Academy's inner court. However, Yi Xian and Emo Shui were wearing the inner court's uniform. In addition to the chaotic situation, their killing intent was concealed and they didn't attract the attention of others. Soon, they entered the inner court. Sure enough, as Yi Xian expected, after Emo Shui entered the inner court, he headed towards Nailin Bing's building. However, Nailin Bing was the daughter of the Northern Heavens Academy's dean. She would definitely be protected by experts. Sure enough, the moon worship demonic sect and the underworld are creating a diversion. The people in the outer court are just delaying. The real main force is behind the Northern Heavens Academy. Yi Xian felt waves of powerful auras. They were all experts at the 8th and 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Similarly, a battle broke out in the inner court. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly wanted to give up on chasing Emo Shui. He wanted to increase his cultivation first because he was at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm like Emo Shui. However, Emo Shui was a reincarnate. If they were at the same level, Yi Xian did not have the confidence to kill him. However, if he was 1 level higher than Emo Shui, then it would be much better. I'll let you live first. Once I break through to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, I'll use your ultimate skill to kill you. Yi Xian decided to give up and join the battle in the inner court. The scholars in the inner court had always been on guard against Yi Xian because Yi Xian's murderous aura was too dense. He might be an assassin from the moon worship demonic sect or the underworld. However, when they saw Yi Xian attack the people from the moon worship demonic sect, they knew that Yi Xian was on their side. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Yi Xian wielded the heaven-shaking sword and fiercely slashed out. A flame dragon formed from a mixture of true chi and 10,000 mammoth strength attacked an 8th level Nether Passage realm expert. This expert was currently fighting with an old scholar. Originally, he did not put Yi Xian in his eyes. However, with this attack, he knew that Yi Xian was not to be trifled with. Boom! This moon worship demonic sect expert was hit head-on. However, because the difference in cultivation was too great, Yi Xian's attack was only able to injure him. Well done, junior brother. The old scholar shouted and used his 10,000 mammoth strength to condense a small sun above his head. The moment this small sun appeared, the moon worship demonic sect expert panicked. Righteous Yang scripture, scorching sun burns the heavens. No, this moon worship demonic sect expert's body started to emit smoke. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation dropped to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and directly pierced the moon worship demonic sect expert's heart. Many thanks, junior brother. After the old scholar shouted, he immediately turned around and went to help the others. The scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were humble and united. This battle was extremely important, so they saved the time to collect the spoils of war and went to help the others. This way Yi Xian benefited. Haha, in 8th level Nether Passage realm spatial ring. Yi Xian was grinning from ear to ear. Although there weren't many things, only worth around 500,000 inner demon pills, he could break through to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm with 1 or 2 more. At this time, the smell of blood suddenly came from afar. Yi Xian turned around and saw that the sky was covered by blood-red words. This is the 10,000-word blood scroll, the 6th level writing scroll. Moreover, it's an authentic one. Yi Xian recognized it. There were probably fulfillment realm experts fighting over there. Whether it was the Mountain River treasure map, the 10,000-word blood scroll, or the devil suppressing stone inscription, they were all devil suppressing weapons. It was because of these that the moon worship demonic sect was completely annihilated several hundred years ago. It took them several hundred years to rise again. I heard that the 1st level writing scroll's kill character art can not only suppress demons, but also ordinary people. Yi Xian was a little curious. He didn't know who had the kill character art's kill character art. However, he couldn't care less. This was a good opportunity to quickly increase his strength. He had to break through quickly and then kill Mo Shui. Chapter 1199. Although the peerless flame dragon slash consumed a lot of energy, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he could use it again very quickly. Immediately, Yi Xian stomped on the ground and shot out to help an old scholar nearby. Senior brother, I'll help you. Yi Xian shouted as he slashed his sword towards the enemy. Peerless flame dragon slash. Whoosh! The flame dragon whistled towards the enemy, but this time, the enemy was an assassin from the underworld. He was extremely fast and dodged the attack. However, in order to dodge the attack, he was stabbed by the old scholar's sword, causing a large amount of blood to gush out from his abdomen. After that, Yi Xian approached the old scholar at lightning speed and killed him together with him. This old scholar was the same as the previous one. After killing the enemy, he quickly turned around and left to help the others. As for the spoils of war from the underworld assassin, they belonged to Yi Xian. Just a little bit more, about 1,000,000 inner demon pills. Yi Xian thought to himself as he swept his gaze around. In the end, his gaze fell onto a few figures. To his left, there was a 6-person battlefield. 3 old scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy had formed the tripartite sword formation to deal with the enemy. As long as he killed these 3 enemies, Yi Xian would be able to break through. However, right at this moment, a powerful aura swept over. 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. It's the Jade-Faced Scholar. The Jade-Faced Scholar is here. The moon worship demonic sect is doomed. Senior brother Nalen, kill them. Following the appearance of this pale-faced scholar, all the scholars boiled up. This Jade-Faced Scholar was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. He was the genius in the Northern Heavens Academy who had the highest chance of breaking through to the Fulfillment Realm and opening Yuan Palace before the age of 25. At the same time, this Jade-Faced Scholar was called Nalen Jia. He was the dean's son and Nalen Bing's older brother. At this moment, the Jade-Faced Scholar Nalen Jia suddenly took out an object from his spatial ring. It was a carving, but it didn't look like anything. No one knew what it was. However, when Nalen Jia used his 10,000 elephant power to enlarge the carving, the surrounding experts of the demonic path vomited blood. It's the devil suppressing stone carving. Let's go. The moon worship demonic sect experts clutched their chests and immediately retreated. Don't let them go, chase them. The jade-faced scholar Nalen Jia shouted. The scholars' morale was high and they immediately chased after the enemy. However, the direction these people fled in was very strange. They were heading towards Nalen Ice's pavilion. Sister! Nalen Bing uses suppressing stone carving hurriedly. Suddenly, Xianzhu, quickly followed. Before that, he first realm. Emperor's sword. He, Bing's sword, lord of the underworld, emperor's sword, slashed. Bang. Yes, and Nalan B. Many thanks, junior brother. Let's go. We will follow in the footsteps of senior brother and annihilate the moon worship demonic sect. The three scholars were full of fighting spirit. They didn't even look at the universe rings and followed. Although they were older than Nalan had broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm at the age of 21. He was the number 1 genius of the Northern Heavens Academy. As for the 3 corpses, they were naturally Yi Xian's. Ha, awesome. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the 3 universe rings. It just so happened that the items in these rings could help him break through. Ding. Host has broken through to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding. Thunder Pearl has broken through. 3 system notifications rang out in succession. Yi Xian had broken through to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Wei Zhentian and the Thunder Pearl had also broken through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. If he were to use his trump card now, he would probably be invincible in the Nether Passage realm. Mo Shui, you're still not dead? Yi Xian's eyes widened as he quickly caught up with the jade-faced scholar. At this moment he understood a little. Previously, Mo Shui was not looking for 1 person, but 2. Since Nalan Bing's identity had been confirmed, then the other person was probably this jade-faced scholar, Nalan Jie. The people the underworld was looking for were Nalan Jie and Nalan Bing. Coincidentally, the moon worship demonic sect and the Northern Heavens Academy had a grudge against each other. However, Yi Xian still did not know why the underworld was looking for Nalan Jie and Nalan Bing. Could it be that they were also reincarnators? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and his eyes shone brightly. Yes, reincarnators. They must be reincarnators. Otherwise, why would Mo Shui be looking for them? Yi Xian immediately reacted. Mo Shui was also from the Penglai Holy Land. Why would he be so hostile to Nalan Bing, even showing killing intent? There was only one possibility. Nalan Jie and Nalan Bing were both reincarnators. I see. Now, Yi Xian finally understood Mo Shui's purpose. Perhaps, Nalan Jie and Nalan Bing were his grudges from his previous life. After the battle, both sides were heavily injured and reincarnated. However, Mo Shui was the first to awaken, while the siblings had not. Therefore, Mo Shui had to get rid of them first. After guessing the sequence of events, Yi Xian followed the jade-faced scholar and hundreds of old scholars to the waterfall just now. As expected, before Yi Xian could get close, he felt the aura of a group of experts. There were hundreds of them, at least at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. This time, the moon worship demonic sect and the underworld had put in a lot of effort to capture 2 people. However, reincarnators were at least reincarnation realm experts. So what if they sacrificed Nirvana realm and longevity realm experts? When the jade-faced scholar and others arrived at the back of the mountain, they found that Nalan Bing had been captured, and the person who captured her was a fulfillment realm assassin. Damn it! The jade-faced scholar cursed angrily when he saw his sister being captured alive. Brother, Nalan Bing, who was in the enemy's camp, shouted. The moon worship demonic sect and the underworld had planned this. One side was responsible for being the vanguard at the foot of the mountain to lure out the experts of the Northern Heavens Academy, while the other side was on the other side to attract more experts. The real goal was this pavilion. Now, their goal was already halfway there. The jade-faced scholar, Nalan Jie? The leading assassin grabbed Nalan Bing's neck with one hand and looked at Nalan Jie. That's right. Nalan Jie nodded and said, "Let my sister go, and I'll give you as many inner demon pills as you want." No, I don't want inner demon pills. The fulfillment realm assassin shook his head. Then what do you want? The jade-faced scholar frowned and asked. He and his sister Nalan Bing were twins. They had been very close since they were young. Now that Nalan Bing was captured, he was so anxious that he was about to explode. Chapter 1200. How about this, you fight with me? If you win, I'll let your sister go. If you lose, you'll have to leave too. The leading assassin said. Me. The jade-faced scholar frowned. He suddenly remembered the recent actions of the underworld. The underworld had been looking for siblings recently, and he fit the criteria. However, he didn't expect that the underworld didn't need so many siblings. They were looking for a pair of siblings instead. This pair of siblings was him and Nailin Bing. However, in order to save Nailin Bing, the jade-faced scholar Nailin Jie could only agree. Okay, I'll fight with you. Nailin Jie nodded. He was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, while the assassin in front of him was at the Fulfillment realm. There was a huge gap between the two of them. However, Nailin Jie was the #1 genius of the Northern Heavens Academy. He might be able to challenge someone of a higher level. Senior brother, you have to win. No, you have to win. The underworld's assassins are so despicable. Why didn't they send a Nether Passage realm cultivator to fight with senior brother? That's right, too despicable. A group of scholars were shouting and yelling. However, the opponent was an assassin. An assassin who would do anything to achieve his goal. What did it matter if he was called despicable? Kid, you have guts. The Fulfillment Realm assassin let out a cold laugh and dashed forward for a while. The jade-faced scholar put away the devil-suppressing stone engraving and walked out. The devil-suppressing stone engraving was very effective against the moon-worship demonic sect. However, it wasn't necessarily effective against assassins. This was because assassins didn't necessarily cultivate demonic arts. Obviously, this assassin came prepared. He didn't cultivate demonic arts. Therefore, this battle was unfair. At this time, Yi Xian, who was watching from below, was using the Eye of Revelation to secretly size up the situation. He found that Emo Shui wasn't there. Aren't Nailin Jie and Nailin Bing Emo Shui's enemies? Emo Shui came earlier than me. Where did he go? Yi Xian was very puzzled because he didn't find Emo Shui's corpse on the ground. There was only a white-clothed woman's corpse on the ground. It was Nailin Bing's maid, Bai Su. As for Emo Shui, there wasn't even a shadow. Maybe before Emo Shui arrived, the people from the underworld had already arrived, so he hid again. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, he suddenly noticed that the captured Nailin Bing had been chained up and taken away by a 9th-level Nether Passage realm expert. What are you doing? The jade-faced scholar was startled. He hastily shouted. Brat, you have to get past me first before you have the qualifications to chase after them. The Fulfillment Realm expert took off his mask and revealed a scarred face. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first. The jade-faced scholar, Nailin Jie, didn't say a word and directly rushed over with his long sword. The scarred assassin also clenched his long sword and rushed forward. There was a fundamental difference between the Nether Passage realm and the Fulfillment realm. When a cultivator broke through from the Nether Passage realm to the Fulfillment realm, they would open up a natal palace in a certain part of their body. This Yuan palace could be used to store true qi and then condense it into natal true qi. This natal true qi was much stronger than true qi. A first-level Fulfillment Realm expert could open up 1 natal palace. A second-level Fulfillment Realm expert could open up 2 natal palaces, and so on. A 9th-level Fulfillment Realm expert could open up 9 natal palaces. Natal palaces could not only increase the strength of one's soul and physique, they could also be used to condense natal true qi. This was why not just anyone could challenge someone of a higher realm. The jade-faced scholar, Nailin Jie, was powerful, but his opponent was also a seasoned assassin. Nailin Jie was already at a disadvantage in the first exchange. However, this was already very good. After all, a normal 9th-level Nether Passage realm expert would have been instantly killed by the scarred assassin. The jade-faced scholar is strong as expected. However, my goal today is not to kill you. The scarred assassin's eyes flashed as his aura suddenly increased. 2nd level of the Fulfillment realm. What? The jade-faced scholar, Nailin Jie, was shocked. His opponent was hiding his cultivation. This was over. Even if his opponent was only at the 1st level of the Fulfillment realm, he would have a hard time defeating him. Now that his opponent was at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment realm, he was doomed. Come here, Brett. The scarred assassin instantly burst forward and rushed to the side of the jade-faced scholar. Then, he formed a claw with one hand and grabbed the scholar's neck. The jade-faced scholar was captured in an instant. Eldest senior brother. Quick, go find the dean. Eldest senior brother has been captured. The dean is on the other side. He's been pinned down. The group of scholars panicked. The talented girl in their hearts had been captured, and now even their eldest senior brother had been captured. This was troublesome. The scarred assassin was at the second level of the fulfillment realm. Even if all of them attacked together, they might not be able to do anything to him. Unless the scarred assassin was replaced by an expert from the moon worship demonic sect, they might be able to win. At this time, Nalan Bing had already been taken away by someone. Now that Nalan Jie had been captured by the scarred assassin, the underworld's mission could be considered complete. Let's go! The scarred assassin let out a low shout, and everyone quickly retreated. However, at this time, a figure suddenly appeared from the horizon. Let him go! A deep voice rang out. Then, a man in a green robe flew over. The dean is here. These underworld assassins are dead meat. How can the remnants of the moon worship demonic sect beat us? They will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Following the arrival of the man in blue robes, the fighting spirit of the scholars soared. This man in blue robes was the current dean of the Northern Heavens Academy, Nalan Hao. He was at the second level of the fulfillment realm. Let him go! After Nalan Hao arrived, his gaze fell on Nalan Jie. At the same time, he let out a low shout. TSK, that won't do. The scarred assassin cracked a smile. He put a shackle on Nalan Jie and threw him to the others. He said in a low voice, take him and leave first. The other hidden fulfillment realm assassin took Nalan Jie and left the area. Father, sister has been taken away first. Nalan Jie couldn't use his true energy at this time, so he could only shout. Stay here. Nalan Hao was furious and immediately attacked. It's not that easy. The scarred assassin let out a low shout and went up to meet him. In an instant, the two great experts of the second level of the fulfillment realm began to fight. The group of scholars below were also restless. They wanted to directly charge over and kill everyone from the Underworld Palace and the Moon Worship Demonic Sect. However, there were still one or two Fulfillment Realm experts. If they attacked, they would probably suffer heavy losses. However, this battle wouldn't last long because the ones who were taken away were Nalan Hao's children. Assassins of the Underworld, I want you dead. Nalan Hao roared at the sky and took out a piece of calligraphy from his yin and yang ring. Nalan Hao unfolded the calligraphy and used the power of manifestation to enlarge it. Chapter 12:01. Suddenly, a large black word appeared in the sky. Kill. What? The kill word art? Wasn't it lost? The scarred assassin was shocked and quickly retreated. The kill word art was ranked number 1 on the famous works list. It was written by the founder of the Northern Heavens Academy, the Slaughter Scholar. This word could not only suppress people of the demonic path, but also those with killing intent. When this picture appeared, the assassins felt their chests tighten. Some even spat out blood and fell from the sky. Among the assassins, there were assassins from the underworld and disciples of the Moon Worship Demonic Sect. Their killing intent was not weak, but they were all suppressed by the kill word art. Not only that, but Yi Xian was also the same. At this moment, he was suppressed by the kill word art to the point that he could not move. Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. This kill word art had caused him so much trouble. What if someone was plotting against him now? Fortunately, the surrounding scholars were too lazy to pay attention to him, who was at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. When the kill word art appeared, they rushed forward and prepared to kill all the enemies. The kill symbol art was used to suppress people with killing intent. As for the inner courtyard scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy, they were all cultivating within the Northern Heavens Academy before the academy was opened. Therefore, they had never killed anyone before and naturally didn't have much killing intent. Therefore, the kill symbol art had little effect on them. No, this kill word art is a fake. It's not the real thing. Let's go. The scarred assassin immediately reacted. If it was the real kill word art, he might have peed his pants. However, this kill word art did not have as much effect on him as expected. Therefore, it was definitely a fake. Nalen Hao was furious and chased after him. However, the scarred assassin was an assassin who relied on speed. If he wanted to leave, even Nalen Hao could not stop him. In the blink of an eye, the scarred assassin grabbed Nalen Jie and left with him. As for Nalen Hao, he could only roar as he watched his son being taken away. Since this was the case, he would vent his anger on these assassins and the moon-worship demonic sect. "I want you all dead." Nalen Hao roared and began to kill crazily. Mission complete. Let's go. The experts of the underworld and the demonic sect retreated. After the mission was completed, they would receive great rewards and could even break through to the fulfillment realm. A great battle instantly broke out between the two sides. However, Yi Xian was extremely helpless because he was suppressed by the kill word technique and was unable to move. Fortunately, Nalen Hao had kept the kill symbol art after the other party had retreated a certain distance before giving chase. As a result, Yi Xian regained his mobility. Yi Xian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that someone would kill him just now. Fortunately, they didn't, otherwise he would be in deep trouble. Yi Xian was too lazy to care so much. Mo Shui had disappeared not long after entering the inner courtyard. Therefore, Yi Xian was too lazy to look for him. Leveling up was the way to go. He was currently at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. If he used his trump card, there would be no one in the Nether Passage realm who could match him. He wanted to take advantage of this situation to break through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm before chasing after Nalen Jie and Nalen Bing. "You guys?" Yi Xian glanced in front of him. There were a few voices. Their auras were not strong, only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Northern Heavens Academy's Dean, Nalen Hao, had gone to chase after the scarred assassin. As for the others, they had scattered. If he killed all of them, breaking through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm would not be a problem. He might even reach the 8th level. At that time, if he met Mo Shui again, he would be able to kill him without fear and complete his revenge mission. "Brat, a mere 6th level of the Nether Passage realm dares to cause trouble for us. See if I don't kill you." A brawny man turned his head and looked at Yi Xian as he shouted in a low voice. These people were the only remaining members of the moon worship demonic sect from the previous group. Therefore, they had retreated in a different direction from the underworld assassins. These people had been targeted by Yi Xian. "With just you guys?" Yi Xian directly threw out Wei Zhentian and Thunder Pearl. These two treasures were currently at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm and could fight one-on-one with a martial artist at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Unorthodox methods. Get lost. The brawny man stopped in his tracks and charged at Yi Xian alone. The other three people ignored him and continued on their way. However, none of them expected that Yi Xian's strength could not be measured by his realm. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Yi Xian casually took out a weapon and fiercely chopped at the brawny man. A flame dragon condensed from true chi and 10,000 mammoths' strength roared and instantly engulfed the brawny man. So strong. The brawny man's expression changed. Only now did he realize what kind of enemy he had provoked. However, it was already too late. It had to be said that Mo Shui's ultimate move was extremely powerful. From today onwards, Yi Xian could temporarily not learn any other abilities. With just the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash, he could dominate the world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flame dragon engulfed the brawny man and instantly burned him to ashes. The three moon worship demonic sect experts who were running at high speed ahead sensed something and turned their heads to look. All three of them were shocked. The brawny man at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm was actually killed by Yi Xian at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? At this time, Yi Xian quickly swept over and collected the brawny man's yin and yang ring. Then he gave chase. A scholar from the Northern Heavens Academy is indeed extraordinary. Let's kill him together. One of the men shouted. 3 at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm dealing with Yi Xian, who was at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, was already extremely rare. A 6th level Nether Passage realm expert killing 3 8th level Nether Passage realm experts was even rarer. After the brawny man died, the Thunder Pearl and Wei Zhentian swept between the three. These three definitely did not know the effects of the Thunder Pearl. Therefore, they only used their 10,000 mammoth strength to repel it. However, when the Thunder Pearl was in the middle of the three, its aura suddenly surged. An extremely powerful lightning energy erupted from within the Thunder Pearl. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of rays of lightning shot out and enveloped the three. Countless electric snakes slithered into the bodies of the three people. That tyrannical power of lightning directly electrocuted the three people into charred corpses. Not only that, but the entire area was also turned into a barren land. Not a single blade of grass grew, and the air was filled with a pungent burnt smell. A trump card that could instantly kill 3 8th level Nether Passage realm experts could be considered a profit. At this time, Yi Xian quickly swept over and collected the three's yin and yang rings. Chapter 1202. Continue. Without another word, Yi Xian immediately chased after the remaining people. However, at this moment, a very familiar aura suddenly flashed within his detection range. Mo Shui? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't see Mo Shui earlier because he was hiding. Now that he appeared again, it seemed that he was going to make a move. He's really going to chase after Nailan Jie and Nailan Bing. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then he chased after them. However, what he didn't understand was how Mo Shui was able to keep up with a fulfillment realm expert. Mo Shui was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, one level lower than Yi Xian. If Yi Xian attacked now, he would definitely be able to stop Mo Shui. However, he couldn't stop Mo Shui's escaping technique, so he decided to watch first. If Mo Shui could fight until both sides were injured, it would be great. Then, he could take advantage of the situation and kill Mo Shui. I have the eye of perception, and my realm is higher than Mo Shui's. If I follow him, he won't notice. Yi Xian thought to himself. Mo Shui was an assassin in the rebirth realm. His tracking skills were definitely better than ordinary assassins. If he followed him, he would definitely be able to find Nailan Jie and Nailan Bing. At this moment, Mo Shui was running in a certain direction. However, he wasn't running in the direction that the scarred assassin and Nailan Jie had gone. No, he's not chasing after Nailan Jie. He's chasing after Nailan Bing. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Nailan Bing and Nailan Jie were escorted by two people. Moreover, the route of the escort was different. I just don't know how the reincarnators awaken. Do they have to be killed once? Yi Xian was very confused. That day when Mo Shui awakened, he was killed by Yi Xian. However, if that was the case, why didn't he just kill Nailan Bing and Nailan Jie? At that time, he would be able to awaken. However, those people didn't. It seemed that they had other plans. Could it be that the person who wants to capture Nailan Bing and Nailan Jie is plotting something against them? Yi Xian guessed. No matter what, Yi Xian decided to take a look first. Mo Shui had used some unknown method to track down the fulfillment realm expert who had kidnapped Nailan Bing. Yi Xian, who was following behind Mo Shui, actually saw two people moving quickly. No, there was only one. One of them was being dragged. It really is Nailan Bing. This Mo Shui is worthy of being an assassin who has lived for thousands of years. It seems that he wants to get rid of one first. Yi Xian thought to himself from behind. At this time, it was already nighttime. Mo Shui's concealment technique was excellent. If not for Yi Xian's eye of revelation, he would not have been able to find him. Xianming Duo Demons, I didn't expect you to reincarnate as well. It seems that today is the day I take my revenge. Mo Shui thought to himself. Then, he turned into a ray of light and charged toward the fulfillment realm assassin. He finally made a move. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he stopped in his tracks. Back then, when Mo Shui was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, he had killed Lei Guang, the city lord of Thunderlight City, who was at the 1st level of the Nether Passage realm. Today, Mo Shui, who was at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, could defeat an assassin at the first level of the fulfillment realm? However, Yi Xian had learned something new. This Emo Shui was actually hiding his strength. No, not hiding his strength, but breaking through on the spot. 6th level of the Nether Passage realm? Yi Xian was shocked. When Emo Shui charged out, his aura had risen from the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. No, not the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, but the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Damn, what kind of method is this? Jumping 2 levels in a row? Yi Xian almost swallowed his Adam's apple. Even for him, breaking through twice in a row was not easy unless he had a large amount of natural treasures. As expected of a reincarnator, breaking through twice in a row, from the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Now, Emo Shui was only 3 levels away from the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, he didn't immediately attack, or else he would be in trouble. Even if he was 1 level higher than Emo Shui, he didn't have the confidence to kill him. Now that Emo Shui was 1 level higher than him, if they fought, he would definitely die. "You little rat, how dare you block my path?" A deep voice rang out. The first level of the fulfillment realm assassin put down the unconscious Nalan Bing and charged at Emo Shui. If it was an ordinary 7th level Nether Passage realm cultivator, he could kill them with 1 slap. However, he felt that Emo Shui wasn't so simple. He had to go all out, or else he would die a horrible death. "You get lost." Emo Shui yelled. "You're the one who wants to get lost." The brawny man slapped his hand, preparing to send Emo Shui flying. However, he didn't manage to do so, and his palm was scattered by Emo Shui. "As expected, you have some skills. Try this." The brawny man's body surged with extraordinary true chi. This true chi condensed into a palm and blasted at Emo Shui. This brawny man was a fulfillment realm expert of the underworld. He had already opened his natal palace and condensed his natal true chi. A divine ability formed from his natal true chi wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Great Sorrow Heaven-killing palm. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Emo Shui also slashed out with his sword. This was his strongest attack. Boom! The palm and the dragon collided, creating thousands of shockwaves. The vital energy of a fulfillment realm cultivator wasn't something that could be blocked by ordinary vital energy. However, Emo Shui wasn't a simple person either. Although he was slightly weaker this time, he still managed to dodge his opponent's attack. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Emo Shui slashed out again. Another flame dragon appeared, but this time, its target wasn't the brawny man, but the unconscious Nalan Bing. "You're not here to save her?" The brawny man was shocked. Emo Shui looked like a scholar, so the brawny man thought he was here to save her. However, Emo Shui actually attacked Nalan Bing. "But what I want is her death." Emo Shui didn't say anything else and sent out another Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. "Good lord, this girl is wanted by the big shots of the underworld. You dare touch her? You're courting death." The brawny man was furious. He once again used his natal true chi to disperse the 2 Peerless Flame Dragon Slashes. Some reincarnators would awaken their inherited memories, while others would only do so after death. Emo Shui had awakened his memories after his heart was pierced. However, if Nalan Bing's entire body was incinerated, she wouldn't be able to awaken her memories. However, if he wanted to kill Nalan Bing, he had to get past this brawny man first. In the distance, Yi Xian was very surprised to see Emo Shui fighting a fulfillment realm expert. Chapter 1203. Yi Xian was thinking that he should first use this fulfillment realm expert to exhaust Emo Shui, then attack and kill Emo Shui. His wishful thinking was not bad, but he thought of another way. Nalan Bing is wanted by the big shots of the underworld. If I hold her hostage, this man might fight to the death, Yi Xian thought in his heart. Using a hostage to threaten was a little despicable, but Nalan Bing had set a trap for him, so Yi Xian didn't feel guilty at all. However, he was hiding now. If he went out and held Nalan Bing hostage, what if the man suddenly changed his target and attacked him? In this way, it would be a bit of beating the grass and alerting the snake. "Fine, I'll watch here first." I'll let Mo Shui and the Fulfillment Realm expert fight for a while, then I'll go. In the end, Yi Xian decided to give up. After all, this was related to his revenge mission. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. If things went well, he could complete his revenge mission and get 3 Devour points. This way, he could use these 3 Devour points to activate a second combat bloodline in the expansion window of his combat bloodline. Thinking of the upcoming combat bloodline, Yi Xian was excited. He held his breath and quietly observed the battle with the Eye of Revelation. Great Sorrow Heaven-Killing Palm. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Mo Shui and the Brawny Man were locked in a fierce battle. Although Mo Shui was at a disadvantage in the current situation, the Brawny Man was at a disadvantage in the long run. This was because his natal true qi was quickly depleting. Without the support of his natal true qi, Mo Shui might instantly gain the upper hand. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian could see that the natal palace in the Brawny Man's body didn't have much natal qi left. When the Brawny Man's natal true qi was almost depleted, it would be time for him to attack. Soon, it will be the best time for me to attack. Yi Xian was excited. Not only was he looking at the Brawny Man's natal true qi, he was also calculating Mo Shui's natal true qi. The two of them were actually on par with each other. Great Sorrow Heaven-Killing Palm. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Rumble. Shockwaves rolled. The entire battlefield had been transformed beyond recognition by the two of them. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was hidden in the darkness, made his move. Mo Shui, your time of death has come. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he charged forward. However, just as he was about to act, the unconscious Nailin Bing suddenly woke up. Nailin Bing was the daughter of the Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nailin Hao. She was the goddess in the hearts of all the scholars in the academy. However, this goddess revealed a very bewitching smile at this moment. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Mo Shui, you're walking right into a trap. Nailin Bing looked at the flame dragon and said in a cold voice. Boom. This sentence shocked Yi Xian and Mo Shui. The latter turned around and saw that Nailin Bing had broken free of her shackles. 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Nailin Bing at this critical moment had actually awakened by herself. Otherwise, how could she recognize the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash and Mo Shui? Not good. Mo Shui's face darkened as he quickly retreated. He never thought that the heavens would play with him like this. Just as he was about to take revenge, Nailin Bing awoke on her own. Not only that, but Yi Xian was also the same. He originally wanted to attack, but Nailin Bing had suddenly awoken and broken free of her shackles. This was troublesome. Mo Shui was currently at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Nailin Bing was at the 8th level. She was an entire level higher than Mo Shui. If Nailin Bing hadn't awoken, Mo Shui would have been able to kill her in the blink of an eye. However, now that Nailin Bing had awoken, who would be stronger? At this moment, Nailin Bing, who had awoken, suddenly glanced at Yi Xian. F***CK. Yi Xian was shocked by this look. He hadn't come out of the darkness yet, but Nailin Bing had already discovered him. As expected of a reincarnator. Mo Shui followed her gaze and also discovered Yi Xian hiding in the darkness. Just now, he was fighting with the Brawny Man and didn't notice that there was another danger lurking around him. Let's go! Yi Xian didn't dare to delay and hurriedly turned to leave. This time, he was afraid that he would fail again. He wasn't the only one who wanted to escape. Even Mo Shui, upon seeing Nailin Bing's awakening, immediately turned into a streak of blood-red light and fled the scene. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Mo Shui, where do you think you're going? Nailin Bing snorted and chased after him. Her speed wasn't any slower than Mo Shui's, who was using blood escape. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind the dumbfounded Brawny Man and Yi Xian. The Brawny Man glanced at Yi Xian, but he didn't intend to attack at this time. His mission was to send Nailin Bing to a hidden place, and at the same time, ensure her safety and trap her. Now, Nailin Bing had broken free of her shackles and her strength had erupted. Her strength was so strong that it shocked him. He had to report this to his superiors as soon as possible. Therefore, he directly ignored Yi Xian and left in another direction. Damn, this is bad. Not only did my revenge mission fail, but Nailin Bing also awakened. If I meet her again, I will definitely die without a burial place. Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only blame his bad luck. Nailin Bing had awakened at this time and disrupted all his plans. Nailin Bing wanted to kill Mo Shui. Once Mo Shui died, Nailin Bing would chase after him. He didn't even have the confidence to kill Mo Shui, let alone Nailin Bing, who was also a reincarnator and 2 realms higher than him. It was impossible for him to defeat her. Therefore, he could only run. What a tragedy! Let's go! Yi Xian didn't say anything and turned to leave. However, he didn't choose to give up because he still had a small chance. As long as he broke through again, he might be able to snatch Mo Shui from Nailin Bing and then leave with the help of the Eyes of the Void. However, the probability was low because he didn't know the whereabouts of Mo Shui and Nailin Bing. However, he didn't know if it was a gift from the heavens. Not long after he left, an aura caught up with him. Mo Shui? Yi Xian was shocked. Why did Mo Shui suddenly turn back? He carefully sensed and found that Mo Shui's aura was very unstable. It seemed that he was seriously injured. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that his luck was very good. An injured lamb delivered itself to him. Soon, Mo Shui caught up with him. Sure enough, Mo Shui was seriously injured and looked like he was on the verge of death. Kid, let's make another deal. Chapter 1204. That Nailin Bing is still chasing you, right? You want me to save you? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. You should have guessed it. That Nailin Bing and Nailin Jie are indeed a pair of reincarnators. In my previous life, I had a great battle with them. In the end, I had no choice but to reincarnate. They were also heavily injured by me and reincarnated. Mo Shui said, Now, I only have one request, and that is to kill the Xian Ming duo demons for me. As for the reward, you can name it. You really want to join hands, but I want your life. Yi Xian didn't try to be tactful at all. Life? Mo Shui's eyes flickered as he said, I was hit by that woman's 3 days soul-seeking sword. Anyone who is hurt by this move will definitely die within 3 days. I can't reincarnate now, so there's nothing I can do to reverse the situation. So, I promise you. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Happiness came too quickly. He had chased Mo Shui for so long, and today, Mo Shui actually delivered himself to him. Was this a free lunch from the sky? Boy, I'll use my life in exchange for your promise. I only want you to kill Nailin Jie and Nailin Bing. This deal, do you dare? Mo Shui asked with a dignified face. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Xian immediately replied. What a joke. If he killed Mo Shui and completed his revenge mission, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Okay, then you come. There's not much time left, and that woman will be here soon. Mo Shui was very straightforward. Mo Shui was a real man, and this made Yi Xian admire him very much. At the same time, Yi Xian didn't actually need to agree. He could directly attack because Mo Shui was already at the end of his strength, and his strength was probably less than half of what it was before. If Yi Xian didn't waste his breath and directly attacked after seeing Mo Shui probably wouldn't have been able to survive. However, Yi Xian decided to agree to be on the safe side. After all, Mo Shui was a reincarnator, and it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Mo Shui, since I promised you, I will fulfill your wish. You can go in peace. Yi Xian slowly said. Then his eyes flickered, and a silver slash flew through the air. Facing this nirvanic slash, Mo Shui this time, he didn't dodge. He just stood there quietly waiting for death. Yi Xian was actually a bit nervous because he was afraid that this was a trap set by Mo Shui. However, he was overthinking things. So, with a crisp sound, Mo Shui's entire head was thrown into the air. When a person's head was chopped off, they would not die immediately. Their consciousness would be retained for a period of time. Yi Xian quietly watched, his emotions slightly agitated. Was Mo Shui really dead? However, after hearing the system notification in his mind, He was certain that Mo Shui was really dead. Ding. Host has successfully killed Mo Shui and completed the revenge mission. Reward, 3 Devour points. The system wouldn't lie to him. This system notification proved that Mo Shui was really dead. The revenge mission was completed. It's finally done. I got 3 Devour points. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't forget to take off Mo Shui's interspatial ring. There were many things inside. Although Mo Shui was a reincarnator, the most valuable thing was his memory. Yi Xian could have asked Mo Shui to write down some unique skills, but Yi Xian couldn't wait, so he took action. Mo Shui said that Nalan Bing, who was chasing after him, would be here soon. The things in the interspatial ring only increased Yi Xian's cultivation by a little. However, he now had 3 Devour points. Come, new battle bloodline. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly used the 3 Devour points on the expansion of his battle bloodline. Bloodlines were not expensive. What was expensive was the expansion. Originally, Yi Xian's Super Devour Crystal was not enough to expand the battle bloodline. However, what he spent now was not the Super Devour Crystal, but the Devour points. Moreover, it was 3 Devour points. Ding. Battle bloodline expansion successful. After the system notification, Yi Xian could finally choose his second battle bloodline. As for the second combat bloodline, he had chosen many bloodlines before, but as he leveled up, he finally chose a bloodline that appeared after leveling up. This bloodline was called the Killing God bloodline. Ding. Killing God bloodline successfully exchanged. Do you want to fuse it? Yes. Ding. Killing God bloodline fusion. After the Killing God bloodline fused with his body, Yi Xian felt a tremendous change. The Killing God bloodline was a new bloodline that appeared after the upgrade, so it was naturally not bad. The purpose of the Killing God bloodline was to kill people. Every time he killed someone, he would accumulate killing intent. The killing intent would increase according to the realm of the person he killed. As long as he accumulated a certain amount of killing intent, he could use some of the Killing God bloodline skills. Yi Xian had just fused with the Killing God bloodline, so the skills of the Killing God bloodline were not fully activated. Killing Intent Explosion fuses killing intent into attack to increase attack power. Killer Instinct allows the host to have extraordinarily sharp senses. Assassination Mode conceals one's aura, making it difficult for others to see through. Increases combat power in the dark. Death Pursuit Order marks an enemy and knows the enemy's direction. While fighting with the enemy, passively increases strength. Killing Feast. After activation, killing people for a certain period of time will increase strength. The higher the realm of the people killed and the more people killed, the greater the increase. These 5 skills were the new skills that appeared after Yi Xian fused with the Killing God bloodline. Killing Intent Explosion was an active skill. As long as he had killing intent, he could use it to increase attack power. There was no need to say much about the killer's instinct. This was a passive skill similar to Spiritual Sense. Its size was about the same as Spiritual Sense, causing Yi Xian's range of perception to expand once again. The Assassination Mode was also a passive skill. It allowed Yi Xian to have an extraordinary ability to conceal his aura. He could play the pig to eat the tiger. At the same time, he could passively increase attack power and speed in the dark. It was simply a godly skill. The next 2 skills were the highlight of the show. The Death Pursuit Order was the killing mark. The person who was marked with the Death Pursuit Order would be exposed at all times. Even if Yi Xian was millions of miles away from him, Yi Xian would still be able to know the other's direction. Most importantly, Yi Xian could increase his strength by fighting with the target of the Death Pursuit Order. As for the last skill, Killing Feast, it was an extremely powerful skill that was very suitable for group battles. Chapter 1205. After consuming the killing intent points to activate the Killing Feast, Yi Xian's strength would not increase. However, after killing someone, his strength would increase. To put it simply, the more he killed, the braver he would become within the time limit. This Killing God bloodline was indeed the bloodline that Yi Xian liked the most after the update. It was simply too powerful. These 6 skills were just the initial skills. In the future, Yi Xian could use Devour points to unlock new skills. For example, the Dark Night Canopy that could turn the surroundings into night, the extremely powerful escape skill Shadow Ratio, Scarlet Storm, Assassin's Eye, and so on. However, what made Yi Xian feel the power of the Killing God bloodline the most was a passive skill called One-Hit Kill. As long as he learned this passive skill, his attacks in the future would have a chance of triggering One-Hit Kill. As long as it was triggered, his attacks would have the effect of One-Hit Kill. Even the last level of the Connecting Heaven 9 levels, the Connecting Heaven Realm experts, would most likely die. Amazing, this is really amazing. 3 Devour points, it was worth it. Yi Xian could not help but gulp. He was originally far from the Combat Bloodline expansion bar, but now he had finally collected 6 bloodlines. In the future, I can use Devour points to fuse the Death Hunt order with the Eyes of the Void. After the fusion, the Assassin's Eye skill will allow me to instantly teleport behind the target of the Death Hunt order and assassinate them. Also, the unactivated Scarlet Storm can be fused with the 1,000 Ancestral Swords. The new skill, Blade Storm, is probably extremely powerful. Yi Xian was speechless. He wished he could use a large amount of Devour points to unlock all these skills. Unfortunately, he did not have them now. Ding! The host has collected 6 Void God bloodlines and above. Activating the Bloodline Fusion System. The system notified again. The 5 bloodlines that Yi Xian had fused before were all Void God bloodlines, which were very inferior. However, the current Killing God bloodline was Connecting Heaven bloodline. However, in general, the Bloodline Fusion System had finally been activated. Just as Yi Xian was about to sink into his mind to see what the Bloodline Fusion System was for, there was a sudden change in the sky. Yi Xian felt something and turned his head abruptly. He found a huge eyeball staring at him. Death's Eye. Yi Xian was frightened by the eyeball. His first reaction was that it was the Eye of Death. However, the eyeball that appeared this time was not the Eye of Death. This time, there was no aura of death. Instead, a very strange energy spread out. Then, Yi Xian saw a white gas floating out of Emo Xue's corpse and being absorbed by the huge eyeball. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered the mini sky dragon from before. The mini sky dragon saved him that day but didn't kill Emo Xue because it was afraid of something. Could it be this huge eyeball that was similar to the Eye of Death? Hua! Suddenly, the giant eyeball turned and its gaze landed on Yi Xian. Yi Xian was almost scared out of his wits by this glare. Back then, he had almost died from the glare of the Eyes of Death. Now again? Thank you, young man. Suddenly, a strange voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Who's talking? Yi Xian quivered and asked subconsciously, looking around. However, in the next moment, he focused his gaze on the huge eyeball. Could it be this huge eyeball that was talking? I am the Samsara City Lord. Thank you for killing a Samsara traveler and allowing me to absorb the Samsara will. To repay you, I can tell you one thing. You have not been reincarnated. When these words entered Yi Xian's ears, he trembled all over. What did it mean that he had not been reincarnated? Everyone had their own karmic cycle. If they died in this life, they could be reincarnated. The Samsara City Lord can see that I have not been reincarnated? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. What kind of people did not have reincarnated? It was a person or a ghost spirit that had been beaten to the point that their souls were scattered. In other words, in the future, Yi Xian's fate would either be to be beaten to the point where his soul would scatter, or he would become a ghost spirit. This reincarnation thing is beyond my understanding. However, can the Samsara City Lord really see my reincarnation? Yi Xian did not believe it. Because he was a transmigrator, he had transmigrated from Earth. If the City Lord of Samsara could really see the past and the future, would he be looking at the unlucky Yi Xian or him? Or could it be that he was the unlucky Yi Xian in his past life? No, there was another possibility. Of course, your future achievements may be greater than mine. That is why my eye of reincarnation cannot see through you. The mysterious Samsara City Lord said again. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Yes, how could he not have been reincarnated? After all, he had a clone that dominated the Bloodstone continent. His future achievements would definitely surpass the Samsara City Lord. That was why the Samsara City Lord could not see through his reincarnation. However, just as he was pondering, the huge eye of reincarnation turned into a bubble, as if it had never appeared. Previously, it was the will of death and the eye of death. Now, it is the will of reincarnation and the eye of reincarnation. What kind of expert is he? Yi Xian did not understand. However, the Samsara City Lord appeared after Mo Xue's death and absorbed the will of reincarnation in his body. Perhaps the Samsara City Lord became stronger by absorbing the will of reincarnation? Mo Xue was a rebirth realm expert. At his level, there are probably many rebirth realm experts. The Samsara City Lord might be using the will of reincarnation to increase his strength. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. However, it was just a guess out of curiosity. After all, he was too far away from the rebirth realm. Fortunately, the Samsara City Lord was different from the Eye of Death. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape death. However, he did not want to think too much about it because he had already sensed a powerful aura rushing towards him. The eye of perception, killer instinct, and spiritual sense made Yi Xian's senses much stronger than the average person. The assassination passive skill that he had just learned allowed him to become one with the darkness. His battle strength also increased by a lot. Even if a fulfillment realm expert appeared in the surroundings, it would be difficult for them to discover him. However, this powerful aura was following Mo Xue. The newcomer was Nailin Bing. She's here. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at the white figure in front of him. His eyes flashed. Command of death. Yi Xian immediately used the skill that he had just learned on Nailin Bing. In the next moment, a scarlet kill word appeared above Nailin Bing's head. Nailin Bing could not see or feel it. Chapter 1206. Fighting with the target of the death pursuit order can increase my strength passively. Adding on the fact that I can increase my strength passively in the dark, I might be able to fight Nailin Bing. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, Nailin Bing landed beside Mo Xue's headless body. She looked at the headless body and frowned. That eye of reincarnation just now, I wonder whose it was, Nailin Bing thought to herself. In her previous life, she was a peerless expert at the same level as Mo Xue. Naturally, she knew what the eye of reincarnation was. However, there was more than one person who had the eye of reincarnation, so she was not sure who it was. However, this was not important. What was important was, who killed Mo Xue? The wound is clean, it seems to be a sneak attack. Who has the ability to kill Mo Xue? Could it be a fulfillment realm expert? Nailin Bing began to be vigilant. Ever since she awakened, she had been chasing after Mo Xue. She even used her 3 days soul killer sword to injure Mo Xue, leaving a deadly sword energy in Mo Xue's body. This deadly sword energy would kill Mo Xue within 3 days. In her previous life, Mo Xue was also hit by this attack and was forced to reincarnate. However, in this life, Mo Xue's realm was not high enough, so he was bound to die. Of course, if there was an expert helping him, Mo Xue could have escaped. In order to prevent this from happening, Nailin Bing kept chasing after Mo Xue to ensure his death. Now, Mo Xue was dead, but he was not killed by Nailin Bing. This made Nailin Bing very angry. Mo Xue's life belongs to me, the mysterious underworld duo demons. Only I can kill him. Whoever dares to touch him is courting death. Nailin Bing was furious and roared, "Who killed him? Come out." She could not sense anyone, but she had a feeling that the person who killed Mo Xue was nearby. Indeed, as he expected, Yi Xian was hiding in the surroundings, preparing to kill Nailin Bing. Ding. Triggered random mission, kill Nailin Bing. Reward, 1 devour point. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack, the system suddenly gave him a notification. Random mission, it finally appeared again. The reward this time was actually 1 devour point. How generous! How, with this devour point, I can activate a skill of the god-killing bloodline. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. However, Nailin Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, and a reincarnator at that. On the other hand, he was only at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, and only had 1 trump card left. Killing Nalan Bing would not be an easy task. Most importantly, this random mission only had 1 day. If he didn't kill Nalan Bing within 1 day, the random mission would be invalid. I have to succeed in 1 go. Yi Xian changed his appearance, changing into a face that was unfamiliar to Nalan Bing. At the same time, he used Assassinate to hide his true level. This time, he was an assassin. Kill! Yi Xian instantly exploded with speed. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, turned into a ghost and attacked Nalan Bing. 10,000 swords returned to origin, spiritual sword formation. Yi Xian directly used his last trump card in an attempt to trap Nalan Bing. Although Nalan Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, Wei Zhentian was also at the 8th level. As long as he could trap her for 3 seconds, it would not be a problem. However, Nalan Bing was also a reincarnator and an assassin who had killed countless people. How could she be trapped so easily? You're really nearby. I want you dead. Nalan Bing held a woman's long sword in her hand and actually charged forward. Bang! 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 The gigantic sword continued to descend, but it was all easily dodged by Nalan Bing. However, Yi Xian was not to be trifled with. Although Nalan Bing's speed was fast, Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, could still capture her movements. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Yi Xian viciously slashed his sword, and a flame dragon appeared, whistling towards Nalan Bing. What? Peerless Flame Dragon Slash? Nalan Bing was slightly surprised. Wasn't this Emo Shui's ultimate move? Emo Shui was already dead, so who else could use it? I see. At this moment, a thought flashed through Nalan Bing's mind. This person who used the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash killed Emo Shui. Perhaps this person was Emo Shui's disciple? Emo Shui was hit by the 3 days soul-chasing sword and would definitely die within 3 days. Therefore, he asked his disciple to kill him and set up an ambush. Thinking of this, Nalan Bing's lips slightly curled up. In her previous life, she and her brother, Nalan Jie, were known as the Xianming duo. They had killed many people. Sometimes, even when they knew it was a trap, they would still take the enemy's head in the midst of tens of thousands of soldiers. Now, a mere person dared to call it an ambush? Soul-chasing sword. Nalan Bing waved her long sword, and a ray of sword energy shot out, sinking into the flame dragon. In the next moment, the flame dragon shook violently and disappeared into thin air. Another divine ability that can't be copied. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy as he thought to himself. Previously, he couldn't copy Emo Shui's Peerless Flame Dragon Slash with the Eye of Revelation because his realm wasn't high enough. Nalan Bing was also a reincarnator, so it was reasonable for her to use a divine ability that couldn't be copied. However, after this collision of true energy, Yi Xian also understood the difference between him and Nalan Bing. She could break his Peerless Flame Dragon Slash with a casual swing of her sword. This was the difference between them. After all, he had placed a death pursuit order on Nalan Bing, and he still had the enhancement of the assassination state. Luo Luo. In desperation, Yi Xian could only summon Luo Luo. Luo Luo was currently at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Her Eye of Enchantment could greatly increase the strength of Yi Xian's soul and strengthen Yi Xian's all-creation strength. If the all-creation strength increased, then Yi Xian's attack power would also increase. Luo Luo also knew that Yi Xian was fighting, so she used the Eye of Enchantment as soon as she appeared. Eye of Enchantment. A pink eyeball appeared, and as it stared, Yi Xian's soul strength increased greatly. Again! Yi Xian's strength suddenly increased, and he slashed at Nalan Bing again. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. As for Nalan Bing, after seeing the Eye of Enchantment, her footsteps paused, and her body trembled. How is this possible? How can a clansman with the Eye of Enchantment be born in a place like this? Nalan Bing was shocked. She was very familiar with the Eye of Enchantment because she was a member of the Fox clan in her previous life. She also knew the Eye of Enchantment. Emo Shui had shown killing intent when he saw Luo Luo because he was annoyed by Nalan Bing's Eye of Enchantment. I'm in a human body now, so I'm not used to it, Nalan Bing muttered to herself, and the way she looked at Luo Luo changed. However, It was better to deal with this peerless flame dragon / first. Life Reaping Soul / Chapter 1207. Bang! Two different types of true chi collided, creating thousands of shockwaves. This time, they were evenly matched. However, as a peerless assassin, Nalan Bing's attack was extremely fast. This sword will take your life. Nalan Bing suddenly took out an exquisite sword and swept it quickly. 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword. This move was her trump card. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He looked at the lightning-fast attack and thought of something. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous swords that shook the heavens descended, blocking in front of Yi Xian. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Nalan Bing's sword energy shattered the giant swords one by one. In the blink of an eye, she had destroyed dozens of swords. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian's cultivation level was high. The 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword could not hurt Yi Xian. How dare you touch the young master? You're courting death. Lulua's slender hand shook and the 7 demonic flames merged into one. Then, she threw the 7-colored lotus at Nalan Bing. 7-colored demonic flame, 7 consecutive explosions. What? Nalan Bing was shocked again because she knew this move before. It was the Fox Charm clan's ultimate technique. Not everyone knew it. It seems that this little girl is the reincarnation of an expert from the clan, Nalan Bing thought to herself. She guessed that Luolua was also the reincarnation of an expert from the Fox Charm clan. However, Luolua was younger than her by a few years, so she did not know who she was. After all, she had reincarnated before Luolua. Of course, it was also possible that Luolua was not a reincarnator and had only awakened her bloodline. However, so what if they were from the same clan? Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie had already left the Fox Charm clan. 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword. Nalan Bing used her ultimate technique again and clashed with the 7-colored demonic flame. Shockwaves swept out again. Nalan Bing was also a member of the Fox Charm clan in her previous life. Now that she had reincarnated as a human, she was not used to it. After all, there were many skills that she could not use. Therefore, she had a plan. She would first kill Yi Xian, then capture Luoluo. Then she used a secret technique to erase Luoluo's soul, turning Luoluo into an empty shell. And she would replace Luoluo. To comprehend the Eye of Charm at the age of 10, even the geniuses of the Fox Charm clan at that time were far too lacking. This was a super genius. I must get it. Nalan Bing's eyes widened, revealing a greedy expression. This expression was captured by Yi Xian. Does Nalan Bing have ulterior motives towards Luoluo? Yi Xian was shocked. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it would incur its wrath. Although Yi Xian was not a dragon, if anyone dared to touch his reverse scale, he would bite back even if he had to die. Die! Yi Xian was enraged and began to attack madly. The flame dragon's peerless / consumed a lot of qi, but Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. In addition to the 10,000 swords in origin, the thunder pearl, and Luolua's suppression, he could recover. For a moment, the two sides were evenly matched. Previously, Yi Xian could not even deal with Mo Shui, who was at the same level. Now, he could actually fight evenly with Nalan Bing, who was 2 levels higher than him. This was not bad. However, Nalan Bing had just awakened and was not used to it. In addition, she and her brother Nalan Jie were known as the mysterious underworld duo. If they did not work together, their individual combat strength was much weaker than Mo Shui's. It was because of these 2 factors that Yi Xian did not lose. Instead, he had the upper hand. Not good, I don't have enough qi. Nalan Bing's expression became more and more unsightly. She had just fought with Mo Shui and chased after him for a long time. In addition, she had used the 3 days soul-stealing sword technique several times. Thus, she only had a fifth of her qi left. She looked at Yi Xian again. Logically speaking, Yi Xian's qi should have been depleted long ago. However, he looked like he was at his peak. There was nothing strange about him. This did not make sense. One had to know that Nalan Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Yi Xian was only at the 6th level. Luolua was the same. This was too unreal. What is this brat's background? Nailin Bing could not help but think to herself. Yi Xian had changed his appearance and had the ability to assassinate. Thus, the aura that Nailin Bing felt was different from that of Yi Xian. Naturally, she would not be able to associate the two. However, now was not the time to care so much. If I see you again in the future, I will definitely take your life. Nailin Bing coldly snorted in her heart. At the same time, she deeply remembered Yi Xian's aura. If they met again in the future, she would definitely be able to recognize him. Unfortunately, she did not know that Yi Xian was the person she wanted to frame that day. Whoosh! Nailin Bing immediately turned into a flash of white light and flew into the distance. Good heavens, a reincarnator is actually a coward. Don't go! Yi Xian immediately chased after her. Nailin Bing was about to reach the end of her strength. Once the qi in her body was depleted, she would have less than 50% of her battle strength left. This was the best time to kill her. As long as he killed Nailin Bing, Yi Xian would complete the random mission and be rewarded with 1 devour point. He could also use it to activate the god-slaying bloodline ability. Yi Xian was determined to kill Nailin Bing. He definitely could not let her escape. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. However, Nailin Bing's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she had pulled away from Yi Xian. Fortunately, Nailin Bing had the death warrant. Even if they were separated by a planet, Yi Xian could clearly sense her direction until she died. The death warrant ignored distance, and that was what was truly terrifying about it. Young master, I don't know why, but I feel a sense of familiarity from Nailin Bing. While chasing after Nailin Bing, Luo suddenly said, What sense of familiarity? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and could not help but ask. I don't know. After her awakening, her aura felt familiar. Perhaps, she was also from the Fox Charm clan in her previous life. Luo shook her head. Fox Charm clan? Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly understood. If Nailin Bing was from the Fox Charm clan in her previous life, she might have reincarnated into a human to restore the body of a Fox clan member. No wonder Nailin Bing looked at Luo like that. So this was the reason. If that's the case, then you deserve to die even more. Yi Xian looked at Nailin Bing's back and killing intent surged. Although he had already fused with the god-slaying bloodline, he could not use the death warrant other than the initial few abilities. The killing feast required killing intent to activate. However, Yi Xian had not killed a single person since fusing with the bloodline, so he did not have killing intent. Chapter 1208. Fortunately, Yi Xian's assassination state could increase his movement speed and combat strength in the dark. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't shaken off by Nailin Bing so quickly. Once Nailin Bing's true qi was exhausted, she would die. However, things weren't as simple as Yi Xian thought. Just as Nailin Bing was about to leave Yi Xian's range of perception, an aura suddenly rushed in. A fulfillment realm expert? Yi Xian was shocked. Was it someone from the Northern Heavens Academy, the Underworld, or the Moon Worship Demonic Sect? If it was the Underworld or the Moon Worship Demonic Sect, he still had a chance to kill Nailin Bing. However, if it was a Northern Heavens Academy scholar, then there was no chance. Bing, a father has finally found you. A familiar voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He originally hoped that it would be an expert from the Underworld or the Moon Worship Demonic Sect. However, he didn't expect it to be Nailin Bing's father, Nailin Hao. Nailin Hao was an expert at the second stage of the fulfillment realm. At this moment his aura was slightly weak. He was probably injured, which was why Yi Xian thought he was at the first stage of the fulfillment realm. This is troublesome. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He had to admit that his luck was bad again. At this time, Nailin Bing was actually found. What the F***? Father, someone is chasing me. Although Nailin Bing was a reincarnator, she still pretended to be a frightened little bird. Which scoundrel is it? Come out. Nailin Hao was furious. He raised his hand and blasted out a palm. Whoosh whoosh. This giant palm brushed past Yi Xian. If Yi Xian was hit by this palm, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. As expected of a second stage of the fulfillment realm expert. Even if he's injured, he's definitely not someone I can fight against. Yi Xian was shocked. Fortunately, he was in the assassination state and hid in the dark. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. However, it seemed that he had to leave now because he didn't have the confidence to kill Nailin Bing under Nailin Hao's watch. Go! Yi Xian decisively tore open the void and left. It seemed that the random mission of killing Nailin Bing would not be completed. After Yi Xian left, Nailin Bing let out a sigh of relief. With her outstanding intuition, she knew that Yi Xian should have given up on pursuing her. From beginning to end, she did not know who Yi Xian was. However, the Fox Charm clan that could use the Eye of Charm was relatively easy to investigate. As long as that little fox appeared, then she could find out who was chasing after her. Bing, are you all right? Nailin Hao hastily asked. I'm fine. Nailin Bing shook her head. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that she had no other choice, she wouldn't reincarnate. This was because she had parents in her previous life. Now that she had one more parent in this life, she felt a little strange. Fortunately, she was someone who had lived for more than 1,000 years, while Nailin Hao was not even 100 years old, so she was too lazy to care too much. Bing, how did you escape? Nailin Hao couldn't help but ask. An expert who was passing by saved me. Nailin Bing casually made up an excuse. She didn't want to reveal the matter of the reincarnator, even if the other party was her father in this life. If Nailin Hao found out and accidentally leaked it, then they would be in trouble. Their enemies in their previous life would probably come together to eliminate them. So it's like this? Nailin Hao slightly nodded and said, this is not the place to talk. Let's go back first, then we'll start investigating your brother's whereabouts. Just now, he was chasing after the scarred assassin, but he couldn't catch up. So he immediately turned around and found Nailin Bing. Nailin Bing nodded. She wanted to find Nailin Jie as soon as possible and awaken him. At the same time, she also knew that the person who ordered to find them was definitely their enemy. Before they rose up, she would capture them first and then play with them as she wanted. After breaking open the void and leaving, Yi Xian once again used the Eye of the Void and returned to the Northern Heavens Academy. But this time, he had already returned to his original appearance. If he stood in front of Nailin Bing, she might not be able to recognize him. Nailin Bing of the mysterious underworld twin demons wanted to kill me before she awakened. But now that she's awakened, she's a 1,000-year-old monster. She probably won't lower herself to kill me. Yi Xian secretly thought in his heart. Although he didn't know why Nailin Bing wanted to kill him before she awakened, Nailin Bing had 1,000 years of memories and was extremely arrogant. She probably wouldn't continue to plot against Yi Xian. Of course, this wasn't certain. Maybe Nailin Bing's heart was lustful and wanted to kill him when she saw a handsome person? At the same time, as long as Yi Xian didn't reveal the peerless flame dragon slash, 10,000 swords return to origin, Nailin Bing wouldn't know that he was the one who chased after her. As for why he wanted to return to the Northern Heavens Academy, it was because there was something he coveted there. After fusing with the god of slaughter bloodline, other than killing people to obtain killing intent, I can also devour some treasures to obtain killing intent. Yi Xian looked at the peak of the Northern Heavens mountain and fell into deep thought. The thing he coveted was the kill symbol art. The kill symbol art was the creation of the Northern Heavens Academy's founder, the Slaughter Scholar. If he devoured this treasure, he would definitely obtain a large amount of killing intent. At that time, he could use the killing intent explosion to increase his attack power. Yi Xian re-entered the Northern Heavens Academy. At this time, the outer courtyard was filled with corpses and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. However, most of the corpses belonged to the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld. Yi Xian quickly passed through the outer courtyard and arrived at the inner courtyard. There was also a large amount of corpses here. However, at this time, the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were gathered in front of a stone wall. Yi Xian hurriedly went over to take a look and found an old man nailed to the stone wall. There were a total of 6 swords stabbed into his body. However, this old man wasn't dead yet. There was still a trace of life left. There were also 2 corpses on the ground. They were both scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy. The scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were all fulfillment realm experts. Who would have thought that two of them would fall this time? At this time, there were still two scholars beside the dying old man. They continuously used their spiritual senses to check the old man's injuries. Sigh, this is troublesome. The moon-worship demonic sect actually had someone who mastered the 7 profound demonic sword array. Although Elder Lu didn't get hit by the 7th sword, these 6 swords have already made the 2 scholars anxious. If this 7 profound demonic sword array is hit by the 7th sword, no one can save him. Fortunately, Elder Lu only got hit by 6 swords. As long as the Dean returns, Elder Lu will definitely be saved. It's a pity that the Dean went to chase after that expert from the underworld. He hasn't returned yet. This moon-worship demonic sect is really cunning. They took advantage of the time when our Northern Heavens Academy scholars were out to attack. If the Dean was here, he would definitely not let them return. Chapter 1209. The old scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were discussing softly. The Elder Lu they were talking about was the old man with the 6 swords stuck in his body. His aura was extremely weak, and he would probably die in a while. You too, don't waste your energy. This old man is powerless. You should set up a defense to prevent the experts from the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld from returning. Elder Lu coughed out a mouthful of blood and said weakly. Elder Lu, don't speak. We can suppress your injuries and wait for the Dean to return. A middle-aged scholar said. Elder Lu was an expert at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm and had already established 2 natal palaces. In this battle, he had killed several fulfillment realm experts, but in the end, he was ambushed and severely injured by a moon-worship demonic sect expert. The 2 first-stage fulfillment realm scholars were helpless against the 7 profound devil sword array. Therefore, they were waiting for the 2nd-stage fulfillment realm expert, Nalan Hao, to return. However, Yi Xian knew that Elder Lu wouldn't be able to wait for Nalan Hao's return. Even if Nalan Hao rushed back with Nalan Bing, it would take at least 2 hours. Elder Lu wouldn't be able to hold on for more than half an hour. What a pity! Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Other than Nalan Bing, the rest of the people he had seen from the Northern Heavens Academy were pretty good. However, at this moment, Yi Xian glanced at the mission system and saw that there was a mission to save Elder Lu. Save Elder Lu. Pull out the 6 swords in order. If Elder Lu survives, the host will be rewarded with 2 million inner demon pills. This was the mission. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian would rarely accept missions from the mission system. After all, it was time-consuming and exhausting. However, the mission in front of him had a generous reward. If the treatment was successful, Elder Lu would owe him a favor. Since there's this mission, it means that I can complete it. However, will the 2 scholars let me save Elder Lu? Yi Xian wondered in his heart. The 2 scholars wanted to suppress Elder Lu's injuries and wait for Nalan Hao to return. However, Yi Xian knew that Nalan Hao couldn't return before then. If I can't save him, I'm afraid that I'll be a sinner. Yi Xian was a little hesitant. Earlier he had observed for a while. Relying on the eye of revelation, he was able to discern some clues. If he was allowed to ponder over it, he might really be able to successfully treat the patient. Teachers, why don't you let me try? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stepped forward and clasped his fist. His words immediately attracted the attention of the several hundred scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of the 2 fulfillment realm scholars. The middle-aged academician looked at Yi Xian in shock. However, the other academician recognized Yi Xian. Yi Xian, is that you? When the white-haired elder turned around and realized that it was Yi Xian, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. It was only at this moment that Yi Xian realized that one of the 2 academicians in front of him looked familiar. This white-haired old man was the one who had given him the advancement test. Teachers, Elder Lu's injuries are getting worse. If we don't treat him quickly, I'm afraid that. However, I have a few methods that might be able to break this 7 profound devil sword formation. Yi Xian slowly said. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Earlier, the surrounding people's attention had been on Elder Lu. They were worried about Elder Lu's injuries and did not notice Yi Xian, who was emitting a large amount of killing intent, approaching. Now that he had taken the initiative to reveal himself, He had attracted many people's attention. You have a method? The white-haired elder recognized Yi Xian and asked in shock. Right now, Elder Lu's true qi has been separated into more than 10 segments by the 6 devil swords. If we don't pull out the 6 devil swords, the true qi of others will not be able to enter and suppress the injuries. What method do you have? The middle-aged academician asked. Yes, this junior knows. That's why I have to ponder over it. Yi Xian nodded and said, at the manifestation realm, one would have spiritual sense. However, spiritual sense was not omnipotent. This 7 profound devil sword formation prevented spiritual sense from entering. The middle-aged academician and the white-haired elder's spiritual sense were both blocked by the first devil sword, so it was very difficult for them to suppress the injuries. What they said just now was only to give Elder Lu some hope. Although Elder Lu has only been hit by 6 of the 7 profound devil sword formation, this 7 profound devil sword formation is the ultimate technique of the moon worship demonic sect. If the sword of the person who is hit is suddenly pulled out, it will cause the true qi in the injured person's body to flow backward and then explode. Therefore, we have to deduce the direction of the true qi flow after the sword is pulled out. Otherwise, the first sword may take Elder Lu's life, the middle-aged academician reminded again. Simply put, there had to be the correct order for the sword to be pulled out. Otherwise, Elder Lu would die instantly. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission. Save Elder Lu. Completion of the reward. The Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye will merge. If the reward is failed, the Eye of Illusion will not be able to be used anymore. Will the host accept this random mission? At this moment, the system suddenly prompted. This random mission came too suddenly, causing Yi Xian to be shocked. If the mission was successful, the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye would merge and create a new skill. If the mission failed, the Eye of Illusion would be useless in the future. This random mission could be accepted or rejected. Yi Xian once again fell into deep thought. Although he had the bloodline of a formation-breaking master, this bloodline was too low level. The 7 profound devil sword formation was the ultimate technique of the moon worship demonic sect, so the bloodline of a formation-breaking master was completely useless. However, Yi Xian had another thing. Yi Xian did not remember to accept the random mission. Instead, he used the Eye of Revelation to observe the true qi flow in Elder Lu's body. However, there were many functions that could not be called a system, such as a map. Yi Xian rarely used this kind of function, but he remembered it today. Record the direction of the true qi flow in Elder Lu's body and begin to deduce the situation after the 6 devil swords are pulled out. Yi Xian began to use it. These 6 devil swords were respectively stabbed into Elder Lu's 2 shoulders, right chest, left abdomen, and right thigh. Now, Yi Xian began to deduce the situation after one of the devil swords was pulled out. Would Elder Lu live or die? Kid, I know my injuries best. Even if the dean returns, I'm afraid he won't be able to save me in a short time. I can't hold on for that long. If you have a way, then do it. Even if I die, I won't blame you. Elder Lu, who was on the verge of death, said in a weak voice. Elder Lu, don't worry. I'm still in the midst of the deduction. I'll be done soon. Yi Xian said with a solemn expression. Chapter 12:10. Although the 7 profound demon sword formation was not a fulfillment realm divine ability, it was so tricky that even fulfillment realm experts would shrink back. Even we can't figure out the 7 profound demon sword formation. Can this kid really figure it out? The white-haired elder couldn't believe it, but they couldn't do anything now. Moreover, Yi Xian was only calculating and hadn't made a move yet, so he could only watch. Because it could also be considered a supercomputer. Its calculation speed was off the charts. Yi Xian had spent a lot of super-devouring crystals to calculate the order of drawing the 7 profound demon sword formation. At the beginning, it was calculating how to draw the demon sword on his left shoulder first. After careful calculation, the demon sword on his left shoulder was the first sword to be drawn. After it was drawn, the true qi wouldn't flow backward, so Elder Lu wouldn't die. Then, the system started to calculate the order of the second demon sword, which was on his right shoulder. However, this order was wrong. During the calculation, Elder Lu exploded and died. Then, the next step would be his left shoulder, then his right chest. In the end, Elder Lu still exploded and died. Left shoulder, left abdomen. Explode. Left shoulder, right abdomen. Explode. Left shoulder, right thigh. Success. This calculation method wasn't much different from a math problem, but it was many times more difficult because not everyone could calculate the direction of true qi flow. However, it was possible. After a while, ding! Calculation successful. The system notified. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It didn't disappoint him. It's done! Yi Xian exclaimed. What? The surrounding people were shocked. The calculation was completed? Yi Xian, you calculated it? The white-haired elder couldn't believe it. Even he couldn't figure out the 7 profound demon sword formation, but Yi Xian, who was only at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, actually had a solution? The other middle-aged scholar also couldn't believe it. Not only that, but the hundreds of scholars around them were the same. That's right. I've already calculated it. Yi Xian nodded and said, this is the first time I've seen the 7 profound demon sword formation. But if I'm not wrong, the 7th demon sword should be on the left thigh. That's right. The 7 profound devil sword formation is divided into the shoulders, thighs, abdomen, and right chest. The white-haired elder nodded in astonishment. It was Yi Xian's first time seeing the 7 profound devil sword array, but he was able to calculate the location of the 7th devil sword. He was indeed quite capable. This sentence received the affirmation of many people. Elder Lu had only been hit 6 times, and the 7th demonic sword had not hit him. Otherwise, he would have already died. However, Yi Xian was actually able to deduce the position of the 7th demon sword. Perhaps he really did deduce the order in which the swords were drawn. In this 7 profound demon sword formation, the order of the 7 demon swords can be changed, so there are countless ways to draw the swords. Did you really deduce it? The middle-aged academician couldn't believe it and asked again. In the past, during the war between the Northern Heavens Academy and the Moon Worship Demonic Sect, there was an academician who had been hit by the 7 profound demon sword formation. At that time, an expert had deduced a way to draw the swords, which allowed the academician to survive. However, that injured person had only been hit 5 times. Now there were 6. I'm 99% sure. Yi Xian solemnly replied. In fact, he was 100% sure, but if he was too confident, it would make the people around him doubt him. However, 99% was still very impressive. 99%? The white-haired elder was stunned. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. At this time, the incomparably weak Elder Lu opened his mouth and said, since that's the case, then come. Even if you die, I won't blame you. He was already at the end of his life. In another 10 minutes, he would probably die. Thus, they couldn't delay any longer. The longer they delayed, the harder it would be to treat him. Thus, they had to do it as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yi Xian turned his head to look at the white-haired elder and the middle-aged academician, trying to get their permission. Elder Lu can't hold on for that long. Alright, come on. If you dare to fail, I'll beat you to death. The white-haired elder nodded. Come on. If you can save Elder Lu, the dean will definitely reward you greatly. The middle-aged academician also nodded. They estimated that Elder Lu only had 10 minutes left. Within these 10 minutes, even if the dean of the Northern Heavens Academy, Nayland Hao, returned, he wouldn't be able to save him. Now, they could only treat a dead horse as a living one. When the surrounding scholars heard this, they held their breaths and didn't dare to disturb. All right. Yi Xian received the agreement of the 3 and immediately nodded. As his voice fell, a wave of all creation's strength wrapped around the demon sword on Elder Lu's left shoulder. Rip! This demon sword was pulled out by Yi Xian using all creation strength. The first demon sword was pulled out. As long as the deduction wasn't wrong, Elder Lu's true qi wouldn't flow backward, and he wouldn't explode and die. Clang! This demon sword fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. At this moment, the entire place was silent. No one dared to breathe loudly. Puff! As this demon sword was pulled out, Elder Lu coughed out another mouthful of blood. However, The true qi in his body didn't flow backward. It's done, it's done. His true qi didn't flow backward. This sequence is correct. Amazing, amazing. This junior brother really deduced it. Elder Lu can be saved. Ha! Elder Lu's body is still strong. How could he die at the hands of the moon-worship demonic sect? The surrounding disciples all revealed hopeful expressions. When the white-haired elder saw that the sequence was correct, his eyes lit up. The first demon sword had a 1 in 6 chance of being pulled out by Yi Xian. No one knew if he really deduced the sequence or if he got it right. If the second demon sword was pulled out successfully, the probability would be 1 in 30. For the third demon sword, the probability would be 1 in 120. Shut up, all of you. Be quiet. The middle-aged academician hurriedly shouted. The surroundings immediately quieted down. Kid, you're quite capable. Come on. Elder Lu felt that the true qi in his left shoulder had returned to normal. He hurriedly suppressed the injury on his left shoulder. But Yi Xian nodded. Then he wrapped the hilt of a demon sword with the power of all creations. Rip. This demon sword that was stuck in Elder Lu's right thigh was pulled out. Everyone held their breaths and looked at Elder Lu. His true qi didn't flow backward. Elder Lu was fine. The first demon sword had a 1 in 6 chance of being pulled out. However, the second demon sword had a 1 in 30 chance of being pulled out correctly. Yi Xian probably really deduced the sequence of the sword. He's saved. Elder Lu is saved. Everyone's hearts were boiling. Yi Xian was very confident. Since he said that the deduction was successful, it must be successful. Chapter 12:11. Left shoulder, right thigh, left abdomen, right chest, right shoulder, right abdomen. 6 demonic swords were pulled out by Yi Xian in an instant. At the same time, old Lu coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was alive. Everyone looked at the 6 demonic swords on the ground, their hearts filled with shock. Yi Xian's actions were too fast. They didn't even have time to react. Everyone was stunned. Old Lu. The white-haired old man reacted immediately. He hurriedly rushed forward to check. The middle-aged scholar did the same. After checking, he found that old Lu's life wasn't in danger, but he was very weak. Don't look, I'm fine. Old Lu leaned against the stone wall and said in a weak voice, I never thought that you could really save my life. In fact, there were people who suspected that Yi Xian was a remnant of the moon-worship demonic sect. However, if Yi Xian was a remnant of the moon-worship demonic sect, why did he save old Lu? If he waited a little longer, old Lu would die. Why did he expose himself? The middle-aged scholar and the white-haired old man also thought about this. They never thought that Yi Xian would really succeed. I, Lu Wanli, killed nearly 10,000 people a few decades ago. After that, I almost went berserk. Then, I joined the Northern Heavens Academy and began to cultivate my mind. As old Lu spoke, he took out a scroll from his universe ring and said, This is what I wrote before I joined the Northern Heavens Academy. Now that you've saved my life, I'll use this to repay you. This scroll fell into Yi Xian's hands. Before Yi Xian opened it, he felt a murderous aura. 10,000 words blood scroll? The middle-aged scholar was shocked. The 10,000 words blood scroll was ranked 6th on the famous works list. It was a treasure of the Northern Heavens Academy. He never thought that old Lu would give it to Yi Xian. This, Yi Xian was also shocked. He only saved old Lu because of the random mission. He never thought that he would receive such a big gift. Although the 10,000 words blood scroll was ranked 6th, it could intimidate everyone like the kill word art, even if the enemy didn't cultivate demonic arts. I can no longer display the power of the 10,000 words blood scroll. You have a dense murderous aura. This 10,000 words blood scroll is more suitable for you. Old Lu said. Thank you, old Lu. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked old Lu. At the same time, the system notification sound of notifications. Ding. Host has completed the mission of saving Elder Lu. The reward is 2 million inner demon pills. Ding. Host has completed the random mission, Eye of Illusion and Burning Eye Fuse. Host has learned the Scorching Hell. 3 consecutive system notifications, 3 Old Lu, Yishen, Old Lu, Old He Lu, Old Lu, Old Ye, Old of I. The Scorching Hell was a new skill created by the fusion of the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye. It was a combination of illusion and mental attack. Its effect was stronger and more convenient. Yi Lu and felt Yi Lu to it of Ye Old Thousand, of course. Everyone, don't tell anyone about what happened today. The white-haired old man hurriedly said. The 10,000 words blood scroll originally belonged to Old Lu. Therefore, he didn't have the authority to ask about it. It was reasonable for Old Lu to use it to repay his life-saving grace. However, a treasure like the 10,000 words blood scroll had fallen into the hands of Yi Xian. This matter had to be concealed. If outsiders knew about it, Yi Xian would be in trouble. The surrounding people were all old scholars, and they all remembered this point. Okay, everyone go and set up a defense. Then clean up the corpses. The middle-aged scholar said. In this battle, the White Northern Heavens Academy's losses were relatively small. However, they still lost 100 scholars from the inner courtyard and countless from the outer courtyard. As for the Moon Worship Demonic Sect and the Underworld Assassins, they lost at least 3 times more people. Old Lu was also sent to a hidden place by the white-haired old man and the middle-aged scholar to treat his injuries. The other scholars stood guard outside the Northern Heavens Academy to prevent the enemy from launching another sneak attack. After obtaining the 10,000 words blood scroll, Yi Xian suddenly looked into the distance. There was a scarlet kill word that ordinary people couldn't see. Nailin Bing will probably return in 1 or 2 hours. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Not even an hour had passed since the random mission to kill Nailin Bing. Yi Xian still had 23 hours to complete it. Now that he had obtained the 10,000 words blood scroll, he could directly devour it and convert it into killing intent. At that time, he could use the killing intent explosion to fight Nailin Bing again. Unfortunately, when Nailin Bing returned to the Northern Heavens Academy, there would definitely be a fulfillment realm expert protecting her. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't complete this mission. Forget it, I'll give up for now. Yi Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about this matter. Of course, if the Moon Worship Demonic Sect and the Underworld Assassins launched another sneak attack before Nailin Bing returned, he might be able to break through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. At that time, he might not succeed in killing Nailin Bing. After all, he had changed his identity. However, the assassins from the Moon Worship Demonic Sect and the Underworld probably wouldn't come for a while. After 1 or 2 hours, the Northern Heavens Academy experts who went out to kill the Underworld returned. At the same time, Nailin Hao and Nailin Bing also returned. The Dean is back. After hearing this news, everyone quickly gathered together. Dean, where's Nailin Jie? A Fulfillment Realm academician asked. We couldn't catch him. He ran away. Nailin Hao said helplessly. Fortunately, he had saved Nailin Bing. Otherwise, this loss would be too great. Dean, the dead scholars have been buried. As for the corpses of the Moon Worship Demonic Sect and the Underworld Assassins, they are all piled up in the back mountain. The expert continued to report. Did you capture anyone alive? Nailin Hao frowned and asked. Yes, we captured a few 8th-level Nether Passage Realm Moon Worship Demonic Sect members and a 9th-level Nether Passage Realm assassin. The expert nodded. We must find the Moon Worship Demonic Sect's nest and the whereabouts of my son, Nailin Jie. Nailin Hao said sternly. The expert quickly left. At this time, Yi Xian, who was mixed in the crowd, looked at Nailin Bing, who had the word kill above her head, and felt an unbearable impulse in his bones. His mission target was close at hand. As long as he killed Nailin Bing, he could complete the random mission and obtain a devouring point. However, Nailin Hao was now beside Nailin Bing. No matter what, he couldn't kill Nailin Bing. Fortunately, Nailin Bing didn't notice anything. This was because Yi Xian used the assassination state and changed his aura that day. After Dean Nailin Hao returned, he began to take charge of the situation. Soon, the Northern Heavens Academy returned to normal. However, this time, 3 experts had died. In addition to that, there were also hundreds of inner courtyard scholars. It was very painful. Dean, I have one more thing. Chapter 12:12. What? Nalan Hao asked in astonishment. In the previous battle, Elder Lu was ambushed by the remnants of the moon-worship demonic sect. He was hit by 6 of the 7 profound magic sword formation. The middle-aged scholar slowly said. After hearing this, Nalan Hao suddenly remembered that Elder Lu wasn't present. He hurriedly asked, 7 profound magic sword formation, how is Elder Lu now? He's fine now. Just now, a student successfully broke the 7 profound magic sword formation and saved Elder Lu. At the same time, Elder Lu bestowed the student with a 10,000-word blood scroll as a reward. The middle-aged scholar said. Broke the 7 profound magic sword formation? Nalan Hao felt that it was inconceivable. He asked, my Northern Heavens Academy actually has such a student. Who is it? Yi Xian, why aren't you coming out yet? The white-haired elder reminded him. Helpless, Yi Xian could only slowly walk out from the crowd. Just now, he was mixed in the crowd, so Nalan Bing didn't notice him. However, when he walked out, Nalan Bing's attention fell on him. It's him? Nalan Bing raised her eyebrows as she recognized Yi Xian. However, she didn't recognize Yi Xian as the person who had chased after her. Instead, she recognized him as the one who had entered her room before her awakening. At that time, after seeing Yi Xian's silent night thoughts, she was afraid that Yi Xian's literary talent would surpass that of her brother, Nalan Jia. Therefore, she wanted to frame Yi Xian. After her awakening, she had recovered 1,000 years of memories. Naturally, she wouldn't do such a thing. However, Yi Xian had seen some things that he shouldn't have seen. Furthermore, to prevent this matter from leaking out and ruining her reputation, Nalan Bing didn't want to see it. Therefore, when Nalan Bing looked at Yi Xian, there was a trace of killing intent that was difficult to detect. If there was a chance, she would definitely eliminate Yi Xian. With such dense killing intent, he actually passed the advancement test? The Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nalan Hao, had a face of disbelief when he saw Yi Xian. Yes, I personally tested him. He can even memorize CIU's record. The white-haired old man stepped forward to prove to Yi Xian. Nalan Hao quietly looked at Yi Xian. He had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt that Yi Xian was not simple. At this moment, the white-haired elder continued. Dean, he also composed a poem. After the appraisal of the appraisal hall, this poem's ranking is even higher than the 10,000-word blood calligraphy. What? When these words entered Nalan Hao's ears, it caused his body to tremble. You're saying that Silent Night Thought was composed by him? Not bad. The white-haired old man nodded. So it's him. Very good, I can help make that Silent Night Thought into a treasure. If the person who made the poem did it himself, the effect would be even higher. However, your realm is too low. Nalan Hao said somewhat helplessly. Let's give the quiet night to the academy, Yi Xian said generously. Then I thank you on behalf of the academy. Nalan Hao did not hold back. He had seen that Silent Night Thought before. Even he might not be able to compose such a poem. If it was made into a treasure, it would definitely be a demon-suppressing weapon. At that time, he could even make a large number of counterfeits for the academy scholars to use. After Nalan Hao finished speaking, he took out a bag of items and handed it over to Yi Xian. These 10 million inner demon pills are your reward. I hope you can compose a better poem. Thank you. Yi Xian did not say anything as he accepted the 10 million inner demon pills. This time, he had really made a huge profit. If these 10 million inner demon pills were exchanged for ores and heavenly treasures, it would be enough to shock the heavens and allow Luo Luo to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Not only that, Yi Xian could also break through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Okay, everyone can disperse. Dean Nalan Hao waved his hand, and the surrounding students dispersed. This matter was not over yet. Because Nalan Jia was still kidnapped, the higher-ups of the Northern Heavens Academy had to discuss this matter and come up with a strategy. This enmity must be avenged. As for Nalan Bing, she also left with Nalan Hao and the rest. However, before she left, she shot a deep glance at Yi Xian. It shouldn't be because she discovered me, but because she had the intention to kill me. Yi Xian's heart trembled. In this world, everyone would hold grudges. Although Nalan Bing was the one who did it, after awakening, she still held a grudge against Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew that if Nalan Bing had the chance, she would definitely eliminate him. Yi Xian looked at Nalan Bing's back as she left. Although he could no longer see her figure, the word kill on top was extremely eye-catching. The death hunting order would not disappear even if he went to the ends of the earth. Yi Xian immediately went to the refining hall of the Inner Academy and exchanged a large amount of inner demon pills for ores and heavenly treasures. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding! Thunder Pearl has broken through. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level 7 Nether Passage stage. 3 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian's strength had a qualitative leap. However, he still didn't have the confidence to kill Nalan Bing. The Northern Heavens Academy already knows that the targets are Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. They will definitely send experts to protect me. Even Nalan Hao won't leave my side. Unless I'm alone, I have no chance of winning. Yi Xian looked at the blood-red word, kill, on top of the Northern Heavens mountain and thought of a solution. Right? I haven't looked at the bloodline fusion system. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of this matter. Previously, the bloodline fusion system hadn't been activated because he hadn't fused 6 bloodlines. Now that he had 6 bloodlines, he had already activated the bloodline fusion system before the fight with Nalan Bing. However, he had forgotten to check it. Yi Xian immediately started to check it. Although it had been activated, he still couldn't use the bloodline fusion system. The bloodline fusion system was to fuse 2 bloodlines of the same type. For example, the Sword God bloodline and the Slaughter God bloodline. Then, a new bloodline would appear. This new bloodline would be more powerful than the previous 2. The Slaughter God bloodline is the best. It seems that I will have to use fusion in the future to obtain a stronger bloodline. Yi Xian said inwardly. This bloodline fusion system required the devouring origin or devouring point. Therefore, it couldn't be used at the moment. After that, Yi Xian discovered that after the bloodline fusion system was activated, there were additional functions. For example, recycling. For example, he could exchange the previous miscellaneous bloodlines for super devouring crystals. Even skills could be used. Tyrannical Emperor's Boundless Sword, Devouring Point. Eye of Nirvana, Devouring Point. Eye of Decomposition, Devouring Point. This list contained all the skills that Yi Xian could recycle. It's really difficult. These skills are quite useful. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. Chapter 12:13. However, the return of 10,000 swords had only leveled up once. Currently, it was at 1,000 swords. If it leveled up to 10,000 swords in the future, it would be awesome. Furthermore, the Scarlet Storm in the God of Slaughter bloodline could be fused with the 10,000 swords returned to origin, fusing into the Sword Storm. Forget it, I'll retract the Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and made a decision. The Tyrannical Emperor's Boundless Sword was an AoE skill. The fact that this skill was worth 1 Devour point was out of Yi Xian's expectations. This was because even the Nirvana I only had half a Devour point. Ding! The Tyrannical Emperor's Boundless Sword has been successfully retrieved. The host has obtained 1 Devour point. The system prompted. Now, Yi Xian could no longer use the Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword, but he had 1 more Devour point. Coincidentally, this devouring point could be used to exchange for the growth contract. Then, he could make the rumbling Thunder Pearl like Wei Zhentian. This was originally Yi Xian's plan. However, Yi Xian suddenly changed his plans. If that was the case, he might as well pawn off the Thunder Pearl as well. Ding! Thunder Dragon's Roar and Heavenly Thunder Apocalypse have been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 2 Devour points. Now, Yi Xian had a total of 3 Devour points. Under the Slaughter God bloodline, there were still a few skills that had not been unlocked. These required Devour points to exchange for. At that moment, Yi Xian expended 2 Devour points to activate his ultimate skill, Scarlet Storm. Ding! Scarlet Storm activated successfully. The system prompted again. This move was one of the super powerful skills of the God of Slaughter bloodline. Its power was probably not inferior to the 10,000 Swords' return to origin. Moreover, the cooldown time was the same as the 10,000 Swords' return to origin, 3 days. However, this Scarlet Storm could fuse with the 10,000 Ancestral Swords. Ding! Do you want to fuse Scarlet Storm and 10,000 Swords into one? Fusion requires 1 Devour point. Ding! Fusion of powers. Ding! Host has learned Blade Storm, 1,000 Swords. After a few system announcements, Yi Xian mastered the most powerful attack skill to date. Ding! The Spiritual Sword Array has been successfully retrieved. The host has obtained 1 Devour point. This notification sound was out of Yi Xian's expectations. Only then did he remember that there was a sub-skill of 10,000 Swords in Origin, Spiritual Sword Array. Not bad, not bad. I got a little more. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at Blade Storm. This skill also had a cooldown of 3 days, but its power was probably several times stronger than 10,000 Swords' return to origin. However, it was a pity that this move required killing intent to use. After using it, Wei Zhentian could turn into thousands of blood swords and cut the enemy into minced meat. At the same time, the Blade Storm also had a passive effect, which was that the more people killed, the stronger the Blade Storm would become. It was a bit like a killing feast. Worth it, it's really worth it. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Although he had lost his 3 skills, he now had a powerful trump card. At this moment he hoped to be able to fight with Nailin Bing the most. Would Nailin Bing be able to withstand the storm of swords? Even if Nailin Bing was a reincarnator, she would not be able to escape death from the sword storm. Now that he had this additional point, Yi Xian decided to fuse his skills again. Ding! Would you like to fuse the Deathly Hunt command with the Eyes of the Void? Fusion requires 1 Devour point. Ding! Fusion. Ding! Host has learned Assassin's Eye. The fusion this time was a little different from the previous one. After Scarlet Storm and 10,000 Swords fused, both skills disappeared, leaving only the Blade Storm. However, this fusion did not cause the Deathly Hunt command and Eyes of the Void to disappear. Instead, there was an additional skill called Assassin's Eye. With this Assassin's Eye, I can immediately appear behind Nailin Bing and assassinate her. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This move was very practical. However, Nailin Bing was currently being protected, so he could not use it for the time being. All the blood in my body is boiling. Nailin Bing, give me a chance to assassinate you. Yi Xian looked at the blood-red kill character in the distance and roared in his heart. Scorching Hell, Blade Storm, and Assassin's Eye. These 3 new skills made Yi Xian's battle intent explode. With his current realm, if he used Blade Storm, he might even be able to kill a Fulfillment Realm expert. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have the chance. Very quickly, a day had passed. During this day, the entire Northern Heavens Academy was in a state of alert. At the same time, many scholars went out to inform the academicians outside. Yi Xian was also waiting for an opportunity. Soon, it was time for the random mission to kill Nailin Bing. Once the time was up, there would be no more rewards for killing Nailin Bing. It seems that there is no other way. Yi Xian was very helpless. At this time, he felt the group of Fulfillment Realm academicians move. Everyone gather. A familiar voice echoed in the air. Soon, all the scholars in the Northern Heavens Academy gathered. Nailin Hao descended from the sky and began to speak. From the mouths of the moon-worship demonic cult's remaining members and the assassins of the underworld, we obtained the location of the moon-worship demonic cult's hiding place. Therefore, I have decided to mobilize all of our forces. This time, we must eliminate the moon-worship demonic cult. Hearing this, all the scholars present boiled up. This time, they must eliminate the roots. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the moon-worship demonic sect rose again. Dean, what about eldest senior brother? Suddenly, someone asked. The eldest senior brother he spoke of was Nailin Jie, who was kidnapped by the scarred assassin. Nailin Jie's life shouldn't be in danger. This time, the elimination of the moon-worship demonic sect is the key. We will talk about this later. Nailin Hao said. If the moon-worship demonic sect was not eliminated, more people in the Northern Heavens Academy would die in the future. Therefore it must be carried out first. Hearing this, Yi Xian admired Nailan Hao in his heart. No wonder he could become the dean. I have already interrogated the location of the moon worship demonic sect's headquarters. This time, we will be too big of a target. Therefore, I have already sent people to find the old dean and prepare to ride the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. Nailan Hao said, the Northern Heavens Academy had only been opened recently. Before that, the people in the academy couldn't not leave their homes. The old dean of the Northern Heavens Academy was a private teacher in a small village. Everyone, wait for half a day. After half a day, we will set off. Nailan Hao said. Just as he finished speaking, a golden ray of light suddenly swept over from the horizon, followed by a sharp cry. It's the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, the old dean is back. The last time we saw the old dean was last year. I wonder if the old dean's realm has increased again? This time, many experts of the moon worship demonic sect have died. We will definitely be able to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 12:14. Soon, the golden light arrived above everyone's heads, and a figure slowly descended. Nailan Hao, what's going on? The person who descended was an old man. He had a thin figure and wore coarse hemp clothes. If they met outside, no one would think that he was the previous dean of the Northern Heavens Academy, Tang Hongcheng. There were a few families in the Northern Heavens Academy, and the frivolous scholar Tang Yuanlong was Tang Hongcheng's grandson. In addition, the middle-aged scholar who was with old Lu was Tang Yuanlong's father. As for the white-haired elder who took the test for Yi Xian, he was Tang Hongcheng's younger brother, Tang Hongyang. He was also Tang Yuanlong's second grandfather. What's going on? After Tang Hongcheng appeared, he frowned. Master, the moon worship demonic sect and the underworld have joined forces to launch a sneak attack on the Northern Heavens Academy. This time, I want to eradicate the moon worship demonic sect, so I'm asking you to come out. Nailan Hao directly explained the situation. The moon worship demonic sect sure has guts. Tang Hongcheng coldly snorted and said, have you notified the others? I've already sent people to notify the scholars outside. I estimate that they will arrive in half a day. Nailan Hao nodded. Good, this time, we must clean up the moon worship demonic sect, or else they will rise again. Tang Hongcheng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Although the Northern Heavens Academy didn't like killing, they wouldn't be merciful to the moon worship demonic sect. Soon, half a day passed. After half a day, close to 10 scholars outside returned. Other than Tang Hongcheng, there were also 2 second-stage fulfillment realm experts. This time, they must annihilate the moon worship demonic sect in one fell swoop. Okay, everyone come up. Outside the Northern Heavens Academy, Tang Hongcheng stood on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle and shouted. Then all the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy jumped on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. There were more than 400 people. Previously, when the Northern Heavens Academy was in seclusion, only teachers and scholars who met people they liked would bring them back. Therefore, there weren't many scholars in the academy. However, this wasn't something that the moon worship demonic sect, which had yet to rise, could contend with. After hundreds of people climbed on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, Tang Hongcheng ordered them to head northwest. This heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle was a fulfillment realm heaven-piercing beast. It would take about half a day to reach its destination. As for their destination, it was called the unmarked common graves. The unmarked common graves could be considered a dangerous place. Once, a sect was established here. However, that sect was later annihilated. Tens of thousands of people from the sect were killed. Corpses piled up into mountains and rivers of blood flowed. As a result, the resentment energy there was extremely great, directly affecting the surrounding areas. Not a single blade of grass grew there, only a few dark creatures moving about there. Over time, that place became a dark and gloomy place with no sun and no moon. The unmarked common graves happened to be the most ideal cultivation location for the moon worship demonic sect. This was because the remnants of the moon worship demonic sect could absorb the essence of the moon to cultivate. This time, the entire Northern Heavens Academy had mobilized. There were 4 people at the second level of the fulfillment realm, a dozen people at the first level of the fulfillment realm, and several hundred disciples at the 6th to 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yi Xian stood on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. Looking at the blood-red kill character in front of him, he revealed traces of killing intent. Although the random mission to kill Nailin Bing had already expired, he still had to help Mo Shui fulfill his wish. This Nailin Bing must be killed. The assassins from the underworld are probably still thinking about that Nailin Bing. This time, the operation to annihilate the moon worship demonic sect might also be supported by the assassins from the underworld. Yi Xian thought in his heart. It just so happened that he could use this opportunity to increase his strength. If he broke through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, he might not even need to use his trump cards to fight against Fulfillment Realm experts. At the same time, the unmarked common graves was a very good place for him. Because it was pitch black here, in this kind of environment, his assassination state would be effective again. Riding on the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, it took another half-day before they arrived at the unmarked common graves. This unmarked common graves is rather dark and will be quite troublesome. You guys should ride my heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. Tang Hongchang directly rode on the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle and entered the unmarked common graves. The unmarked common graves wasn't large, and the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle would probably be able to explore it in 2 hours. However, since the moon worship demonic sect had been hiding for so long, they should be hiding somewhere. Immediately, the Northern Heavens Academy's scholars flew at a low altitude and used their spiritual senses to check every corner. Maybe one of the caves was the entrance to the headquarters of the moon worship demonic sect. Yi Xian also held his breath and started to investigate. His eye of perception, spiritual sense, and killer instinct made his range of perception second only to Tang Hongchang, an expert at the second level of the fulfillment realm. They wandered around for an hour, but didn't find anything. Could it be that we were played? Nailin Hao said with some astonishment. Impossible. During the interrogation, I poisoned them with the sex poison. Everyone's testimony is the same, there's no mistake. One of the scholars replied. At this moment, a figure was suddenly swept by the spiritual senses of the group of experts. There's someone. Nailin Hao gave a low shout and immediately rushed out. The unmarked common graves was barren and rarely had people. Since this person appeared in the unmarked common graves, he probably wasn't a simple person. He might even be a remnant of the moon worship demonic sect. Not good. When the passing man saw the golden light in the sky, his expression changed and he immediately turned around and ran. Where are you running to? Nailin Hao rushed out from the shadows and instantly appeared in front of the man. Then he patted the man's shoulder with his large hands. Immediately, the man felt that the true qi in his body wasn't flowing smoothly. He was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Nailin Hao was at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment realm. There was a difference of 3 realms. If Nailin Hao wanted to kill him, he would have become a corpse already. Where is the headquarters of the moon worship demonic sect? Nailin Hao didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Senior, what are you saying? I don't understand. The man pretended to be at a loss and asked. However, he didn't expect that Nailin Hao would grab his throat the moment he spoke. Don't talk nonsense with me. I've already sensed the devil vein in your body. If you don't speak, you'll die. Nailin Hao snorted coldly. His spiritual sense had already entered the man's body before he got close. If he wanted to, he could easily cripple the man's cultivation. Kill me if you want. This remnant of the moon worship demonic sect had a backbone and spat out a few words with difficulty. I won't let you die so easily. Nailin Hao took out a bottle of liquid from his universe ring and forced it into the man's mouth, forcing him to drink it. Then he used his true qi and manifestation strength to urge the man to refine it. What did you give me? Chapter 12:15. What did you give me? Nailin Hao didn't answer the question. Instead, he waited for 2 seconds. The man was forced to consume the unknown substance. 2 seconds later, his mind started to fall into a trance. Where is the headquarters of the moon worship demonic sect? Nailin Hao asked again. This time, the man was stunned for a second before he answered, "Walk 10,000 miles to the west. There is a cave under a stone wall." But Nalen Hao nodded. He lifted the man onto the back of the heavenly golden cloud-splitting eagle and asked a few more questions. For example, how many experts were there in the moon-worship demonic sect, and whether the assassins from the underworld were there. There are a few assassins from the underworld here. There is only one in the fulfillment realm. As for the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect, there are 2 second-stage fulfillment realm experts and 5 first-stage fulfillment realm experts. The man answered. After hearing this, the faces of the experts from the Northern Heavens Academy sank. They never thought that the moon-worship demonic sect would rise so quickly. One of them had already died in the Northern Heavens Academy. They never thought that there would be 2 more. If they had acted together that day, the Northern Heavens Academy might have been finished. However, the moon-worship demonic sect couldn't figure out the Northern Heavens Academy at that time. They didn't know how many experts were there, so they cooperated with the underworld to investigate. Find someone to watch over him. If he makes any strange movements, kill him without mercy. Nalen Hao put a shackle on the dazed man and handed him to the others. The shackle sealed the man's true energy. He could only display strength at the 3rd stage of the Nether Passage realm. Anyone present could easily kill him. Since they already knew where the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect was, it was time to catch them all in one fell swoop. Soon, the heavenly golden cloud-splitting eagle arrived at the place mentioned by the man. Nalen Hao scanned with his spiritual sense and found a cave. The headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect. "Uldeen, what should we do?" Nalen Hao asked. "We don't know if there are other exits in this cave. If we kill our way in, we might fall into the enemy's trap." Tang Hongchang said. "If we suddenly kill our way in, they shouldn't have set a trap, right?" Nalen Hao frowned. "That might not be so. 2 days have already passed. The moon-worship demonic sect still hasn't leave. They might be waiting for us. Therefore, you must be careful." After Tang Hongchang finished speaking, he glanced at the man and said, "Even if the moon-worship demonic sect set up a trap, they probably won't tell people of their level. It's better to be careful." "Then let's look for the exit again?" Nalen Hao asked. This time, Tang Hongchang did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment. The remnants of the moon-worship demonic cult are extremely cunning. They might have more than one escape route. It's not possible to find all of them in a short time. So, let's just kill our way in. Tang Hongchang continued. In the end, they still decided to kill their way in. However, this did not mean that they were going to charge in with great fanfare. They were going to do it secretly. "All right, then I'll take the lead," Nalen Hao suggested. He was an expert at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm, and the moon-worship demonic cult only had 2 experts at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. If he was the vanguard, he would be able to kill all the experts who weren't at the fulfillment realm along the way. "All right." Tang Hongchang nodded. However, just as he finished speaking, waves of aura suddenly rushed out of the catacombs. "Be careful." Tang Hongchang and Nalen Hao were shocked. "Northern Heavens Academy, I've been waiting for you for a long time." A black-clothed old man slowly walked out. Behind him, there were hundreds of experts from the moon-worship demonic cult. Sure enough, there's an ambush. Seeing this, Tang Hongchang and Nalen Hao's face sank. The moon-worship demonic cult had not moved away after failing to attack the Northern Heavens Academy. They must have some kind of plan. "Tell me your name," Nalen Hao said loudly. "This old man is the current sect leader of the moon-worship demonic cult, Fang Yuanqing." The black-clothed old man replied. "Sect leader?" When these 2 words fell into the ears of the experts of the Northern Heavens Academy, their bodies trembled. It seemed that the moon-worship demonic cult wanted to fight with the Northern Heavens Academy this time. However, they did not know if the assassins from the underworld had come. Thinking of this, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy were very cautious. If they were to compare, the Northern Heavens Academy had many more experts than the moon-worship demonic cult. If they were to fight, the Northern Heavens Academy would definitely win. However, if the underworld also came, the result would not be certain. So, the assassins from the underworld are nearby? Nalen Hao immediately reacted. That's right. Before Nalen Hao's voice fell, another group of auras appeared. This group of assassins from the underworld were proficient in concealment. In addition, they had set up a formation beforehand. Even Tang Hongchang and Nalen Hao, who were at the second stage of the fulfillment realm, did not discover them. This time, the underworld had sent over 10 fulfillment realm experts. The person leading them was the scarred assassin who had kidnapped Nalen Jia. He was at the second stage of the fulfillment realm. It seemed that the Northern Heavens Academy had fallen into the enemy's trap this time. This was indeed a trap. Don't worry. This time, we are going all out. Those people from the moon worship demonic cult all cultivate demonic arts. Our martial arts and treasures are specifically targeted at them. This battle will definitely be our victory. That's right. Almost all of us cultivate the righteous Yang scripture. As long as we use all of them, these remnants of the moon worship demonic cult will be burned to ashes in an instant. We just need to pay more attention to the assassins from the underworld. On the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, a group of old scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy whispered to each other. However, the expressions of Nalen Hao and the others were not very good. If they could think of this, why couldn't the moon worship demonic cult? However, the people from the moon worship demonic cult were very calm. It was obvious that the assassins from the underworld were not their true reliance. At this time, Fang Yuanqing narrowed his eyes and quietly made a hand gesture to the people behind him. Form, Great Demonic Moon Suppressing Yang Formation. In an instant, the experts of the moon worship demonic cult condensed their true qi and 10,000 elephant strength, forming a bright moon above their heads. A unique aura spread into the surroundings. These bright moons looked after each other. The experts of the moon worship demonic cult were also draped with a faint layer of silver gauze. At the same time, the white clouds in the night sky receded, revealing the real moon above their heads. This was a true bright moon, making the silver veil on the experts even thicker. The Great Demonic Moon Suppressing Yang Formation was a magical array that the moon worship demonic cult had spent 100 years researching. It was specifically targeted at the Northern Heavens Academy. At this moment, the effects of the Northern Heavens Academy's divine abilities and treasures were negligible. After seeing the actions of the experts of the moon worship demonic cult, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy were shocked. Chapter 12:16. Originally, the Northern Heavens Academy was confident that they could easily kill the moon worship demonic sect's experts as long as they dealt with the underworld's experts. However, the moon worship demonic sect unexpectedly had such a trick up their sleeve. The Northern Heavens Academy's advantage instantly decreased. No, if the underworld's assassins were included, the Northern Heavens Academy was already at a disadvantage. Nalen Hao, your current expressions are really interesting. The sect leader of the moon worship demonic sect, Fang Yuanqing, laughed with a calm expression. Not only that, the moon worship demonic sect's people all revealed smiles. The Northern Heavens Academy was full of confidence just now, but now they were worried. There were even some who were trembling in anger. Their expressions were really interesting. It's not certain who will live and who will die. Nalen Hao said with a gloomy expression. He whispered, set up the formation. The moon worship demonic sect had the demonic moon suppressing sun great array, while the Northern Heavens Academy had quite a few sword arrays. Moreover, they knew that as long as they broke the demonic moon suppressing sun formation, victory would belong to them. Since that's the case, let's start the battle. Fang Yuanqing's expression sank as he prepared for a big battle. At this moment, the scarred man on the assassin's side suddenly shouted, "Wait!" "Scar, what's the matter?" Fang Yuanqing asked. Long ago, they had already discussed it. The moon worship demonic sect wanted to destroy the Northern Heavens Academy, while the underworld's assassins only wanted Nalen Bing and Nalen Jia. This was a mutually beneficial deal. I have a few words to say to Nalen Bing. The scarred man suddenly turned to look at Nalen Bing. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Lip reading. It's lip reading, analyze it for me. Yi Xian immediately used some super devouring crystals. Soon, he learned what the scar-faced man had said. This scarred assassin, let Nalan Bing go with him, then the underworld can withdraw from this battle. Yi Xian frowned as he thought. This was what he analyzed, but there was one sentence that he did not analyze because he was one step slower. Father, this scarred man let me go with him, then he can lead the other assassins from the underworld and withdraw from this battle. Nalan Bing whispered to Nalan Hao. Bing, when did you learn to read lips? Nalan Hao was very surprised. Nalan Bing had always lived in the Northern Heavens Academy and had never left. Within the Northern Heavens Academy, there wasn't a single person who knew how to read lips. However, Nalan Bing actually knew how to do it. This was simply inconceivable. In fact, ever since Nalan Bing was rescued, Nalan Hao felt that his daughter was a little strange. She was not the same as before. This change was so big that if Nalan Bing was not his daughter, Nalan Hao would not recognize her. I've read about it in a book. It's a common technique used by assassins in the underworld. Nalan Bing casually explained. He also said that Big Brother is very safe right now. However, a super expert has taken a fancy to us siblings and wants to take us as disciples. However, it's not convenient for him to show himself, so he entrusted it to the underworld. A super expert? Nalan Hao raised his eyebrows and said, this underworld palace's assassin is unscrupulous in order to complete his mission. You cannot trust him so easily. In his heart, because Nalan Bing had always been in the Northern Heavens Academy, she had never seen the world. Therefore, she would be easily deceived. Father, the reason why I was able to escape that day was because of that senior. He asked me to think about it. Nalan Bing continued. It's him? After this reminder, Nalan Hao immediately reacted. So this was the reason why Nalan Bing was kidnapped by a fulfillment realm assassin and luckily escaped. Otherwise, with Nalan Bing's realm, how could she break free from the shackles and escape from the hands of a fulfillment realm expert? Then why did someone want to kill you? Nalan Hao continued to ask. Maybe those low-level assassins did not know and wanted to capture me after seeing me on the road. Nalan Bing replied. Now, Nalan Hao was also deep in thought. Let the underworld palace's assassin wait first. We'll talk about this after we deal with the moon worship demonic sect. Tang Hongchang suddenly suggested. Okay, I'll discuss with him. Nalan Bing nodded, then turned to look at the scarred assassin and used lip language to communicate with him. Scar, what are you talking to her about? Fang Yuanqing asked in surprise. At this time, the scarred assassin and Nalan Bing just finished communicating. The former replied, I asked her to come with me so that she won't be accidentally injured in the battle, but she didn't agree. Okay, since that's the case, then let's do it. Things might change if we delay. Fang Yuanqing did not think much about it. Father, the scarred assassin said that they can wait and talk about it later. Nalan Bing reminded. But hearing this, Nalan Hao's eyes lit up. As long as the underworld palace's assassins did not help, then even if the moon worship demonic sect had the demonic moon sun suppression array, they would definitely not be a match for the Northern Heavens Academy. Of course, the underworld palace's assassins were unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals. Therefore, their words could not be trusted. Maybe they just agreed verbally, and when the Northern Heavens Academy fought with the moon worship demonic sect, they would suddenly appear and severely injure the Northern Heavens Academy. Scar, do it. Fang Yuanqing could not wait any longer and hurriedly said. As his voice fell, everyone from the moon worship demonic sect attacked. Kill! Tang Hongchang also gave the order. In the next moment, everyone from the Northern Heavens Academy attacked together. A great battle broke out. Tripartite sword formation. The scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy formed groups of 3 and attacked with the tripartite sword formation. The Fulfillment Realm academicians all rushed out. Even the heavily injured Elder Lu did the same. On the Northern Heavens Academy's side, there were a total of 4 second-level Fulfillment Realm experts. The Moon Worship Demonic Sect only had 2. If the Underworld Palace's assassins did not help, the Northern Heavens Academy could crush the Moon Worship Demonic Sect. In the blink of an eye, both sides started to fight. The Northern Heavens Academy's experts fought while guarding against the Underworld Palace's assassins. The moon worship demonic sect's side was very surprised. They were surprised that the Underworld Palace's assassins were indifferent. "Scar, what are you doing?" Fang Yuanqing immediately shouted. "Sorry, there's a change in the cooperation." The scarred assassin's face suddenly darkened, and he immediately ordered the Underworld Palace's assassins to block the retreat of the moon worship demonic sect's experts. "Scar, what did you say?" Fang Yuanqing panicked. In the original plan, the moon worship demonic sect and the Underworld Palace worked together to eliminate the Northern Heavens Academy. This way, the moon worship demonic sect could develop steadily, and the Underworld could capture Nailin Jie and Nailin Bing. But now, why did the Underworld Palace suddenly change sides? The Underworld Palace's assassins are a bunch of trash. Fang Yuanqing cursed in his heart. At this time, he remembered the scene of Scar and Nailin Bing communicating with their lips. Chapter 12:17. Now, Fang Yuanqing had 10,000 what the fucks galloping through his heart. Originally, they could have destroyed the Northern Heavens Academy. Now, it seemed that they were in danger of being destroyed. "Scar, *CK your mother?" Fang Yuanqing finally scolded. My mother was killed by me 30 years ago. If you want, go find her grave." Scar suddenly replied. When these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Scar actually killed his own mother with his own hands. This was a little shocking. However, there were many such examples, so they were not surprised. "Scar, you don't need to do anything. Our Northern Heavens Academy's matter will be dealt with by ourselves." Nailin Hao shouted. Now that the Northern Heavens Academy had crushed the moon worship demonic sect, they did not need the help of the Underworld. In fact, Nailin Hao was afraid that the Underworld would interfere, so he did not want them to interfere. "Up to you." Scar did not intend to interfere in this battle. He only ordered his subordinates to set up defenses to prevent the moon worship demonic sect from escaping. At this time, Yi Xian in the Northern Heavens Academy was already full of killing intent. This battle would not last long, at most half a minute. If he used the Sword Storm, he would accidentally injure the Northern Heavens Academy's disciples. Moreover, he could not use skills like the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash because Nailin Bing was nearby. Fortunately, when he was in the state of assassination, his combat strength was already invincible under the Fulfillment Realm. Therefore, even if he used the Northern Heavens Academy's high-grade ethereal opening divine ability, the Taiji Sword Art, he would still be able to annihilate the moon worship demonic sect. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian's killing intent was soaring. A few seconds ago, his killing intent was still 0. Now, it had increased to the point where he could use the killing intent explosion. There was still a 10,000-word blood letter in his devouring space. As long as he devoured it, he could obtain a large amount of killing intent. Of course, devouring weapons that had killed many people could also obtain killing intent. "Let me see the power of your killing intent." All of a sudden, Yi Xian gathered a surge of true energy and 10,000 mammoths power and ruthlessly swung his sword at a 9th-level Nether Passage realm expert of the moon worship devil cult. Killing intent explosion. This slash not only contained genuine chi and the all creation's force, but also a new type of energy, killing intent. His attack, infused with killing intent, multiplied its power. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of this 9th-level Nether Passage realm moon worship demonic cult expert. What? This 9th-level Nether Passage realm expert of the moon worship demonic cult was stunned for a moment before his head was chopped off by this Taiji sword that had broken through the great formation of the demonic moon. A single sword strike was enough to instantly kill a 9th-level Nether Passage martial artist who was 2 levels higher than him. If he used the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash again, he might even be able to threaten a Fulfillment Realm expert. The eruption of killing intent is indeed powerful. Yi Xian laughed heartily. At this moment, what he wanted to do the most was to devour the 10,000-word blood letter, then use Bladestorm and Slaughter Feast to kill everyone. If he did that, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy were pretty good. Killing indiscriminately wasn't his style. The Northern Heavens Academy and the Moon Worship demonic cult had already started a chaotic battle. The Fulfillment Realm experts had also risen to the sky to fight, while those below that were fighting on the ground. The Moon Worship demonic cult also had many geniuses who could challenge those above their level. However, compared to Yi Xian, these geniuses were simply weak chickens. Fang Yuan, go and kill Nailin Bing. Suddenly, a Fulfillment Realm expert of the Moon Worship demonic cult made a gesture to a youth below. The original ambush plan was flawless, and the Northern Heavens Academy had also fallen into their trap. However, with the betrayal of the underworld, the Moon Worship demonic cult had fallen into a crisis. The underworld's target was Nailin Bing. Therefore, the Moon Worship demonic cult couldn't let them succeed. Alright. A Moon Worship demonic cult youth understood and immediately retreated. Then he circled around the crowd and rushed towards Nailin Bing, who was behind the Northern Heavens Academy. The target is me? How naive. Nailin Bing coldly snorted in her heart. If it was before her awakening, she might not be able to defeat this 9th level Nether Passage realm genius of the Moon Worship demonic cult. However, after her awakening, she also had the ability to challenge those above her level. Bing, be careful. Nailin Hao, who was above her, felt the aura and hurriedly shouted. The genius of the Moon Worship demonic cult who rushed towards Nailin Bing was called Fang Yuan. He was the grandson of the Moon Worship demonic cult's sect leader, Fang Yuanqing. At the same time, he was also the #1 genius of the Moon Worship demonic cult. Fang Yuan's talent was similar to that of the Northern Heavens Academy's eldest senior brother, the jade-faced scholar Nailin Jia. He was in his early 20s and was already attempting to break through to the Fulfillment Realm. In Fang Yuanqing's eyes, Fang Yuan's strength was enough to kill Nailin Bing and take revenge for the betrayal of the underworld. However, how would they know that Nailin Bing was a reincarnator? Reincarnators were all reincarnation realm experts in their previous lives. In their eyes, Fulfillment Realm experts were just ants. How could a mere 9th level Nether Passage realm expert threaten Nailin Bing? I've heard that there's a talented girl in the Northern Heavens Academy. That must be you. You're all so shockingly beautiful, but it's a pity that you're going to die today. A voice rang out as Fang Yuan madly ran towards Nailin Bing. Junior sister, be careful. 3 old scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy gathered together and formed a tripartite sword formation to intercept Fang Yuan. Righteous Yang Scripture, blazing sun burns the heavens. The 3 old scholars were all unleashing their most powerful moves, causing numerous small suns to appear, formed from true energy and the power of myriad mammoths. The light of these 3 small suns shone on Fang Yuan's body, causing the moon veil on his body to become thinner. However, Fang Yuan was still at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Furthermore, he was someone that the Moon Worship demonic cult had focused on nurturing. How could he be so easy to deal with? Devil Moonhead, Moon will slash. Fang Yuan finally made his move. The long sword in his hand slashed horizontally, and a crescent moon slash flew towards the 3 old scholars. So strong. Junior brothers, block with all your strength. The 3 old scholars' faces sank as they each displayed their strongest attacks. However, they were unable to block this attack. Bang! 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 The 3 old scholars were all sent flying. Fortunately, they were at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Otherwise, they would have died under this attack. Fang Yuan sent the 3 old scholars flying with a single slash. However, he didn't take advantage of the situation to chase after them. Instead, he swept towards Nailin Bing. Die. If you want to blame someone, blame the underworld. Fang Yuan muttered as he slashed his sword once again. In his heart, even 3 old scholars of the same level wouldn't be his opponent when they formed a formation. Nailin Bing was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. How could she block his sword? Chapter 12:18. Is that so? Nailin Bing's lips curled up slightly. Suddenly, She flicked the long sword in her hand and passed through Fang Yuan like a ghost. A crisp sound was heard, but no one knew where it came from. Drip! Blood was dripping from Nailin Bing's longsword. Nailin Bing had not participated in the battle since the beginning. She had been under the protection of the 3 old scholars. Where did this drop of blood come from? Junior sister? The 3 old scholars opened their eyes wide, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Originally, they were worried about Nailin Bing's safety. However, after seeing Fang Yuan's neck slowly split open, they were shocked to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground. Fang Yuan, the genius of the moon worship demonic sect who had sent the 3 of them flying, had his head chopped off by Nailin Bing's sword. How was this possible? Plop! The head of the number 1 genius of the moon worship demonic sect, Fang Yuan, fell to the ground. The sound reverberated, causing the surrounding people to tremble. Among these people, there were people from the Northern Heavens Academy and the moon worship demonic sect. There was no lack of experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, none of them had seen Nailin Bing's movements clearly. Killing the number 1 genius of the moon worship demonic sect, Fang Yuan, with a single strike. Even the jade-faced scholar, Nailin Jie, could not compare to this strength. When did Nailin Bing become so strong? However, among the people present, there was one person who had seen Nailin Bing's movements clearly. That person was Yi Xian. As expected of a reincarnate. You have some skills. Yi Xian sized up Fang Yuan from the corner of his eyes as he fought. Among the people present, he was probably the only one who knew about Nailin Bing's background. As for Scar, he might not know either. At this moment in the sky, Fang Yuan, the sect leader of the moon worship demonic sect, Fang Yuanqing, also widened his eyes in disbelief. Fang Yuan was the focus of the moon worship demonic sect's cultivation. However, he was challenged and killed in a single strike. This must be a dream. However, the pain on Fang Yuanqing's body made him realize that this was not a dream. Fang Yuan was indeed killed in an instant. What happened to Bing? She has become even stronger than Ajia. Nailin Hao was shocked. Ever since he rescued Nailin Bing, he felt that his daughter was very strange. Now that he saw this scene, he began to suspect that his daughter was not someone else's fake daughter. Right? Could it be because of that super expert? A possibility flashed through Nailin Hao's mind. He estimated that this super expert was at least at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. He might even be at the 4th or 5th level of the fulfillment realm or even higher. In order to make Nailin Bing compromise, he first passed on some things to her. That must be it, Nailin Hao thought to himself. Since Nailin Bing's strength had increased so much that even Fang Yuan had died at her hands, Nailin Hao was no longer worried. After all, the fulfillment realm experts were all fighting in the air and were suppressed by them. Everyone, let's destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. At this time, Nailin Hao suddenly shouted. All right. The other Northern Heavens Academy's academicians shouted in response. In the next moment, Nailin Hao took out a large amount of treasures from his interspatial ring. Kill character formula. Mountain River treasure map. All the academicians took out their treasures. Although some of these treasures were not in the top 10, when used on the moon worship demonic sect experts, it was very terrifying. In an instant, the moon veil on the moon worship demonic sect experts quietly collapsed. Not only that, but even their demon veins were suppressed by a 1/3. Their combat strength was reduced by a 1/3 in an instant. The moon worship demonic sect was originally at a disadvantage. Now that they were shocked, their fighting spirit was completely gone. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's go. Fang Yuanqing made a prompt decision and turned around to run. The rest of the moon worship demonic sect experts also realized that they were in trouble and retreated while fighting. Moon worship demonic sect, now you know how powerful we are. Tang Hongchang laughed loudly and took the lead to chase after them. Now was the chance to beat them while they were down. At this time, more than half of the remaining moon worship demonic sect members were killed. Only half of them were left. The remaining people were already unable to move when the Northern Heavens Academy's treasures appeared. Then, they were instantly killed by the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy. In the blink of an eye, the entire moon worship demonic sect only had a dozen fulfillment realm experts left. Moreover, these experts were fleeing while covering their heads. As the moon worship demonic sect experts were retreating, the underworld assassins led by Scar intercepted them. Scar, I'll *CK your ancestors. Fang Yuanqing couldn't help but curse. The winner takes all. Just admit it. The scar-faced man said slowly. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Fang Yuanqing shouted and launched an attack at the scar-faced man. Just with your current strength? The scar-faced man showed a disdainful expression. At this time, the moon worship demonic sect experts were shocked by the treasures and had less than 70% of their strength left. What was there to be afraid of? Bang! The two true chis collided, and Fang Yuanqing's attack instantly turned into nothingness. At the same time, the Northern Heavens Academy experts chasing after the moon worship demonic sect members also used the same magical power. Righteous Yang Scripture, Blazing Sun Convergence. The small suns above the heads of the dozen fulfillment realm experts all converged above Tang Hongchang's head and merged together. The small sun above Tang Hongchang's head expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to a radius of 20 meters. Moon worship demonic sect, die. Tang Hongchang's eyes flickered, and the small sun above his head burst out a dazzling light. This light directly shone on the backs of the moon worship demonic sect members. ZZZ. The backs of the moon worship demonic sect members all began to burn, including Fang Yuanqing, who was at the second stage of the fulfillment realm. No, Fang Yuanqing screamed in pain. He knew that this time, they were done for, but he was unwilling to accept that the moon worship demonic sect would be destroyed just like this, and at the hands of his sworn enemy, the Northern Heavens Academy. Hundreds of years ago, the moon worship demonic sect was destroyed once, and after hundreds of years of struggling at death's door, they finally rose from the ashes. But now, they were destroyed again. Huff huff huff. In just a breath, Fang Yuanqing and the others were burned to ashes. The moon worship demonic sect was finally destroyed. However, Fang Yuanqing had already arranged everything before this. Simply speaking, the moon worship demonic sect members were not all dead yet. They would hide and fight with the Northern Heavens Academy in the future. After seeing this scene, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy revealed gratified smiles. They finally took revenge for the Northern Heavens Academy experts who had died. At the same time, they also knew that the moon worship demonic sect was still alive, but they could no longer threaten them. Chapter 12:19. Next, the Northern Heavens Academy would develop greatly. In the future, even if the moon worship demonic sect grew again, they would not be a threat. Nalen Hao looked at the corpses on the ground that were burned by the righteous Yang Scripture and breathed a sigh of relief. He never thought that it would be so easy to destroy the moon worship demonic sect this time. One must know that they were still in danger a minute ago. This time, fortunately, the assassins from the underworld did not join in. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would live and who would die in this battle. Congratulations, Dean Nalen, for destroying the moon worship demonic sect. The scarred man also cupped his fist and smiled. Nalen Hao coldly snorted. Although the underworld did not join in this time, the underworld assisted the moon worship demonic sect last time and killed many scholars in the Northern Heavens Academy. They even kidnapped his son, Nalen Jie. This hatred was not over yet. Dean Nalen, now, shouldn't we talk about our matter? The scarred man said to Nalen Hao. Hearing this, Nalen Hao turned to look at Nalen Bing. Bing? Did you really see that senior? Nalen Bing nodded. That's true, but the underworld captured Ajia. If they really wanted to take him as a disciple, why would they entrust him to the underworld? Nalen Hao did not understand the situation. That day, because of the underworld, the Northern Heavens Academy suffered heavy losses and 3 fulfillment realm scholars died. However, without the underworld, the moon worship demonic sect might not be destroyed. At that time, the moon worship demonic sect would hide in the dark and start to nibble away at the Northern Heavens Academy. Don't worry. Scarface, swear on my life that Nalen Jie is still alive and well. After a while, that senior will come to Tianyuan City after finishing his business. If you don't believe me, you can come to Tianyuan City's underworld. Scarface said sternly. Hearing this, Nalan Hao turned to look at the surrounding people to see if there were any other opinions. If what Dao Ba said was false, he could have taken advantage of the situation to rob us. In that case, we would have suffered heavy losses. It wouldn't have been so easy to annihilate the moon worship demonic cult. We might even have died here. Tang Hongchang whispered. Indeed, if the underworld had taken action, this battle would not have ended so quickly and the Northern Heavens Academy would have been in danger. Bing? You decide for yourself, Nalan Hao said to Nalan Bing. Father, I will follow them and take a look. Nalan Bing replied. All right, this is your decision. Nalan Hao nodded and said to the scarred assassin, if what you said is false, I, Nalan Hao, will destroy the underworld even if I have to die. The underworld he was talking about was only the underworld branch in Tianyuan City. This scarred assassin was the sect master of this underworld branch. The true hell was so powerful that it even had rebirth realm assassins. In the eyes of the true underworld, the Northern Heavens Academy was nothing more than an ant. Ha, don't worry. It's your honor that this big shot has taken a fancy to your children. The scarred assassin laughed. In fact, even he didn't know who wanted to capture Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. When that big shot heard these two names, he immediately gave the order to release the other siblings and only wanted Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. After that, Nalan Bing left the Northern Heavens Academy's group and shot towards the underworld's assassins. Seeing Nalan Bing coming over, the scarred assassin smiled and said, "Little girl, let's go." After saying that, he led the assassins and disappeared into the darkness. Nalan Hao and the others looked at Nalan Bing's back as she left. After a while, Nalan Hao said, "Clean up the battlefield and count the people." Now that the moon worship demonic sect was destroyed, they probably wouldn't rise again in a short period of time. They could finally relax. In this battle, although the Northern Heavens Academy crushed the moon worship demonic sect, many scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy died in this battle. There were a total of 50 of them. Because this battle was very important, no one would collect the corpses in the middle. Even the actions of collecting the universe rings were very rare. Soon, the dead people were all collected by Nalan Hao into the universe ring. When they returned to the Northern Heavens Academy, they would be buried one by one. As for the corpses of the moon worship demonic sect, they would just throw them in the wilderness. After all, this was an unmarked graveyard. However, Nalan Hao and the others missed out on one thing. Yi Xian, who had obtained Elder Lu's blood letter, was nowhere to be seen. The moon worship demonic sect's sect leader's universe ring contained the strongholds of the moon worship demonic sect. Therefore, Nalan Hao immediately ordered people to clean up these strongholds. Although they couldn't completely eliminate them, they could still deal a heavy blow to the moon worship demonic sect. The more thoroughly they cleaned up, the more time it would take for the moon worship demonic sect to rise again. After a while, hundreds of disciples and scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy took the stronghold maps and left. Where's that kid? Only at this time did Elder Lu realize that Yi Xian, who had broken the 7 profound demonic sword formation and saved his life, was nowhere to be seen. Elder Lu, who are you talking about? One of the scholars asked. Yi Xian, who broke the 7 profound demonic sword formation that day. Why is he missing? Elder Lu frowned. After his reminder, the surrounding people also reacted. Right? Yi Xian hadn't been here since a while ago. Could it be that he was killed in the chaotic battle? Nalan Hao said with a frown. Yi Xian was a very good seed. His Silent Night Thoughts was ranked 5th on the famous works list. In the future, his achievements might even surpass them. However, there was no sign of Yi Xian in the surroundings, nor was there a corpse. Where did he go? Immediately, Nalan Hao checked his universe ring and found that Yi Xian's corpse wasn't inside. Elder Lu, I saw that kid easily kill the moon worship demonic sect's 9th level Nether Passage realm survivor. He's very strong and shouldn't have died in that chaotic battle. I guess that we didn't notice him, so he took the map and left. One of the scholars replied. Hearing this, Elder Lu nodded slightly. However, A 7th-level Nether Passage Realm expert could kill a 9th-level Nether Passage Realm expert. Such a genius should be nurtured with great effort. This matter would have to wait until Yi Xian returned to the Northern Heavens Academy. However, how could they know that Yi Xian didn't leave with the Moon Worship Demonic Sect's stronghold map? Before this, he had already concealed his aura and disguised himself as a normal person to blend into the group of assassins. At this time, he was following the group of assassins towards distant Sky City. This group of assassins had more than 100 people, and they were all at least 8th-level Nether Passage Realm experts. Among them, there were nearly 10 Fulfillment Realm experts. Chapter 12:20. Nalan Bing, who had willingly left, followed behind the scarred assassin. At this time, the scarred assassin suddenly asked, "Nalan Bing, I wonder if I can ask who that big shot is?" "It's best if you don't ask," Nalan Bing replied in a cold tone. Just now, the scarred assassin had given Nalan Bing a secret signal from his lips. With this signal, Nalan Bing knew who was looking for her and Nalan Jia. The person who was looking for them was not an enemy, but an ally. That was why she left with him. After hearing Nalan Bing's answer, the knife-scarred assassin was very unhappy. He thought that if it wasn't for some big shot taking a fancy to Nalan Bing, he would have raped Nalan Bing and then killed her. However, as long as he completed this mission, the rewards he would receive would be the most he had ever seen as an assassin. Therefore, Nalan Bing was equivalent to his moneybags. As long as he completed this mission, he would be satisfied in the future. However, he did not know that an uninvited guest had sneaked into his team. At this time, at the back of the team, there was an assassin dressed in black with only 2 eyes exposed. His face under the mask revealed a sly sneer. This assassin was Yi Xian, who had used the assassination state to sneak into the team. Mo Shui would rather die in my hands than be killed by Nalan Bing. This shows how much hatred he has. Since I promised Mo Shui, I will fulfill this promise. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he hurried. Although Nalan Bing was his senior sister and the daughter of the Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nalan Hao, Nalan Bing had set a trap for him. Moreover, after Nalan Bing had awakened, she still did so. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to kill Nalan Bing. This time, he had hidden in the team for no other reason than to kill Nalan Bing. Of course, Nalan Bing was being escorted by the scarred assassin, a second-stage Fulfillment Realm expert. In addition, there were nearly 10 first-stage Fulfillment Realm assassins. Therefore, if Yi Xian was exposed, he would definitely be besieged. However, Yi Xian had been suppressing a battle intent that had not completely erupted in his heart. Just now, when the Northern Heavens Academy fought against the Moon Worship Demonic Sect, the number of people on both sides was about the same. Therefore, the battle ended very quickly, and he didn't gain much from it. Now, this assassin troop had more than 100 people, and no one could compete with him. If he could kill all of these enemies, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage Realm. At that time, killing Nalan Bing would be extremely easy. Slaughtering Feast, Blade Storm. If these 2 skills are used together, I wonder how strong they would be. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Feast of Slaughter was his initial skill after fusing with the Slaughter God bloodline. After activating it, he would become braver the more he killed for a certain period of time. The more people he killed, the more his strength would increase. Blade Storm was a new skill after the fusion of Scarlet Storm and 10,000 Swords in origin. Its power was needless to say. This time, Yi Xian had to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and kill Nalan Bing. Come on! Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he devoured the 10,000 words blood oath and the weapons that had killed many people. In an instant, his killing intent skyrocketed. However, what surprised him was that he had overestimated the value of the 10,000 words blood oath. The killing intent that the 10,000 words blood oath gave him was not enough to activate Blade Storm. What the F***CK? Yi Xian's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Everything was ready, except for the crucial element. But now, something had gone wrong with Blade Storm. What should he do? Damn it, I'll do it all the same. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He gathered his true qi and all creation's strength, then slashed with his sword. Slaughtering Feast. Killing intent explosion. Flame dragon's peerless slash. A powerful flame dragon roared out, instantly engulfing several assassins in black in front of Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, these assassins were incinerated by the flame dragon. This attack caused the death of 8 people, 2 of whom were at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. An ordinary peerless flame dragon slash would not have been able to create such an effect. However, Yi Xian had fused killing intent explosion with it this time, so its power was multiplied. The killing intent from killing intent explosion would increase as Yi Xian's cultivation level increased. To put it simply, there was a limit to the amount of killing intent that could be unleashed every time. This time, Yi Xian had unleashed his killing intent to the extreme. Hearing the commotion behind them, the scarred assassin and the others could not help but stop. They turned around and saw that someone was making a move. What's going on? The scarred assassin and the others did not understand the situation. They were all on the same side. As long as they returned to Tianyuan City and waited for the big shots to arrive, they would be rewarded handsomely. But now, why would someone suddenly make a move? However, the scarred assassin and the others did not directly attack and take down the rebel Yi Xian. After all, the dead would not receive any rewards. The more people that died, the more rewards the others would receive. However, when Nailin Bing saw this scene, her eyes widened involuntarily because she saw a familiar ability. The peerless flaming dragon slash, is it him? Nailin Bing immediately reacted. Although she could not see the person who used the peerless flaming dragon slash, she was certain that this person was the assassin who chased after her that day, the one who killed Mo Shui. She did not expect that this assassin had been hiding in the team all this time. More importantly, even she did not notice him. Now, I will take revenge for that day. Nailin Bing snorted and suddenly took out her long sword, ready to charge forward and cut Yi Xian into pieces. At this moment, Yi Xian had already used the peerless flaming dragon slash several times, killing more than 30 assassins. The peerless flaming dragon slash that was infused with killing intent was extremely powerful. Every time he killed an enemy, his killing intent would skyrocket. It was very profitable. Not enough, not enough. Yi Xian thought to himself as he killed. Although he received a lot of killing intent, he was still unable to use the Blade Storm. However, it might be enough to collect all of these people's interspatial rings. These assassins had killed countless people, and their weapons were full of killing intent. If they were devoured, he could still obtain a considerable amount of killing intent. Moreover, there were many good things in these people's interspatial rings that could help him break through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Nailin Bing found me? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he felt a familiar aura rushing toward him. However, he was not afraid. Luo Luo, come! Yi Xian shouted in his heart. In the next moment, a beautiful figure appeared beside him. Luo Luo, who had been concentrating on cultivating in the planting space, had also broken through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Young master, watch me. After Luo Luo appeared, a pink eyeball immediately formed. Chapter 12:21. Back at Black Chaos Corner, Luo Luo was only at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm, but her eye of enchantment had charmed dozens of people and caused the Phantom Gang to kill each other. This time, she played a very important role as well. The eyes of the group of assassins were all focused on the big pink eyeball. This was exactly what they wanted. Enchantment. Luo Luo controlled the eye of enchantment and focused it on 10 people. These 10 were all 9th level Nether Passage realm experts. Not only that, but Yi Xian also used his new skill. Scorching Hell. Scorching Hell was the result of the fusion of the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye. It was both an illusion and a mental attack. In fact, its effect was stronger than both. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people fell into the illusion. Ah, Flame Demon! Flame Demon! Many people cried out in alarm and then directly attacked the people around them. In the blink of an eye, this group of assassins was half taken out by Yi Xian and Luo Luo. These 2 guys are pretty good. Nailin Bing thought to herself. Yi Xian, she wanted to kill him. As for Luo Luo, she wanted to capture her. Yi Xian's gaze swept over and landed on Nailin Bing's body. Immediately after, he had Luo Luo control the 10 ninth level Nether Passage Realm experts and attack her. Understood, young master. Lu Luo immediately did as she was told. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 10 ninth level Nether Passage Realm experts attacked Nalan Bing directly. The face of the knife-scarred man behind them darkened and he yelled, "Not good, help." Nalan Bing was his mission target. He had to escort her safely to distant Sky City and wait for the experts to arrive. If something happened to Nalan Bing, he would have to find a place to hide. Because he didn't do his job well, only death awaited him. In the blink of an eye, the knife-scarred man and the other first-level Fulfillment Realm assassins all rushed out. Although they hoped that fewer assassins would receive the reward, if Nalan Bing died, not only would they not receive the reward, but their lives would also be in danger. Therefore, they had to protect Nalan Bing with all their strength. However, even though they reacted quickly, they were still a beat too slow. The attacks of the 10 ninth level Nether Passage Realm experts were already in front of Nalan Bing. Petty tricks. Nalan Bing snorted softly, and the real chi and the power of all creations on her body surged, and condensed into a layer of ice armor around her body. Kacha, kacha, kacha. A series of crisp sounds rang out. These attacks, without exception, all landed on the ice armor. Not a single one was able to penetrate the ice armor and injure Nalan Bing. As expected of a reincarnator. Taste this move. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he suddenly struck out with his sword. Another flame dragon that was infused with killing intent rushed out and attacked Nalan Bing. This attack was even more powerful than the previous ones, because Yi Xian had already used a feast of slaughter from the very beginning. His current strength was 30% stronger than before. This was the boost he received after killing so many assassins. After feeling the extraordinariness of this aura, Nalan Bing's expression became even more gloomy. This attack was incomparably powerful, and even she had to use all her strength to block it. But before that, the Scarred Assassin arrived first. The Scarred Assassin was the sect master of Tianyuan City's underworld branch. He was at the second level of the Fulfillment Realm, and he had 2 natal palaces in his body. He casually swung his sword and shattered Yi Xian's peerless flame dragon slash. What a hindrance! Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. Fortunately, his strength was still increasing. That was because the people that Luo Luo killed could also be considered as his. Megatron, Thunder Pearl, you too go as well. Yi Xian swung the Skyquake sword in his hand. Both the Skyquake sword and the Thunder Pearl had reached the 9th level of the Nether Passage Realm. Although the Thunder Pearl no longer had any skills, it was still very useful. It had no problem killing an ordinary 8th level Nether Passage Realm cultivator. On the other side, the 8 first-level Fulfillment Realm assassins were taking care of the traitors. At the same time, they had their eyes set on Luo Luo. Whoever captures that little fox alive will be greatly rewarded. At this time, Nalan Bing shouted loudly. What? Hearing this, the 8 Fulfillment Realm assassins trembled. Who was Nalan Bing? She was someone chosen by a big shot. Her words were worth 1,000 gold. The 8 assassins were originally planning to kill Luo Luo, but when they heard this, they all surrounded her. You think you can capture me with just your strength? Luo Luo had a disdainful expression. Immediately, hundreds of clones appeared. Then, these clones all formed 7 demonic flames. 7-colored demonic flames, 1,000-layer explosion. All Luoyuos attacked together. A powerful aura caused the 8 Fulfillment Realm experts to break out in cold sweat. This attack is no small matter. Defend with all your strength. A Fulfillment Realm assassin yelled. Among the 100 clones, there were more than 70 true energy clones. Only 20 or so were fake. If these 70 true energy clones attacked at full power, even the Scarred Assassin would have a hard time defending. This was why Yi Xian always gave Luo Luo treasures. Although Luo Luo wasn't a reincarnator, she had awakened the heavenly loathing fox bloodline and was very powerful. If she grew up, she would be Yi Xian's right-hand woman. These treasures were much better than using them on Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian's leveling up experience was too terrifying. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang out, and the entire battlefield was swept up into a giant wave. The assassins in the range of the explosions were blown to pieces. Not only that, the 8 Fulfillment Realm assassins were actually pushed back by this attack. Fortunately, the 8 of them worked together. Otherwise, they would have been injured. So scary. She has such destructive power at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Who is this little girl? These Fulfillment Realm assassins all thought to themselves. The scarred assassin was the same. He wondered who Luo was. This little fox probably awakened some kind of bloodline, and its grade is high. I must get her body. Nalan Bing's eyes revealed an expression she had never seen before. Compared to Yi Xian, she wanted to capture Luo more. This way, she could use a secret art to steal Luo's body. Nalan Bing looked at Luo and reminded, "Be careful. Don't kill by mistake, or I'll kill him." Hearing this, the 8 Fulfillment Realm assassins trembled. It seemed that they would have to be careful. Go! Everyone went forward again. You bastards. You're bullying me with numbers. Taste this. Luo snorted softly. The long white tail behind her suddenly split into 5. 6 tails appear. Rainbow demonic fire, 1,000-layer explosion. Luo attacked again. This time, the power was much stronger than before. 6 tails. Nalan Bing's expression turned serious. The greed in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 12:22. In Nalan Bing's previous tribe, even foxes who had lived for hundreds of years might not be able to grow 3 tails. Even foxes who had lived for thousands of years might not have 6 tails. Nalan Bing was only at this level when she was at her peak. However, Luo was only at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. She only had a lifespan of 100 years. Nalan Bing estimated that Luo was no more than 20 years old. To have 6 tails before the age of 20 meant that she was the #1 genius in the history of the fox race. I must have her. I must have her body. Nalan Bing's eyes widened as she stared at Luo. Yi Xian's heart trembled when he saw Nalan Bing's expression that seemed to be on the verge of madness. This Nalan Bing has been coveting Luo. I can't let her succeed. Yi Xian said in his mind and hastily attacked. However, the scarred assassin easily blocked his attack. Kid, you're not someone I recruited. Or you? The scarred assassin couldn't help but ask. Guess who I am? Yi Xian snorted and continued attacking. Right now, he was stalling for time. The more time passed, the stronger his strength would become. Because there were people constantly dying. If you won't tell me, then I'll do it myself. The scarred assassin's eyes flashed as he prepared to kill Yi Xian. However, Nalan Bing suddenly said, Scar, you go too. Capture that girl and I'll teach you a fragmentation divine ability. What? As soon as he finished speaking, the scarred assassin was dumbfounded. Fragmentation divine ability? The scarred assassin gulped. He was only at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm and had barely learned a low-level Fulfillment divine ability. However, Nalan Bing said that she would teach him a fragmentation divine ability. If he mastered it, wouldn't he be invincible? Why, you're serious? The scarred assassin couldn't help but ask. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. A fragmentation divine ability. However, even a 9th-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner might not know a Fragmentation Realm martial practitioner's divine ability. Nalan Bing was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Why would she know one? Could it be? The scarred assassin guessed. Is Nalan Bing a reincarnator? Previously, he had heard that Nalan Bing had broken free from her shackles and then erupted with a powerful strength. Now that he thought about it, Nalan Bing might really be a reincarnator. Reincarnator. He had actually managed to gain the support of a reincarnator. This meant that he would have a meteoric rise in the future. That's right, shatter your divine ability, as long as you can catch that girl. Nalan Bing nodded solemnly. Hearing this, the scarred assassin hesitated. Among the people present, his cultivation was the highest. He was at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm. If he attacked, Luo would probably be captured by him in an instant. However, if he were to leave and Nalan Bing was unable to defeat Yi Xian, Not only would he not be able to obtain the shattering ability, but his life would also be in danger. Hence, he decided to kill Yi Xian first before capturing Luoluo. However, just as he was about to make a move, Nailin Bing continued, "Don't be a busybody. Go and capture that girl. I want to personally kill this brat." When these words entered the ears of the scarred assassin, he couldn't help but stop. After a short pause, he rushed towards Luoluo. "Luoluo, Dao Ba is heading towards you." Yi Xian hurriedly reminded her. "Don't worry, young master. It's not like you didn't hear them. They want to capture me. Even if I'm captured, can't you immediately rescue me?" Luo's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Indeed, as long as she was within Yi Xian's sensing range, Luoluo would instantly be sent into the artifact space or the plantation space. Hence, Yi Xian could focus on dealing with Nailin Bing. "Was it you who killed Mo Shui?" After the scarred assassin left, Nailin Bing frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask. "That's right," Yi Xian replied. "Mo Shui's life is mine. How dare you interfere? You're courting death." Nailin Bing didn't say anything else and directly attacked. A cold light shot towards Yi Xian. It was the life-seizing soul slash. "Tisk, if you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability." Yi Xian had a look of disdain on his face as he also slashed with his sword. Although he was a level lower than Nailin Bing with the assassination mode, killing feast, and killing intent explosion, he might not be weaker than Nailin Bing. Previously, he was waiting for the killing intent to increase. As long as the killing intent reached the required amount for Bladestorm, then he would be able to kill everyone. However, he used Luoluo as bait to lure the enemy away. Hence, he had to kill Nailin Bing within this period of time. Otherwise, once Luoluo was captured, these people would immediately turn around and attack him. He would be doomed eternally. "Young master, I can only hold on for 2 seconds. Luoluo reminded. 2 seconds should be enough. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as 2 golden lights shot out. Eye of Glory. A set of golden armor covered Yi Xian's entire body. Although the Overlord's limitless sword had been recalled by the system and Yi Xian had obtained a point of devouring, the Eye of Glory could still be used. In an instant, Yi Xian's true energy turned golden. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. After activating the Eye of Glory, Yi Xian once again slashed out with his sword. The power of this slash was much stronger than before. The reason Yi Xian hadn't taken it out earlier was because he was waiting for an opportunity like this, an opportunity to kill Nailin Bing in one hit. This golden flame dragon roared as it attacked Nailin Bing. Nailin Bing's expression had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian, a mere 7th-level Nether Passage Realm martial artist, would be able to unleash such an attack. The Sword God's bloodline, the Eye of Glory, the eruption of killing intent, and the command of death. All of these factors added together allowed this peerless flame dragon slash to have the power to threaten a fulfillment realm expert. If Nailin Bing didn't have the ability, she would definitely die under this attack. Nailin Bing didn't dare to be careless, nor did she dare to use the soul-seeking fatal slash. Instead, she used her ultimate move. 3 days soul-seeking fatal slash. Whoosh! This sword beam pierced through the air and collided with the golden flame dragon. Yi Xian was at the 7th level of the Nether Passage Realm, while Nailin Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm. Moreover, she was also a reincarnator. However, Yi Xian's strength was extraordinary after he merged with the God of Slaughter's bloodline. In this clash, Yi Xian had the upper hand. 2 seconds is enough for me to use the Peerless Flame Dragon slash 3 more times. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked at the huge explosion in front of him. However, Nailin Bing could probably use the 3 days soul-seeking fatal slash 3 more times. Therefore, if he didn't use some trump cards, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Nailin Bing. The 10 9th level Nether Passage Realm martial artists under Luoluo's control had all been taken care of by the Fulfillment Realm assassins. Therefore, Yi Xian was currently fighting Nailin Bing alone. However, Yi Xian still had one last trump card, one that he had almost never used before. Chapter 12:23. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Come out. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. He waved his hands, and in the next moment, a dense pack of black shadows appeared around him. Before this, he had taken in a lot of exotic beasts and let them reproduce endlessly in the planting space. These exotic beasts had grown to at least the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm after being nourished by the abundant natural energy. Some of them had even reached the 5th level. Although there was a huge gap between their cultivation level and Naelinbing's, their numbers were enough to make Naelinbing pale. The blue silk snakes, 100-flower butterflies, and lightning blade mantis were fine, but the poison king wasps and bloodthirsty mosquitoes were very good at reproducing. Before Yi Xian released them, they had already gathered an army of 100,000 inside. Before this, Yi Xian was worried about the number of exotic beasts. Because the planting space was not big enough, he wanted to use some of them. Now they finally came in handy. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of poison king wasps and bloodthirsty mosquitoes appeared, shocking everyone. Besides that, thousands of lightning blade mantis, 100-flower butterflies, and blue silk snakes were mobilized. What is this? Everyone was shocked, including the Fulfillment Realm experts. Naelinbing was also shocked. With so many exotic beasts surrounding her, even a Fulfillment Realm expert would have to avoid them. Go! At Yi Xian's order, the tens of thousands of exotic beasts swarmed toward Naelinbing. At the same time, Yi Xian launched another attack. Killing Intent Eruption. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. A flame dragon led the exotic beast army and charged toward Naelinbing. Not good. The scarred assassin and the others paled. They hurriedly turned around and prepared to protect Naelinbing. If Naelinbing died, not only would they lose their reward, they would also have to flee this place. Anyone could die, but not Naelinbing. Yi Xian predicted that Naelinbing would not be able to stop the exotic beast army. However, Naelinbing was a reincarnate. She would not die so easily. She immediately channeled a large amount of true energy and manifestation power to form layers of ice armor around herself. In the blink of an eye, an ice crystal cage appeared and protected her. Boom! The flame dragon's peerless slash hit the ice crystal cage, but it only broke through a few layers of ice crystal defense, not even half of it. Immediately after, tens of thousands of exotic beasts surrounded Naelinbing and began to attack. Yi Xian did not expect Naelinbing to have such a strong defensive mystique. It seemed like this was going to be troublesome. Catch it. The bloodthirsty mosquitoes' sharp mouths kept stabbing at the ice crystal cage, but the difference in their realms was too great, so they couldn't break through its defense. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately gave them other orders. Change the target. In an instant, the tens of thousands of exotic beasts pounced toward the other assassins. I've just learned a Heart's Will divine ability some time ago. It just so happens that I can test its power today. When the scarred assassin saw that Naelinbing was safe, he immediately snorted coldly. Heart's Will divine ability, Whirlwind. He suddenly swept the sword in his hand, and an extremely ordinary sword ray swept into the group of exotic beasts. However, this attack was not that simple. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the sword ray entered the group of exotic beasts, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Countless sword rays appeared and swept away all the exotic beasts in the surroundings. In an instant, more than 20,000 bloodthirsty mosquitoes and poison wasp king were torn to shreds. Severed limbs flew through the air. The entire group of exotic beasts was reduced by half. This move was also beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Ding! Heart's Will divine ability, Whirlwind has been successfully copied. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he listened to the system notification. With his current realm, he could use it. I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Go. Without another word, Yi Xian directly slashed out with his sword. Heart's Will divine ability, Whirlwind. This sword ray tore through the air, but its target was not Naelinbing. It was the first-level Fulfillment Realm assassins. What? This attack was beyond everyone's expectations. Wasn't this what the scarred assassin used just now? Not good, run. The Fulfillment Realm experts who were fighting Luo immediately retreated when they saw this attack. This move was a Heart's Will divine ability. Even if the person who used it was just a 7th-level Nether Passage Realm brat, It was not to be underestimated. However, there were still 3 Fulfillment Realm experts who were too slow to dodge and were heavily injured by the sword energy that burst out of the sword beam. This whirlwind was a move that gathered a large amount of true energy and then exploded. However, this move could easily injure allies, so Yi Xian quickly summoned Luo Luo back. Then, Luo Luo appeared again. "Young master, for you." Luo Luo took out a handful of universe rings and handed them to Yi Xian. Just now, she had used the charmed people to collect universe rings. There were 50 of them in total. All right. Without another word, Yi Xian devoured these universe rings. However, these Netherworld Palace assassins were out on a mission, so there wouldn't be too many things. Yi Xian couldn't break through. Damn it, just a little more. Yi Xian cursed angrily in his heart. The "a little more" he was referring to was his realm and killing intent. These things weren't enough for him to break through to the 8th level of Nether Passage Realm, and they weren't enough for him to use Bladestorm either. This time, he was screwed. While Yi Xian was still in a daze, the scarred assassin had already slashed again. This time, it was the Heart's Will Divine ability, Whirlwind. It tore apart the remaining exotic beasts. Now, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were like turtles in a jar. "Young master, what should we do?" Luo Luo couldn't help but ask. At this time, Yi Xian was also hesitating. Should he continue fighting or run? In fact, he still had a trump card he hadn't used yet, and that was the Eye of Assassination. However, the Eye of Assassination consumed a lot of killing intent. Once he used it, he probably wouldn't be able to use Bladestorm. A reincarnator really isn't that easy to kill. Yi Xian felt very helpless. Previously, he was at the same level as Emo Shui, but he couldn't do anything to Emo Shui. Now that he was 1 level lower than Nailin Bing, if he broke through, Nailin Bing would definitely die. What he lacked was only luck. I'll let you guys off for now. Let's go. Yi Xian glanced at the experts that were flying towards him and directly broke through the void. What? The scarred assassin and the others were shocked as they watched the void door close. Crack. At this time, the ice crystal cage suddenly shattered, and Nailin Bing walked out of it. She couldn't figure out how Yi Xian left. Find them. We must find them. Nailin Bing immediately ordered. Chapter 12:24. Of course, Nailin Bing's target wasn't Yi Xian, but Luo Luo. However, Yi Xian had already run far away. At this moment, in another part of the unmarked common graves. "Young master, what a pity." Luo Luo couldn't help but say. "Yeah, just a little bit more." Yi Xian nodded helplessly. There was another reason why he ran away. The duration of the Feast of Slaughter was about to end. The deaths of so many people had increased the Feast of Slaughter's buff by 50%. That was why he could fight with Nailin Bing. If the duration of the Feast of Slaughter was over, his strength would fall. However, he wouldn't be able to fight with Nailin Bing. Thus, he could only give up on this mission. However, there weren't any random missions now and he was about to break through. As long as the death warrant was still in effect, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. This group of people is heading towards Tianyuan City. That means Nailin Bing's brother, Nailin Jie, is probably in Tianyuan City. Yi Xian said in his heart. He guessed that Nailin Jie hadn't awakened yet. The latter should be his senior brother. However, he had already promised Emo Shui. Thus, he had to kill Nailin Jie. If he were to awaken as well and join forces with Nailin Bing, then it would not be so easy to kill Nailin Bing. Thus, he had to rush to Tianyuan City before the scarred assassin and Nailin Bing. Let's go! Immediately, Yi Xian started running and hurrying on his way. The scarred assassin was the leader of Tianyuan City's underworld branch. In other words, there weren't many experts in Tianyuan City's underworld branch. His success rate was high as long as he got there before them. On the other side, Nailin Bing ordered a search of the surroundings. It took a long time. During the search, Yi Xian had already passed them and was heading towards Tianyuan City. The group of assassins couldn't find anything. Thus, they could only stop and escort Nailin Bing to Tianyuan City first. Along the way, Yi Xian constantly paid attention to the blood-red kill word in the sky. With the death warrant, he could clearly feel that Nailin Bing was behind him. From the unmarked common graves to Tianyuan City, it would take at least a day's time to travel at full speed. However, I don't need to rest while traveling. I will definitely be able to arrive before them, Yi Xian said to himself. The group of killers also needed to use their movement divine abilities to travel. Their true qi was not inexhaustible, so they were slower than Yi Xian. Very quickly, a day later, Yi Xian arrived at Tianyuan City. The city master of Heaven Distance City was a fulfillment realm expert. However, with Yi Xian's current strength, he could already contend against an expert of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he directly entered Tianyuan City and sensed his surroundings. The perceptive eye, spiritual sense, and killer instinct allowed his perception range to be even greater than that of a first-level intent realm expert. Right now, he was looking for experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Got it! Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed forward. This 9th level Nether Passage realm expert was eating in a restaurant. Yi Xian was looking for him for no other reason than to ask for the location of the underworld branch in Tianyuan City. Yi Xian directly rushed to the restaurant and used his Heaven's Eye from afar. Scorching hell! This new move was very useful. In the blink of an eye, this 9th level Nether Passage realm old man was trapped in an illusion. Around this illusory realm, there was scorching magma everywhere. The rising flame aura made the old man feel so hot that his chest felt stuffy. What's going on? The old man was a little surprised. He immediately stood up and found himself on top of a large stone pillar. Below his feet was a sea of lava that stretched as far as the eye could see. The strongest illusion art not only blinded the enemy's eyes, but also deceived their spiritual sense and memories, making them feel like they were in reality. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian's eyes flashed again. Ding! Control successful. The system notified. Although this 9th level Nether Passage realm old man had lived for more than half his life, he had only just broken through. He had no resistance to Yi Xian's Heaven's Eye attack. After the old man was controlled, Yi Xian withdrew the illusion. Then, the old man left behind a few inner demon pills and rushed out of the restaurant. Greetings, master, the old man said respectfully as he came to Yi Xian's side. Do you know where the underworld branch of Tianyuan City is located? Yi Xian asked directly without hesitation. I do. The old man nodded. In fact, he was also an assassin in the underworld. He had accepted and issued several missions before, so he knew where the underworld branch was. Very good. Take me there, Yi Xian said with great satisfaction. His purpose in coming to Tianyuan City was to find the underworld branch. If Nailan Jia was there, it would be best if he could control Nailan Jia. This was because Nailan Bing was someone he had to kill. If he killed Nailan Bing, Nailan Jia would definitely seek revenge in the future. Although Nailan Jia hasn't awakened, he is still a reincarnate. He won't be so easy to control. If I fail, then I can only kill him, Yi Xian thought to himself as he followed the old man. He was on the verge of breaking through, but it wasn't something a few 9th level Nether Passage realm cultivators could make up for. Unless he destroyed the city lord's residence in Tianyuan City. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to kill his way into the underworld and kill Nailan Jia. Then he would break through and wait for Nailan Bing. Killing two birds with one stone. After a while, the controlled old man brought Yi Xian to a seemingly ordinary residence. This place was very cheap, and very few people passed by. However, Yi Xian felt an unusual aura. There were more than 10 8th and 9th level Nether Passage realm experts hidden around this residence. It seemed that he had found the right place. Knock knock knock, knock knock. The old man came to the residence and knocked a few times. 3 long knocks and 2 short ones. Then, a middle-aged man came to open the door. Do you want to eat or stay? Asked the 9th level Nether Passage realm middle-aged man. This was a professional job. In other restaurants, it meant to eat, but in this restaurant, it meant to issue missions. As for staying, it meant accepting missions. Eating. The old man answered directly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of Yi Xian, who was behind the old man, flashed. Scorching hell. Eye of control. Ding. Control failed. The system notified. This middle-aged man had already broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, so his soul was much stronger than the old man Yi Xian was currently controlling. Chapter 12:25. The middle-aged man started to fall into an illusion. Then he was attacked by the Eye of Control and immediately reacted. However, before he could speak, Yi Xian used another round of attacks. Ding! Control successful. The middle-aged man was immediately controlled by Yi Xian. Come, let's go in. Yi Xian ordered the middle-aged man in his mind. Then, the middle-aged man led Yi Xian and the middle-aged man into the room. There was a hidden passage behind the bookshelves in the room. This was the entrance to Tianyuan City's underworld branch. However, they didn't immediately go down. Let me ask you, is there a person called Nalan Jie down there? He came from the Northern Heavens Academy and was kidnapped? Asked Yi Xian. At the same time, he took out Nalan Jie's portrait from his universe ring. There is. A few days ago, the lords brought him here. However, I don't know if he's still down there. The middle-aged man shook his head. The underworld branch had many entrances and exits. This middle-aged man was only guarding one entrance. All right. Yi Xian didn't ask any more questions. He directly passed through the formation and entered the underworld. It was very spacious down there. Even Yi Xian's perception couldn't cover it completely. At this time, there were still a few assassins and staff of the underworld. 22 9th level Nether Passage Realm Cultivators and 7 1st level Fulfillment Realm Cultivators. Yi Xian made a rough calculation. There were still some secret rooms in the underworld branch. He didn't know where Nalan Jie was. I didn't expect Tianyuan City's underworld branch to have so many experts. Were they originally here, or were they transferred from other places? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. However, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered. What he lacked now was natural treasures. Therefore, he decided to control all 22 9th level Nether Passage realm experts first. When the time came, these people would be able to defend against a few Fulfillment Realm experts if they fought. He immediately began to act. If he delayed any longer, the scarred assassin and Nalan Bing would arrive. With the death warrant, Yi Xian could clearly sense the distance between him and Nalan Bing. He estimated that in half an hour, the scarred killer and Nalan Bing would be able to rush back. Scorching hell. Eye of Control. Ding. Control successful. System notifications rang out one after another as Yi Xian's servants increased in number. He first looked for martial artists with weaker auras. Such people were easier to control compared to others. Then, he asked them to go outside and bring all their belongings over. Yi Xian estimated that he would definitely be able to break through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm as long as he gathered all of their belongings. At that time, would he even need to worry about not being able to fight a Fulfillment Realm expert? However, at this moment, an aura suddenly appeared in the underworld branch, causing Yi Xian's heart to tremble. What? 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Why was there another expert at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm in Sky Faraway City? Yi Xian immediately asked the middle-aged man who had received him. Master, this is the sect master of Seizing Heart City's underworld branch, Quang Long. He was invited to protect Nalan Jie, the middle-aged man replied. What? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He had only asked about Nalan Jie earlier, but he had been careless and forgot to ask about how many experts there were in the underworld branch. After the sect master of Seizing Heart City's underworld branch arrived, he directly walked into the depths of the underworld branch as if it was his own home. Scarface sent a message saying that a troublesome person might appear in Sky Faraway City. He asked me to protect Nalan Jie at all costs. Quang Long was very disdainful of this Seizing Heart City's underworld branch. How troublesome could a troublesome person be in front of a 2nd-level Fulfillment Realm expert like him? However, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he directly went to a secret room protected by a formation and sat down. At the same time, he also ordered the Fulfillment Realm experts of Seizing Heart City's underworld branch to be careful. Their every move fell into Yi Xian's ears. Now, Yi Xian was in a difficult situation. It seems that Nalan Jie is in that secret room. This is going to be troublesome. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that Nailan Jie had not awakened, it was the best time to kill him. However, Nailan Jie was surrounded by many experts. It would not be easy to kill Nailan Jie under the protection of so many experts. It was not that easy for a reincarnator to awaken. Back then, Yi Xian had accidentally awakened Mo Shui. However, when Nailan Bing and Nailan Jie met, Nailan Jie would probably awaken. When that time came, Yi Xian would lose the best opportunity. Let's do it. Yi Xian sensed Nailan Bing's location and immediately made a decision. Nailan Bing would be here soon. He had to act immediately. Immediately, he left the underworld branch and looted all of the controlled experts' belongings. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. After the system notification rang out, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed. If he had been at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm back then, Nailan Bing would have been an ice-cold corpse by now. Unfortunately, he had only broken through now. All of you, attack the underworld branch in 1 minute. Yi Xian gave the order to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yes. The group of people responded in unison. This time, Yi Xian's plan was to create a diversion. He would use these people as bait to attack the underworld and lure away the fulfillment realm experts. Then, he would disguise himself as someone from the underworld branch and launch a sneak attack on Nailan Jie. With his realm, as long as Kuang Long didn't interfere, attacking the unawakened Nailan Jie was a 100% success rate. Yi Xian returned to the underworld and waited quietly. 1 minute later. Rumble! Suddenly, a series of rumbles came from above, attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? The members of the underworld branch in Tianyuan City all raised their heads. Could it be an earthquake? This thought flashed through many people's minds. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. This wasn't an earthquake. Someone was attacking the formation of the underworld branch. Boss Kuang Long, I'll go take a look. A fulfillment realm expert immediately said. He wanted to find out which bastard had the guts to attack one of Hell's branches. Even the Tianyuan City Lord didn't have the right to do so. Very soon, the fulfillment realm expert left through the back door. When he arrived outside, he discovered that there were more than 29th level experts attacking one of Hell's branches. How dare you! The fulfillment realm expert was enraged and immediately attacked. Chapter 12:26. Most importantly, these people had a captain, and this captain was a young fox girl with a long tail. Luo, empower me with all the power of myriad mammoth. Luo immediately ordered. Yes. In an instant, the 29th level Nether Passage realm experts empowered Luo with all the power of myriad mammoth. Luo's speed instantly skyrocketed. Demon Fox Flash. Luo turned into a bolt of white lightning and flashed past the fulfillment realm expert. Rip! A crisp sound rang, and the first-level fulfillment realm expert's head was cut off by Luo. Yesterday, Luo had stopped 8 first-level fulfillment realm experts by herself. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Today, with so many people helping her, it was within Yi Xian's expectations that she could kill a fulfillment realm expert instantly. Of course, the real reason this fulfillment realm expert died was because he was careless. He saw that Luo was only at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm, so he did not think much of her. Inside the Nether Palace branch. Seeing that the commotion at the top of Seizing Heart City's Nether Palace branch still hadn't stopped, Kuang Long said to the others, Go, 2 more go and check. He guessed that the fulfillment realm expert must have been held back by Qin Lai. Yes, Lord Kuang Long. 2 fulfillment realm experts left the Nether Palace branch again. However, they still did not return. At this time, Yi Xian, who was hiding in a corner, was using the Eye of Revelation to observe Kuang Long. There was a secret room behind Kuang Long. The array formation in this secret room was extremely profound. Yi Xian's Eye of Insight was unable to see through it, but the moment the Berserk Dragon came out, he felt the aura of a 9th level Nether Passage realm cultivator. Yi Xian estimated that the person inside the secret room was Nailan Jie. Right now, he was waiting for Kuang Long to personally go out and check. When the time came, he could directly enter the secret room and kill Naelanjia inside. The 2 fulfillment realm experts who were sent out still had not returned. Right now, there were only 4 fulfillment realm experts and Quang Long, who was at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm, left in distant Sky City's Nether Palace branch. "What should we do, Lord Quang Long?" asked a fulfillment realm expert. "The 4 of you guard this place. I'll go out and take a look myself." Mad Dragon snorted coldly and walked toward the entrance. With his cultivation level, could it be that he couldn't take care of the people outside? Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he saw Berserk Dragon making a move. He immediately slipped into the shadows and headed for the secret room. The 3 fulfillment realm experts who went out just now were all killed by Luo Luo. At the same time, before Luo Luo had killed them, Yi Xian had already used up his killing intent and started a killing feast. The lives of 3 fulfillment realm experts caused Yi Xian's killing intent to skyrocket. At the same time, the slaughter feast's buff also skyrocketed. Luo Luo was his personal possession. The people that Luo Luo killed were considered to be killed by him. At this moment, the buff from the Feast of Slaughter was even greater than yesterday's battle against Nailin Bing. "The 4 of you, prepare to die." Yi Xian stealthily made his way over. Although he didn't have the attack and speed bonuses of Assassinate, he still had Burst of Killing Intent and Eyes of Glory. Add that to the fact that he was ambushing them, and he could take out at least 2 Fulfillment Realm experts in one go. "Come." When Yi Xian got close, his eyes opened wide and 2 rays of golden light shot out. Eyes of Glory. Burst of Killing Intent. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. A scorching hot aura spread through the branch of hell. This flame dragon had appeared out of nowhere and devoured 2 of the Fulfillment Realm experts in an instant. What? The remaining 2 Fulfillment Realm experts were shocked, but by the time they reacted, the other 2 had already been burned to ashes and died instantly. Instant kill. 2 first-level Fulfillment Realm experts no less. Yi Xian's strength was enough. "You 2 go to hell as well." Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he prepared to use the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash again. But at this time, an aura suddenly appeared in his perception range. 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm. This aura caused Yi Xian's mind to tremble. Before he could turn around, a blade beam came at him. Rip. This wave of saber light directly sliced Yi Xian in half. However, Yi Xian, who had the eyes of eternity, wouldn't die just like that. The divine tree of life's bloodline in his body activated the moment he was injured and began to heal him. "It's that mad dragon." Yi Xian immediately reacted. "Kid, you're the troublesome person in Scar's news, right? You don't look like much." Mad Dragon's voice rang behind Yi Xian. As it turned out, Mad Dragon had already guessed that Yi Xian had infiltrated the branch. Instead of going out to check the situation, he used a concealment method to avoid Yi Xian's perception. After Yi Xian attacked, he also attacked and killed Yi Xian. But how could he have known that Yi Xian wouldn't die even if he was cut in half? Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. After being cut in half, Yi Xian attacked again and attacked with another flame dragon. What? This time, Mad Dragon and the other 2 first-level Fulfillment Realm experts were shocked. How could a dead person attack? After all, Yi Xian's heart had already been cut in half. This scene was extremely shocking. While Mad Dragon was still shocked, the Flame Dragon had already devoured the other 2 first-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners. In the blink of an eye, 2 more Fulfillment Realm experts had died. Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. Now that all 4 watchdogs were dead, the only one left was Naelanjia. Slap! Yi Xian ignored the universe rings of the 4 corpses and slammed his palm on the ground, charging into the secret room. Naelanjia, die! Without another word, Yi Xian stabbed with his sword. Pfft. The sword beam sank into the chest of the 9th-level Nether Passage Realm expert in the secret room and pierced his heart. However, when Yi Xian focused his gaze, he discovered that the person inside wasn't the jade-faced scholar Naelanjia, but someone he didn't recognize. What, a substitute? Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that the person Mad Dragon was protecting personally wasn't Naelanjia. Huh, you miscalculated. Mad Dragon's laughter rang out, but it was mixed with a lot of anger. This was because the corpses on the ground were all from seizing Heart City's underworld branch. In other words, they were Mad Dragon's subordinates. Now that Yi Xian had killed them, how could Mad Dragon not be angry? Not good, let's go. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly broke through the void and returned to the ground. The moment the void door closed, the berserk dragon also charged into the secret room, preparing to cut Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. However, when he entered, he discovered that Yi Xian was gone. The only thing left in the secret room was a warm corpse and some blood stains. Yi Xian, where did he go? How is this possible? Chapter 12:27. How is this possible? Mad Dragon couldn't believe it. He was an expert at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm, yet an 8th level Nether Passage Realm brat had escaped from him right under his nose. How was this possible? At that moment he searched the entire secret room, but didn't find any trace of Yi Xian. Where was he? Where was he? Mad Dragon was stunned. Meanwhile, on the ground. You're out, young master? Luo Luo hurriedly asked when she saw Yi Xian emerge from the void eye. I failed. Nailan Jie isn't down there. He's probably hidden somewhere else. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. At the same time, the divine tree of life's bloodline healed his wounds to his thighs. He was fully healed in the blink of an eye. Luo Luo's face reddened when she saw Yi Xian's sinister lower body. She hurriedly turned away and said coquettishly, Young master, hurry and put on your clothes. Yi Xian finally reacted. He had been cut in half by Mad Dragon's blade at a 45-degree angle. However, the divine tree of life's bloodline wouldn't heal his clothes, so he was running around naked. He hurriedly put on a long robe and said, You hide first. I'll go in and take the items when Mad Dragon comes out, okay? Luo Luo nodded. Then, Yi Xian hid her in the planting space. At that moment, Yi Xian devoured the universe rings of the 3 Fulfillment Realm experts, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. Mad Dragon was at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage Realm. He was probably even stronger than the Scarred Assassin. If Yi Xian and Luo Luo worked together, they might be able to put up a fight. However, Yi Xian waited outside for a while, but Mad Dragon didn't come out. What's going on? Even if Mad Dragon took the rings, he should come out and take a look. Yi Xian frowned and thought to himself. Then, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Nailan Jie is still in the branch of the underworld and not elsewhere? Yi Xian suddenly thought. Nailan Jie might be in the branch of the underworld, but not in the secret room guarded by Mad Dragon. He should be in another secret room. That was why Kuang Long didn't dare to come out. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. At this moment, the people under his control were still attacking the underworld branch of Tianyuan City. He believed that the city guards and the city lord would be alerted soon. All of you, don't attack. Kill your way in. Yi Xian said to the assassins. Yes, master. The 10 Nether Passage experts nodded and entered the room from behind the bookshelves. As for Yi Xian, he went around to the back and entered through the back door. When he re-entered Hell, he sensed that several servants had been killed. A mere Nether Passage realm cultivator dares to challenge me? You're courting death. Mad Dragon's voice reverberated throughout the entire branch of Hell. Yi Xian spread out his senses and discovered that Berserk Dragon was in the midst of a massacre in front of a secret room in the corner. In the blink of an eye, all 10 9th level Nether Passage realm assassins were killed. Brat, I know you're here. Come out. The voice of the Berserk Dragon continued to reverberate. At this moment, Yi Xian and Mad Dragon were the only ones left in Tianyuan City's underworld branch. No, there was one more person, and that was the prisoner in the secret room behind Mad Dragon. However, because the door to the secret room was closed and the outside was protected by a formation, Yi Xian couldn't see if there was anyone inside. Even if there was someone inside, he wouldn't know if it was the Jade Face Scholar, Nailan Jie. But the most important thing right now was to get rid of Mad Dragon. Otherwise, the Scarred Assassin and Nailan Bing would catch up to him. Assassination mode. Yi Xian hid in the shadows of the corner and used the assassination mode to conceal his presence. Even if Mad Dragon's consciousness swept over him, he might not discover him. How could the god of slaughter bloodline be discovered so easily? After killing 3 Fulfillment Realm experts, my slaughter feast's buff has reached 50%. However, the time limit is almost up, so I must kill Mad Dragon before then. Yi Xian thought as he approached Mad Dragon. The lighting system of the underworld branch had been destroyed, so it was very dark right now. Yi Xian's assassination mode wasn't just effective in the dark. Simply put, hiding in the darkness would also increase his combat strength. Unfortunately, the Death Hunt command could only mark one person at a time. Otherwise, Yi Xian could mark Mad Dragon and increase his strength again. Mad Dragon guarded in front of the secret room very cautiously. He felt that Yi Xian wasn't a simple person. Not only did he not die after being cut in half, but he also used a mysterious method to escape right under his nose. And now, his consciousness couldn't find Yi Xian at all. This method was too clever. After seeing how he killed 4 Fulfillment Realm experts in one hit, Mad Dragon didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was an assassin himself. He knew that if he let his guard down in battle, he could lose his life. Although his consciousness couldn't find Yi Xian, Mad Dragon's intuition told him that Yi Xian was nearby. Plus, he had to guard this secret room, so he couldn't leave. He became Yi Xian's target. If I have the chance in the future, I must create the God of Slaughter set. This way, I can increase the level of all the God of Slaughter bloodline skills. Yi Xian thought as he said to Luo Luo in his mind, Luo Luo, I will delay Mad Dragon later. You enter the secret room and execute Nailan Jie on the spot. Luo Luo was already on standby. She was waiting for Yi Xian's signal. After receiving Luo Luo's answer, Yi Xian's body shook violently. 2 golden lights burst out of his eyes. Eyes of glory. Killing intent eruption. Flame Dragon's peerless slash. In an instant, the killing intent that Yi Xian deliberately hid was completely revealed. Whoosh whoosh. The dim underworld branch was suddenly illuminated by a fiery light. A dancing flame dragon danced wildly as it charged towards the berserk dragon. You're still here? Mad Dragon's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. He waved the saber in his hand and slashed out a fierce and thick saber light. Bang! The 2 true chis collided, stirring up thousands of waves of air that swept through the entire branch of the underworld in an instant. Taking advantage of the opponent's loss of vision, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Scorching hell. Although there was a gap of 3 realms, this move was a new skill after the fusion. It shouldn't be a problem to cross 3 realms. A spiritual attack? When Mad Dragon noticed the change in his surroundings, he quickly reacted. The scorching hell made him fall into an illusion, but it couldn't block his memory and spiritual sense. Everything he saw was real, but when his spiritual sense swept over, there was nothing. No, there was something. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several flaming flame demons charged at the berserk dragon. Chapter 12:28. Die, all of you! A surge of true qi gushed out of Kuang Long's body and fused with his all-creation's force, instantly shattering the flame demons. However, at this moment, another gust of wind appeared. Rui Theurgy whirlwind. A piercing sound rang out. Mad Dragon lowered his body and dodged the attack. However, he didn't know that there was a follow-up to this attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sword gleam suddenly split into countless wind blades, instantly hitting Kuang Long's back. What? Whirlwind? Kuang Long was shocked. He had seen this move before. After all, it was his good friend Scar's ultimate move. Scar had used it when they fought a few days ago. He didn't expect Yi Xian to know it too. This is a Rui Theurgy that Scar obtained by chance. Why does this brat know it too? Moreover, this brat's concealment skills are heaven-defying. Could it be? Kuang Long hurriedly circulated his true qi and all creation's force to defend himself. At the same time, his thoughts were running wild. He guessed that Yi Xian was Scar's monstrous disciple. Otherwise, how could Yi Xian, who was only at the 8th tier of ethereal opening, be able to fight him? No matter what, he couldn't lose. While Kuang Long was defending against the wind blades, Yi Xian had already quietly slipped into the darkness and circled behind Scar. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flame dragon slash. Whoosh whoosh. Another killing move was unleashed. In terms of group attack power, the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash might not be as good as the Whirlwind. However, in terms of individual attack power, the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash completely overpowered the Whirlwind. Bang! This time, Kuang Long was too slow to defend against the Whirlwind and was sent flying by the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Not good. Kuang Long's expression changed because he was sent flying. This way, Yi Xian was the closest to the secret chamber. Luoluo. Seeing Kuang Long being bitten by the flame dragon and sent flying, Yi Xian hurriedly summoned Luoluo. 100-layer demon fox doppelganger. As soon as Luoluo appeared, she immediately created hundreds of doppelgangers. Then, 7 lotuses appeared in the hands of each doppelganger. Rainbow demon fire, 1,000-layer explosion. Countless rainbow demon flames appeared and smashed into Kuang Long Luoluo. If Kuang Long was hit, he would probably be smashed to death. However, the most important thing right now was for Yi Xian to break into the secret room and kill Nailin-Jia. Luo. Luoluo's flame demon dragon Luo, Luols, Luo. Wang Luo. T. S. Luo is 8, St. If forceful attacks don't work, then I'll use this. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he shot out 2 disintegration rays, which hit the protective formation. Yi Xian rarely used the disintegration eye in battle, but it was very useful at times. Back then, he had used the disintegration eye to break the Vajracorpse King's Vajracorpse membrane. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by the Vajracorpse King. BZ. The 2 disintegration rays hit the protective formation. In the next moment, the protective formation was broken. It expanded from the size of a fingernail to the size of a fist, and then to the size of a wash basin. At the same time, Luoluo punched the door open through the protective formation. Yi Xian's eye of perception spread inside and found that there was indeed a martial artist at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm inside. Moreover, he had encountered this aura before. The Jade-Face Scholar, Nailin-Jia. Yi Xian's plan was to control Nailin-Jia. If he couldn't control him, he would choose to kill him. Yi Xian took advantage of the time before the protective formation was restored to its original state to enter. Not good. Kuang Long's expression changed drastically. He had been stalling for time, but he had failed in the end. Not only that, but he had also been severely injured by 2 juniors. It was a disgrace. Unfortunately, he was 1 step too slow. Yi Xian entered the secret chamber and stared. He was now certain that the person inside was Nailin-Jia. At this time, Nailin-Jia was lying limp in a corner with his eyes closed. Open your eyes. Without another word, Yi Xian used the power of all creations in an attempt to lift Nailin-Jia's eyelids. Then he used the Eye of Control. Although Nailin-Jia was also a reincarnated one, he had not awakened and was still unconscious. Moreover, Yi Xian was only 1 level below him, so he might be able to control him. As long as he could control a reincarnated one, Yi Xian would not lack supernatural powers in the future. He would also have a way to rapidly increase his strength. However, what Yi Xian did not realize was that Nailin-Jia did not have any shackles on his body to seal the flow of true qi. At the same time, the moment the power of all creations approached Nailin-Jia, Nailin-Jia's eyes opened on their own. 2 fierce murderous intents burst out from them. What? Yi Xian was shocked and quickly used the Scorching Hell and the Eye of Control. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian's control had failed. At the same time, he felt a familiar aura. Nailin-Jia had awakened. Not good. Without another word, Yi Xian held the heaven-trembling sword tightly in his hand and directly launched his strongest attack at Nailin-Jia in the corner. Killing intent explosion. Flaming Dragon's unparalleled slash. At the same time, Nailin-Jia also took out his weapon. Soul-chasing sword of 3 days. Whoosh! The 2 attacks collided, and the entire secret chamber was suddenly filled with a powerful shockwave. Because Yi Xian's attack was too fast, the power of this attack wasn't very strong. However, from the beginning, Nailin-Jia had been gathering true qi. Therefore, he and Yi Xian were evenly matched. Soul-chasing sword of 3 days. This Nailanjie has really awakened. How is this possible? Yi Xian could not believe it. He did not expect Nailanjie to awaken at such a crucial moment. It was not easy for a reincarnated one to awaken. After death, there was not a 100% chance of awakening. If a special method was used, the success rate could be increased. However, what he did not know was that Mad Dragon had already used that special method to forcibly awaken Nailanjie when he first entered the underworld. Fortunately, Nailanjie had successfully awakened. So what if you've awakened? I'll still kill you. Yi Xian's face darkened. He once again used the unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Chapter 1229. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's guess was wrong. Before he could draw his sword, Nailanjie flashed to his side like a ghost. Then, he turned his body and swept his right leg out. Soul-breaking kick. Gotcha! This kick directly broke through the brilliant golden armor and landed on Yi Xian's stomach. The true energy instantly passed through Yi Xian's flesh and blood, causing the organs in his body to explode. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the secret room. At this time, he felt that Nailanjie was not easy to deal with. Nailanjie was much stronger than Nailanbing and was second only to Emo Shui. This was troublesome. Ding! The host triggered a random mission to kill Nailanjie. Completion of the reward to activate the shadow step. The system prompted. This random mission made Yi Xian's eyes light up. The shadow step was an unactivated skill of the slaying god bloodline. It was a powerful escape skill. If it was activated normally, it would cost 1 devour point. However, as long as this random mission was completed, it could be activated directly. Although the reward was not as good as the devour point reward, it was not bad. Luo Luo, trap him. Yi Xian released Luo Luo. Luo Luo did not say anything and threw out the long whip in her hand. The long whip flew towards Nailanjie, but Nailanjie quickly dodged it. After Nailanjie awakened, his battle strength was very strong. If Emo Shui had encountered Nailanjie that day, it would not have been Yi Xian's turn. Fox bloodline? Six-tailed? Nailanjie's eyes widened when he saw the 6 tails behind Luo Luo. He was also a fox in his previous life, so he naturally knew what 6 tails meant. Such a young 6-tailed demon fox. I must catch her and let my sister possess her. Nailanjie's eyes flashed. Yi Xian noticed his eyes and quickly stabilized his body and attacked together with Luo Luo. Killing intent explosion. Flame dragon slash. 7-colored demon fire, 1,000-layer explosion. However, Nailanjie's expression was unpredictable. He easily dodged the 2 attacks and attacked Luo Luo. The target is Luo Luo again. It won't be that easy. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he slashed his sword at Luo Luo. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. This flame dragon directly attacked Luo Luo, while Luo Luo stood in place, accumulating power and waiting to attack. What? Nailanjie was shocked. Luo Luo belonged to Yi Xian, but Yi Xian dared to attack her. This girl belongs to my younger sister. Don't even think about harming her. Although he didn't know why Yi Xian did this, Nailanjie couldn't help but take action. 3 days soul-chasing sword. Bang! Another wave of air swept across the area. Amidst the dust, Luo Luo finally made her move. She turned into a beam of white light and quickly attacked Nailanjie. Demon Fox Flash. What? Nailanjie was shocked again. He didn't expect Luo Luo to have so many Supreme Fox skills. It seemed that Luo Luo had either awakened her bloodline or was a reincarnate. No matter what, I will capture you. Nailanjie's expression was dignified. He turned into a phantom again and dodged Luo Luo's attack. Whoosh! Luo Luo passed by him, but at this moment, Nailanjie suddenly pinched his left hand and locked it on Luo Luo's white and tender neck. Ha, little girl, you are still too inexperienced to fight with me. Nailanjie was overjoyed. He planned to restrain Luo Luo first and then kill Yi Xian, this annoying guy. But at this moment, swoosh! Luo Luo, who was in Nailanjie's left hand, suddenly disappeared. Yes, she disappeared right in front of him. What happened? Nailanjie's eyes widened. He didn't understand how Luo Luo escaped from under his nose. Could it be that it was just a genuine energy clone? Just as he was surprised, Luo Luo suddenly appeared behind him and used Demon Fox Flash again. Nalan Jie felt something and turned around. Rip! Only to hear a crisp sound, Nalan Jie's left hand was thrown up and blood spurted out. Fortunately, Nalan Jie dodged the fatal attack at the critical moment. Otherwise, it would be his head that flew up. How dare you cut off my arm, you are courting death. This time, Nalan Jie was angry. He directly slashed at Luo Luo in front of him. 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword. Those who were hit by this move, if they didn't die immediately, they would be killed by the remaining sword chi in their body within 3 days. However, as the creator of this magical power, Nalan Jie naturally had a way to remove it. However, when the 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword was in front of Luo Luo, she suddenly disappeared again. Where is he? Nalan Jie held the long sword in his hand tightly and stared at her. From the beginning, Yi Xian had disappeared. Even his spiritual sense didn't find him. At this time, Yi Xian was hiding in a dark corner, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, Luo Luo appeared again, still behind Nalan Jie. Whoosh! Nalan Jie reacted and dodged the attack. However, he happened to expose his back. This attack will kill you instantly. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. He gathered a large amount of vital energy and slashed at Nalan Jie's back. Killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. This attack had reached the limit of the killing intent explosion fusion. It was Yi Xian's current strongest single attack. However, at this time, a figure suddenly appeared from the side. Kid, don't ignore me. A familiar voice sounded and fell into Yi Xian's ears. It was Kuang Long. Although Kuang Long was seriously injured by the Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash, he could still fight. The moment Yi Xian attacked, he attacked at the same time. Bang! The blade collided with the Flame Dragon. Although it didn't destroy the Flame Dragon, its power was greatly reduced. The power of the Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash was greatly reduced. When it reached Nalan Jie, he easily dodged it. This is troublesome. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. Nalan Jie's awakening had already exceeded his expectations. Now that Kuang Long was at the second level of the fulfillment realm, he was in danger. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have entered the secret room. He would have killed Kuang Long directly. Unfortunately, he did it in the wrong order. Just now, my killing intent was enough to use Bladestorm, but after using killing intent explosion so many times, it's not enough anymore. Yi Xian quickly thought in his heart. The reason he didn't use Bladestorm directly was because there were many innocent people around. If he used it, hundreds of innocent lives would be lost. That was why he held back. If he wanted to use Bladestorm now, he would have to kill Kuang Long and escape from Sky Faraway City. Go! Yi Xian made a prompt decision. He immediately fled into the darkness and broke through the void. You want to leave? Say.